Chapter 176, Shadow Dojo, 1, Start of Volume 8. It's a relief that you like it. Yeon-woo chuckled. He was usually pouting all the time, but he looked like he was in a good mood right now. There was nothing Yeon-woo could say except for the words, "Thank you. This is the 21st floor, gate of the Shadow Dojo." When everything was set, Yeon-woo bid farewell to the One-Horned Tribe, and set to climb the tower again. Other than a few words with the Martial King, he didn't say much. He looked like he was deep in thought. Shannon and Han Ryeong didn't say anything either. They sensed that there was something about Yeon-woo and Yeon-woo's relationship. Only Rebecca brought it up. "What's your relationship with that old man?" "Savior. Savior." Rebecca tilted her head. But Yeon-woo didn't respond. What else should he call the only person who missed his brother? "It seemed like he's fond of you. Like a parent." Rebecca didn't say anything after that. She belatedly realized that it wasn't something she should talk about. Yeon-woo lightly pat his face with his hands to wake himself up. Yeon-woo was cheering him on with the rare material. It was time to focus on the tower now. The 21st was important to Yeon-woo. As soon as he passed the door, a message popped up. "The trial of the 21st floor is beginning. Trial, a shadow has always been faithfully with you, silently. However, some shadows gain their own will and do what they want. They try to take the bodies of people passing by. The 5 doors where the shadows are divided into 33 different sections. Now, choose a door and battle shadows to clear at least 20 sections. The more shadows fought, the more their will to fight will decrease." Yeon-woo checked the message and headed inside. He already knew what it said, and he would need as much time as possible to go around all the sections. Then, a green portal opened in front of Yeon-woo. Yeon-woo stopped in his tracks. Green meant that someone was teleporting. It was a portal that Guardians used. Who was coming? He never saw any of the Guardians after meeting Laplace on the 16th floor, so he was curious as to who it could be. The Guardians didn't appear on the higher levels unless it was an emergency. Then, the face of a scared little child popped out. There were tears in the child's eyes. The child seemed to be hesitant to get closer to Yeon-woo. Yeon-woo's eyes shined. The high of the 12 earthly branches, Lupi. The highest rankers Guardians were known to be as powerful as high rankers. So most of them were arrogant and mysterious. But Lupi was different. Like his weak appearance, he had a lot of tears and fear. He would cry at the drop of a hat and the other Guardians were tired of him. Even among players, Lupi was treated as a nuisance. Guardians usually gave hints about the stage, but Lupi just cried. There were girls who liked Lupi, because he was cute. But people who knew Lupi well tried to avoid him as much as they could. Although he looked timid and weak, there was a reason why the tower appointed him as the highest guardian. Lupi was a hedonist. He didn't care about other things, and he only sought thrills. The tears he spilled were only a prop to set up his stage. Why was he here? It seemed like he was here for him. "Are you number? "Yes." "Why, you're definitely as scary as I heard." What kind of rumors had spread about him? He just looked at Lupi with a calm gaze. If you look at me like that it's scary." But Yeon-woo still didn't answer. It was not a good idea to get tied up with Guardians. More so with Lupi. So he waited until Lupi could calm down and speak. Lupi squirmed, hesitating to speak, and slowly opened his mouth. Did Laplace come by?" "Laplace?" Yeon-woo tilted his head. Why was he looking for him suddenly? Lupi read Yeon-woo's eyes and slightly flinched. I guess he didn't see, come here. Is something wrong?" Laplace is currently impeached, and you, under custody. So we're investigating his surroundings. A High Guardian impeached? Yeon-woo widened his eyes because he had never heard of something like this. Was it because he was a messenger last time? When he entered the 16th floor, Laplace had told him to be careful of Ord, saying it was a message from a demon, and disappeared. Was it related to that? But guardians frequently acted as the messenger of gods and demons. And that wasn't reason enough to get him impeached. Was there something else involved? Or was he completely off? But then he was even more confused, because there was no reason for Lupi to come finding him like this. If not, that's good. Thank you. Lupi opened the green portal again. Just when he stepped inside, he carefully turned his head. Do you need assistance on the 21st floor? Not at all. Alright then. Lupi quickly bowed and disappeared through the portal. Yeon-woo narrowed his eyes. Laplace, a member of the 12 Zodiac, getting impeached was a big deal. He was extremely curious as to what had happened. But the business of the Guardians didn't bother players. That was the system of the tower. He folded his thoughts and entered the yard. The hoarder. I didn't see him for a while. He's back. I heard he spent quite some time on the 20th floor. Did something happen? I heard that the sadhu that were there disappeared. As always, gazes followed where Yeon-woo went. What happened on the 20th floor had spread all the way up to here. He fixed his mask and looked around. I guess they're not here either. Yeon-woo looked around with his extrasensory perception and smiled bitterly. He couldn't see any trace of Khan and Victoria. After he left the 20th floor, he had ordered the night watch to find them. However, they said that they couldn't. He had spent a full moon in the outer sections, but they couldn't be found in that time either. Are they on the run from the Devil Army? But I don't think so. Another thing that was on his mind was that the Devil Army wasn't taking any action towards him. It might have been because they couldn't approach him easily since he was with the One-Horned tribe. If they were that cautious, they wouldn't be called crazy bastards. There was nothing clear about what happened in the Monkey King's palace. But since he knew he couldn't let his guard down, he always had his senses up. Thinking those thoughts, he arrived inside the building. The faces of those who were looking at him changed. It was because Yeon-woo was standing in front of the door with the least difficulty. You only had to clear one door to pass. But the people who knew that Yeon-woo always chose the most difficult path thought him strange. Yeon-woo didn't look at them and just opened the 5th door. You have selected the 5th door. The shadows of players ranked 165th to 133rd on the 21st floor's Hall of Fame will appear in order. If you can endure at least 5 minutes or defeat the shadows, you can move to the next section. Once you defeat at least 20 shadows, you can clear the trial. 5 minutes didn't seem that hard. But they were alter egos of the greatest rankers of the 21st floor. The level of players continued to change as time went on, but it wasn't easy to take down the people in the Hall of Fame. And you couldn't just run away, because the space was limited. Players desperately tried to find their weaknesses to discover them. But Yeon-woo knew that he wouldn't grow if he used the same methods as them, so he was planning on setting limits on himself. First I'll clear the doors. Completely. Even if Yeon-woo was someone who was registered on the Hall of Fame for every floor, it wasn't simple to defeat the shadows. Especially within 5 minutes. Soon, light appeared in front of Yeon-woo, and he was in a new location. He was surrounded by stone walls. The 21st floor took place in individual instant dungeons. If not, there would be too many players in the same place. So this meant that Yeon-woo could use all the strength he wanted. Soon, the fight with Kraden, 165th place, will begin. Prepare for the fight in the remaining time. 10 minutes. 00:09:59_99. Then, with the message, black fog appeared and slowly took the form of a human. The red eyes of the shadow stood out. It was a familiar face that Yeon-woo saw in the diary. High rank or greed? Did he look like this when he was younger? Like his name, he was greedy, and he was a nuisance to his brother back then. He didn't join an organization. He just wandered around getting what he needed. Was his speciality using fake sword techniques? Greed slowly pulled out his sword from its sheath. But Yeon-woo didn't miss how he moved his left hand behind his back. There were probably small daggers behind his belt. It was similar to how Yeon-woo fought. Yeon-woo also pulled out Karshina's dagger from his belt. It was Karshina's dagger, but it had been a long time since the dagger changed. It was impossible to attack during the waiting time. Instead, he could set up magic or look for advantageous locations to fight from. Yeon-woo didn't do anything other than getting his two swords ready. What should I do? Then, Rebecca appeared with crossed arms. Yeon-woo could make the monster portents, the undead army, or the spirits move for him, but he didn't. Just stay there. This is something I have to take care of by myself. Yeon-woo firmly shook his head. Rebecca nodded and stepped back. Then, she crossed her arms and looked at Yeon-woo. She knew Yeon-woo had hidden powers, but she didn't exactly know what they were, so she had to check. Since he was the master she had to serve, she wanted to see what she could help with her. Then 00:00:00_02 00:00:00_01. The time for preparing is finished. The trial of the first section is beginning. As soon as the count began, Yeon-woo hit the ground. Then, a blistering heat whirled around him. Chapter 177, Shadow Dojo, 2. Greed and Yeon-woo both moved forward at the same time. Boom! Swords clashed together, but the sound of metal wasn't heard. Instead, there was an explosion. As I expected. Everything's exactly like him. I shouldn't let my guard down. Yeon-woo's eyes shined, feeling the vibration along Karshina's dagger. And his weapons look pretty nice. The reason why he had the nickname of Greed was from none other than his obsession with treasure. He was evil enough to backstab his friends to get what he wanted. Every time Greed used a weapon, magic circles came up from the ground. It was clear how much he had invested in them. But Yeon-woo knew that his own inventory didn't fall behind. He was wearing a masterpiece artifact like those that high rankers would wear. The magic armor made Yeon-woo's movements smooth. The same went for Karshina's dagger. +3 Karshina's dagger. Category, one-handed weapon. Rank, A. * Black blade. It was specially crafted to be connected to the despair of the Black King, and it increases attack power by 15 to 20%. It was adjusted to the skills of the current user. A lot of the new Karshina's dagger was changed by Yeon-woo. What he did the most to it was placing jewels on it to make it stronger. The purer a jewel, the more it could amplify effects. Because it was a basic ingredient of alchemy, there was even a study dedicated to it as well. Fortunately, Hanova knew how to take care of the jewels. Yeon-woo focused on what Hanova taught him. During the day, he helped Hanova with his work, and in the night, he received lessons from Hanova. Of course, he used time difference in this process. He engraved the rune letters that Victoria had taught him, and he set them with jewel powder. The jewels that he used were the best of the best, meaning they were 90% pure. Yeon-woo had enough to bathe in it, and Hanova's connections could get him however much he needed. Yeon-woo was able to learn how to set jewels after spending a lot of money and receiving a lot of nagging from Hanova. There were two types of rune letters on the dagger. Make darker the dark. Make hotter the hot. It was perfectly adjusted for Yeon-woo. When Yeon-woo was learning, he focused with the mindset of absorbing everything that Hanova taught him. He was able to observe Hanova with his draconic eyes and extrasensory perception. And so, this was the first artifact that Yeon-woo had patched up, but he was confident. Whatever Greed had wouldn't be as outstanding as this. As if to reflect Yeon-woo's thoughts, greed was pushed far away, not being able to stand Karshina's dagger's power. It was only a shadow, but Yeon-woo felt like the shadow was surprised. He hit the ground again not to lose his winning edge. The fellow threw about 5 small knives at him, but Yeon-woo lightly whipped them aside and arrived in front of him. In the blink of an eye, 2 swords banged against each other multiple times. Then, the shadow's balance wobbled, and Yeon-woo input aura into his dagger. Above him, holy fire whirled around. The fire crackled and heated up the room. Greed, who was trapped inside, looked like he was in severe danger. Just why did that person enter the 5th door? The player's greatest interest today was about Yeon-woo. The hoarder had started to climb the tower again. But unlike what everyone predicted, the door he challenged wasn't the 1st door, but the 5th. Everyone thought it strange. Even though the 1st place on the Hall of Fame on each floor was marked as unrevealed, everyone knew who it was. So they all thought he would enter the 1st door to take 1st place again, but they were shocked he headed inside the 5th door. The same went for the Trinity members. Yeon-woo didn't know who they were, but he had met them throughout the different floors. Well, to be exact, they had met him. They twiddled their thumbs inside the cave of snakes when Yeon-woo was hoarding away all the hidden pieces to hatch his egg, and they served under him as the squadron leader temporarily in Red Dragon. They only had bad memories of him, so they didn't want to get involved with him. But horrid fate was fate, and they saw him on the 21st floor again. Even though it was horridly fateful for them, they were still surprised to see him enter the 5th door. Just what is the hoarder thinking? Did he really just twiddle his thumbs on the 20th floor like in the rumors? Because Yeon-woo had stopped clearing the floors for a while, there were rumors about him. It was that he fell into a slump after being hit with a hurdle he couldn't jump for the first time and lost all his abilities. If the rumors were true, it wasn't strange that he chose the 5th floor. You experienced that horrid guy and still believe those false rumors. Heidi looked at Dylan and June like they were pathetic. Dylan and Jun's gazes turned to look behind them. Heidi, who was an elf, had fairy eyes, so she could faintly see the truth. It was what got them out of trouble a few times, so they were interested in what she was saying. Do you see something? Do I have to? What are you talking about? Say it so we can understand. Can't you see the hoarder is aiming for, you fools? Dylan and June tilted their heads, not understanding her, and Heidi sighed frustratedly. Obviously, he's planning on clearing all the doors. It was then that their eyes changed. It was understandable that Dylan didn't understand since he was pretty dull anyway, but why was June being like this too? Maybe their heads were empty now because they were stuck on the 21st floor for so long. Or, they could have not chosen to think that far even though they could. Each and every one of the shadows behind the doors were monsters. The players who had all influenced the tower were in there. Especially those who were called the 9 Kings. They were the real ones, and not even high rankers wanted to come face to face with them. Actually, the Martial King had earned his fame when he won against the high ranker, Ice King, inside of there. So even though Yeon-woo was incredible, it was hard to imagine he could consecutively fight the monsters beyond the door. But Heidi lifted her head elegantly like she was definitely right. Eventually, Dylan and June looked at the 5th door too. Considering that Heidi's predictions were never wrong, it was completely logical. Just wait. You'll probably see in a day. It didn't even take that long for Heidi to be proved right. Boom. Boom. What's that? The ground suddenly began to shake. Because of the instant dungeons, the stage of the 21st floor didn't usually get shaken up. The players quickly turned their heads to find where the sound had come from. They spread their senses, but they couldn't discover the source. The only thing that came up was the 5th door. But logically, it was hard to imagine that that was the reason for the earthquake, so they thought they just made a mistake and started looking elsewhere. However, Dylan and Jun's faces were taken aback because of what Heidi had said earlier. Updat DFRM Novelle B, I, N.C, O, M. Then. Boom. The faint earthquake became violent. Players who were looking for its origin and players who ignored it to continue their training all looked at the fifth door with shocked faces. The long door heaved up and down. Until now, whatever happened inside hadn't influenced the outside. But this ingrained fact changed just like that. It felt like a giant was running at them. The sounds of explosions became louder, and the shaking became faster. They had to cover their ears because the sound was like thunder crashing into their eardrums. Dylan and June shut their mouths. Hyde narrowed her eyes. Her fairy eyes were amplified. She continued to see wavelengths of magic power use flowing out from the fifth door. 6 minutes 31 seconds, 6 minutes 32 seconds. Also, she had a stopwatch going on inside her head. Because she wondered how long it would take the new monster with those wavelengths to pass through that door. And boom! Like tens of bombs had been exploded at the same time, the last exit of the fifth floor was destroyed, and black smoke poured out. Along with the numbing smell of something burning. Yeon-woo came walking out as if nothing had happened. The players all looked at Yeon-woo with their mouths dropped open. Because it seemed like he had passed through the door without a single break. And that time that it took was 9 minutes 51 seconds. It hadn't even taken 10 minutes. Chapter 178, Shadow Dojo, 3. Then, is there nothing you know about that? Why, yet. So please. The Bao God, Jeong-woo, clicked his tongue as he looked at the bloody person at his feet. He took the wrong step again. How many times had he made a mistake now? It had already been half a year since he received a new job from the Summer Queen. During that time, Jeong-woo had investigated Bahul and his surroundings. He thought that there might be something about who was related to this. And Bahul wasn't well liked by the people around him, so there were a bunch of people Jeong-woo had to look into. He was doing that, he caught 3 of the 81 eyes, though they didn't matter. The Summer Queen had been furious and said to cut their heads off. But Jeong-woo still wasn't able to find any secret. A player named Kane that Bahul has cherished stood out. Things like how Rookie was that strong, or how he contributed in finding the Saber God's son. However, it's impossible for such a nobody to be related to this. And he entered the Foreign Legion after the war began. He's too clean. If he was related to this, he would have been connected before that. The Summer Queen was thinking that Red Dragon and Chong-a were a part of this. Then, thorough preparation would have been required. Jeong-woo thought that the other 8 clans were related to this. It was logical. In that way, he couldn't find anything to point the hoarder, Kane, out. It hadn't been that long since he came over from the tutorial, and he didn't have time to become involved with someone. His accomplishments on the different floors were so clear. And the Summer Queen didn't seem to want to be involved with the One-Horned tribe. Everyone knew that Kane was sworn brothers with the siblings and that he was a disciple of the Martial King. The Summer Queen didn't even take any reports about Kane anymore. Jeong-woo also thought it was useless and pushed his doubt about Kane aside. There were a lot of people he suspected anyway, and they were all doubtful. He actually found their ties to other clans. But after he examined everything, even down to the tiniest detail, he wasn't able to find anything. Did they clearly cut off their tail and run away? Now, he thought that it was actually possible there was someone behind all this, like the Summer Queen said. All the people planted in Red Dragon and Bahul's line were completely clean now. But only the 81 eyes were satisfied with this. The Summer Queen and Jeong-woo weren't content with just this. However, Jeong-woo trusted the Summer Queen's intuition. The draconic species were a species famed for their eyes, which could see the truth. The words of a descendant of the draconic species would probably be right. Although it seems like that intuition has been smothered now as well. Just where was he supposed to start? Jeong-woo ended the life of the player pleading below him and sat down in a chair near him, deep in thought. He thought that the mastermind behind all this had somehow aimed for some item and became involved with Betrayal from there. But did he think wrong? If it wasn't that it was for some item, but because of a personal grudge against Betrayal, and they had gotten information about the item in that process. He thought it was unlikely, but he didn't have any better theories. And there were a lot of people who had grudges against Betrayal. Among them, the most famous ones were Arthea. Team Arthea was still impactful in Jeong-woo's memory. When he was acting as Bao God, he almost lost his life while battling against them. Their members were few in number compared to the other large clans, but each person was strong enough to remain in his memory. Although they were all blinded by greed and stabbed each other in the back. He knew that in that process, the members had become enemies. Would it be related to this? He didn't have any evidence, but it thought it was worth trying. There wasn't anyone who knew Betrayal better than them, and they were all in influential positions in other clans. But there was too much stuff he had to investigate. He would have to choose one person and go from there. Jeong-woo looked through the information window the Summer Queen gave to him, and he found something that stood out. Teacher, Dwarf Hanova. The Anvil of Fire Hanova, one of the 5 artisans. He was one of the top artisans, but everyone turned their backs to him because of his relation with Arthea. Jeong-woo thought it would be best to start from there. He started to look for information about their relationship. 5 hellhounds that were each about 2 meters tall came running at him. They were extremely fierce and rough. Their hellfire was enough to turn the walls of the room black. Most players would have suffered neurosis because of this, but they don't get along with me. Yeon-woo ran holding his Karshina's dagger, condensed with aura, and caused an explosion with holy fire. A bit of black energy was mixed within it. Feeling like all his attention was moving along with his blade, the different abilities he had combined as one. It was a power that focused energies like aura and black energy into every single stroke. This was how he justified Bien. And the condensed power created a powerful explosion. 3 of the hellhounds neatly broke, and the other 2 were crushed or severely injured. The instant dungeon has shook up and down. You have successfully understood the third Bien, Sway. Currently learned Bien, Jewel, Han, Sway. Yeon-woo was now clearing the second door out of the 5. During that time, Yeon-woo didn't just focus on defeating the shadows. He put more attention on training the Bien. It would be stupid to not use all these sparring partners. Yeon-woo was able to understand the third Bien with all the training. Han supported him to learn the Bien, and Sway helped him to explode condensed energy to reduce his environment to nothing. However, he didn't get the efficiency he had had in the Monkey King's palace. Was it because he wasn't as tense back then, or because he wasn't influenced by the limits of the 20th floor? But anyhow, Yeon-woo was able to understand 2 of them, and he was practicing them so they could be perfectly learned. The first Bien, Jewel, wasn't completely familiar to him yet either, so he had to focus when he used it. Swish. Nov, L, Bi, N, Com. 3 monster birds that had been coming at him from above were ripped to shreds when he lifted his sword. Yeon-woo stepped forward past the bodies of all the dead summoned creatures. Then the person that had been confidently fighting stepped back in hesitation. He was only a shadow, but he was still quite taken aback. The summoner, Hanabi. He was well known by the name King of Demonic Creatures in the tower. He was the last descendant of the organization that served the Devil King, and he was infamous for raising dead creatures. In a way, he was similar to Boo. His personality, skills, etc. Boo, take note. It's someone that you'll have to walk the steps of. Yes. Sir. Yeon-woo ran at him again as he heard Boo's voice. He activated the draconic eyes and extrasensory perception. Training wasn't the only benefit of the 21st floor. You could sneak a look at the skills of other players. The second door has been completed. Time spent, 0231:25_66. It took quite a bit of time this time. Yeon-woo swept his hair back, leaving the second door. The fifth door took 10 minutes, the fourth door 30 minutes, and the third door about an hour. The time it took doubled from the third door, so it took a lot of time. That was only expected. He became more tired, but the shadows that appeared were always powerful. Also, he incorporated his Bien training, and sometimes dragged the time out so he could memorize how the shadows fought. Thanks to that, his body was drenched in sweat. He could taste iron in his mouth. He had fought over 100 skilled players without rest. His dragon body helped to recuperate faster physically, but his mental tiredness didn't get any benefits. Cure. Cure. He continued to activate the rune magic that was engraved on his left arm. Healing magic was good at healing, and cure helped to lessen the tiredness. He stood still for about 30 minutes. When he felt his mind became clearer, he headed towards the last door. He felt people's gazes following him, but he just ignored it. It was clear that after this floor was cleared, it would become noisy again. He didn't want to become famous, but if he couldn't avoid it anyway, it was probably better to be as loud as possible. You have chosen the first door. Players who rank from 33rd to 1st on the 21st floor's Hall of Fame will appear. You will be able to move on to the next section after defeating a shadow. You have already gained the qualification to clear this trial, so the accomplishments of the remaining battles will be counted as karma. Light flashed in front of his eyes, and the instant dungeon appeared. It was different from the other doors. The fifth door up to the second door had closed rooms, but Yeon-woo now stood in a wide field. He was surrounded by mountains, but the field was so wide that he didn't feel enclosed. It was a space where he could run away and rest. But it was also a location where people could fight without being limited by space. Players would be able to use all the skills they had. That meant that the difficulty of this door was incomparable to the others. The shadows here are on a different level than the other doors. Yeon-woo narrowed his eyes. Until the second door, you would be acknowledged if you just endured it until the time limit. You could leave halfway to rest and train some more. But the first door was different. Once you entered a section, you couldn't quit. There were only two ways to leave. Survive, or die. He wouldn't have time to study the shadows like before. This was a system of the tower respecting the skilled players of the first floor. A challenger couldn't enter the first floor for fun. Only those who wanted to become stronger or prove their power could enter. Yeon-woo knew this well. That was why he had taken some time to rest before he entered. The shadows he would meet now were really monsters. He was planning on using his everything. Even his dragon blood. Also, one of the shadows here was someone Yeon-woo had to study. It was the next guy he was planning on taking down after Bahul and Leant. The fight with 33rd place Valdibish is beginning. Prepare to fight in the remaining time. 15 minutes. 00:14:59_99. Then, a gigantic shadow appeared from far away. A man at least 5 meters tall. His hair was cut short, and his sharp eyes were memorable. Boom! He lifted his giant bastard sword that was longer than him, at 6 meters. The ground sunk. Whew! The crazy dog was a crazy dog even back then. He's 33rd? That's gonna be a bother. Shannon and Han Ryeong tsked seeing the guy. They knew too well who it was. Valbig. He was born between a human and a giant, and he had caused huge commotion in the tower when he entered along with his brother. And he was also one of the 3 founding members of Team Arthea. Chapter 179, Shadow Dojo, 4. When I first entered the tutorial, I was at a loss for what to do. They said there was a way to get the elixir, but I didn't know how I was supposed to pass through it. While I was wondering if I should just give up, I met him. Valbig. My first friend that I hated, but was also thankful towards. The first impression Yeon-woo's brother got from Valbeek was that he was scary. To someone who was born on Earth and only saw humans his entire life, a half-giant of 5 meters tall would obviously look like a monster. But unlike his first impression, Valbeek had taught his little brother this and that in Section A while his brother was struggling. His brother was able to learn a lot of things from Valbeek. How to open the system window, and how to check your traits and get used to the tower. Thanks to him, his brother was able to quickly learn the superior trait 10,000 immunity and use mana after he passed Section A. Tien, psychometry changed to 10,000 immunity. The combination of the human and half-giant had been pretty famous in the tutorial, and people like Vieradun had approached them with interest. This person who was the Witch of Stars, as well as his brother's lover. And so the team of 3 had managed to get through the tutorial, and their team took on more members as they progressed through it. That was how Team Arthea was created. A small team of 9 members. Back then, no one would have imagined that they would become a clan large enough to threaten the 8 clans. They were a lot different from Yeon-woo, who had gotten through the 7 sections with only solo playing. That was why Valbeek and Vieradun were especially special to his brother. The strangest thing was that after they cut ties, Valbeek had completely hid himself. Other members went on to live their own lives or joined high positions in the 8 large clans. But Valbeek was only occasionally seen, and he didn't do anything in particular. However, one thing that was confirmed was that he was the guy who first led Arthea to their downfall. Even though Yeon-woo didn't know the specifics, this guy was no better than Bahul or Leant, who literally stabbed his brother's back. 00:00:00_02 00:00:00_01. The preparation time has been finished. The first section of the first door is beginning. An invisible wall disappeared. Valbeek's shadow lifted his bastard sword and roared. There he goes. That crazy shout. It's so annoying every time I hear that. Shannon spoke in an annoyed tone. It was a superior skill that made his opponents feel weak. It originated from the giant species Jotunheimer shout. But to Yeon-woo, who had the cold-blooded trait, it didn't do much. As if the guy had realized it, he immediately hit the ground with. It was a pretty well-known skill called Berserker. He was put in a confused state of mind, but his dexterity and attack power would be increased by 300% 500%. Since his explosion effect was added on top of that, there was almost no one who could stand face to face with him on a battlefield. That was also the reason why he had the nickname Sword Yacha. A Yacha was a monster that lived in hell. War cry and amplified explosion were Valbeek's trademarks, and it was quite a nuisance to his opponents. That was also why Shannon and Han Ryeong sighed in exasperation. Han Ryeong had clashed with Arthea several times in the past and had been hurt by Valbeek in battle, and Shannon had lost several of his subordinates to him. Magic equip. But Yeon-woo didn't seem nervous at all in front of such a guy. If there was something he changed, it was that he also had his magic bayonet out. Karshina's dagger was in his other hand. Boom! Yeon-woo flapped his wings of fire and swords towards him. With a force that made the ground shake, Valbeek flew back. Yeon-woo began to run again. He hadn't used magic equip so far, but after it released it once, he continued to spin his magic circuit moving through the different sections. In the second section, a war mage called Black Skull appeared, but Yeon-woo was able to easily fight back his holy fire. In the third section, he met the first Tail of 9 Tails, one of the 8 large clans, and in the fourth section, he met the second Bishop of Devil Army, Kindred, who was wearing a mask. All the players who influenced the tower were here. Speeding through the first section wasn't important anymore. He wanted to fight with all his strength, observing everything the shadows had. And when he arrived at the 21st section, he met the shadow of Sword God. It was before he had learned his superior skill, but his sword technique was still sharp. It was familiar to Yeon-woo as well. It was the 8 extreme fists. However, only the basics were familiar. It was different from the 8 extreme fists Yeon-woo used. It was a bit more neat and deep. There were steps that Yeon-woo didn't know, so it was difficult to deal with him. Even though you have the same teacher, I don't think we should consider Master's sword technique equal to the sword god's. Frankly speaking, the sword god was already at the Arhat level. The saber god frankly described the difference between Yeon-woo and the sword god. Unlike Yeon-woo, who dealt with several different areas of expertise, the sword god only focused on his sword. The time they invested in training their sword was different, and the understanding of the sword god was a lot deeper. The sword god had already made the 8 extreme fists his own, and he even adjusted it to how he liked it. Yeon-woo earned the new name 8 extreme swords, but he hadn't deviated from the range of the 8 extreme fists yet. In battle, if it was limited to the sword, it is possible that even the martial king might not be able to defeat the sword god. That was the reason why the martial king had accepted the sword god as his disciple. But that is why I think you can learn a lot from him. Like what the saber god said, the movements of the sword god inspired Yeon-woo. He only knew 5 of the 8 writings of divination, and he saw methods to open the remaining 3. This was the reason why he extended the battle with sword god. To see how he had made his own path. But of course, victory was Yeon-woo's. The blade of the magic bayonet was planted in the neck of the sword god. When he twisted the sword, the shadow's head fell right off. You have finished the trial of the 21st floor. You are being transported to the next section. As hard as Yeon-woo was going, it was chaotic outside. He's crazy. 21st floor ranking. 1st. Bivasbat. 2nd. Neu. 8th. Unrevealed. Wasn't he 15th just a while ago? But he's already 8th? Damn. Everyone knew that unrevealed meant Yeon-woo. Their interest was solely on how high Yeon-woo's rank would reach. And today, Yeon-woo's rank continued to climb ridiculously. It had only been a day. No, to be exact, half a day. While others took a few days, or even a few months, Yeon-woo was clearing through the 5 doors without any rest. And of course, the system recognized these accomplishments as karma, so it was also exponentially increasing. What if he actually gets first place on the 21st floor too? No way. At what someone said, the players all had what if faces. The meaning of the Hall of Fame on the 21st floor was different from the other floors. The first place, Bivasbat. It was the name of the wall that blocked all high rankers and clans. It was Al-Foroni's name. Even the second place, Martial King, hadn't been able to climb that mountain. But what if Yeon-woo climbed that? Then all the rankers and clans who had looked down on him because he was a lower floor player would have to move their attention to him again. Because that meant that there might be someone who could climb the wall of Al-Foroni. So the players thought that even though he was the hoarder, he wouldn't be able to do that. However, even when they were saying that, their eyes showed something else. Since it was the hoarder that had done impossible things, he might do something impossible again. Heidi. What do you think, Nov, L, by, N, com? Because Dylan was thinking the same thing, he looked back at Heidi. I don't know. Heidi complained with her lower lip stick out. If I knew that, I would set up a psychic shop, wouldn't I? But Heidi's fairy eyes didn't lose their tension. The shadow that Yeon-woo saw on the 24st floor was someone he hadn't seen before. It was someone that he hadn't seen in the diary. It definitely wasn't someone from the past. Was there a new skilled player? If it was someone who recently made it onto the Hall of Fame, Yeon-woo needed to take note of him. It was possible that he might see this person later in the future. With a lithe body, the person gave off an overall weak impression. It was hard to tell if it was a girl or a guy. But when the person grabbed their sword, Yeon-woo felt an invisible threat. There was a sharpness in that smooth movement. And somehow, it was familiar. Sseong Nim. No, To be exact, it was somewhere between the martial king and the sword god. He could see that it was a bit different from the 8 extreme fists. Suddenly, Yeon-woo thought of what the martial king had said. That he was the third disciple. The first was the sword god, and the second was someone he wouldn't know. Could this person be the second disciple? Yeon-woo checked the name of his opponent again. 11th. Nocturne. Nocturne. They were originally 10th, but they were pushed down because Yeon-woo was now 8th. Seeing how they were above the sword god, did it mean that they had even more potential than him? Yeon-woo began fighting the shadow he saw for the first time with the 8 writings of divination. The 28th section was the old leader of the Elohim, He-8, who was known to be dead. Yeon-woo heard that his speciality was lightning because he was the apostle of a god named Thor. To Yeon-woo, who had a similar skill called fire rain, there was a lot to learn. As lightning gathered above him, Yeon-woo attempted to awake his dragon blood for the first time. Dragon scales slid up his skin while fire rain flashed up. Boom! Pant, pant, even though it's a draconic species, this is a bit unfair. He narrowed his draconic eyes. The navy scales heaved up and down. As if reacting to that, a being that was far away frowned at her own injuries. A length of 10 meters. She had fierce eyes and wings, and her tail shook violently. The Summer Queen released her fury at the person who dared to injure her. Boom! Although she was smaller than the Summer Queen he saw in the war with Jeong-woo, the dragon fear that she was exuding was enough to make him shudder, even though he had the cold-blooded trait. It was only a shadow, but because it was made with data from the Summer Queen, her personality was the same. The arrogant eyes looking down. It was a gaze that only draconic species could have. The Summer Queen spat out her breath. Yeon-woo shoved Karshina's dagger and the magic bayonet into Intrinian and pulled out Vigrid and Aegis. Now, he really had to use everything he had. If not, his life would be in danger. Above all. Behind this, he's there. After the 5th place Summer Queen, it would be 4th place Cha Jeong-woo. So he had to get through this. Even though it was only a shadow, it was an image of his brother when he was climbing the tower. He wanted to see it with his own eyes and not through the diary. As soon as he could. But at the same time, he wanted to see it as late as possible. The 33rd section's trial is beginning. Soon, your battle with 4th place Cha Jeong-woo will take place. Prepare for battle in the remaining time. Considering your current condition, you are being given longer time to prepare. 30 minutes. Chapter 180, Shadow Dojo, 5. A haze floated up and gathered to take the form of a human. Yeon-woo tightly shut his mouth at what he saw. The appearance of his brother that he had only seen through pictures was there. He had a bright smiling face that anyone would like, and the blue armor gave off a serious impression. The shadow couldn't think, but Yeon-woo felt like the shadow would call out his name any second. Master. I know. Don't worry. Nemesis quietly called his name, as if he had read Yeon-woo's mind. He was trying to tell him not to become too emotional. Yeon-woo swallowed, and nodded his head. But it wasn't easy. The cold-blooded trait has been activated for an unknown reason. The cold-blooded trait has been activated for an unknown reason. It was a face he hadn't seen in years. It was a face that he had tried desperately to look for but couldn't find. It was the same face as his. 00:27:59_83 00:27:59_82. And the reason why he kept on feeling this way even though he knew it was just a shadow was probably because of how sorry he felt. Until now, he thought that his brother had run away, and he had hated him for it. That was why he left Korea. He no longer had any ties to the country. His father had died when they were young, and it had been a while since they cut off ties with their other relatives. He hated all that. Because he hated those traces of him, he decided to leave the country. 00:19:02_31 And he lived like there was no tomorrow there. Looking back at it now, the reason why he left Korea simply might have been because he wanted to abandon the country. It might have been because he wanted to go somewhere he could die. So he went around like he was crazy. He didn't have the will to live. He always took care of things by himself if it was dangerous. And before he knew it, he was called Crazy Dog. It was because he didn't let go of something once he got a hold of it. When more time had passed, his nickname Kane had gotten more famous, and people tried to scout him. Though, his squad chief had looked at him sadly when that happened. But he didn't care about that. He felt like he could only live if he moved like this. If he got a vacation, he would just be locked up in his room alone. It was ridiculous. But when he thought of his mother's last words, he couldn't die like that. Her words protected him like a lucky charm. Until your brother returns, save his spot. That was why he left the house his family used to live in back in Korea. But, unlike his mother's wishes, it was just there. 00:10:07_83. Yeon-woo slowly swept his hair up with his hand and took a deep breath, taking off his mask. A face that looked the same as the shadow appeared. Like looking at a mirror, the two looked at each other's faces. The two were quiet. The shadow couldn't speak anyway, and Yeon-woo quietly looked at the shadow. He wanted to keep it in his memory for a bit longer. At times like this, he was ever so grateful that he had a good memory. 00:05:55_10. No one could speak. Even the constantly loud Shannon, the advising Han Ryeong, and the observing Rebecca. Nemesis, Nike, Boo, and the monster portents all read Yeon-woo's mind and helped him to organize his thoughts. Shannon, Han Ryeong, and Rebecca were all completely taken aback. Yeon-woo hadn't told Shannon and Han Ryeong about his backstory until now. But because they had seen Yeon-woo's face a few times and felt his mind when he climbed the tower, they could somewhat assume. However, comparing his face with Cha Jeong-woo just like that surprised them again. Heaven Wing. He had once caused uproar in the tower, and it seemed like he had come back. Seeing the brothers walk together like that, the amount of Yeon-woo's progress was just surprising. And they felt something tear inside of them. Seeing the appearance of the older brother who followed his younger brother into the tower was pitiful to them. Rebecca shut her lips and looked at Yeon-woo worriedly. 00:02:47_35. Yeon-woo thought that the 30 minutes he was given was too short. He just wanted to sit there, looking at his younger brother. Even though he knew it was just a shadow, he couldn't help but stare at him. He purposely didn't use time difference to help him think faster. He just wanted to organize his thoughts with the time given by the world. But now, he had to look away. 00:00:58_21. Time continued to pass, and the people who followed him were waiting for him. Then, Yeon-woo slowly stood up. He lightly dusted off the dust on his bottom and pulled out Vigrid from Intrinian. Did you organize your thoughts? Then, Nemesis broke the silence. Yeah. A bit. You have succeeded in maintaining your calmness with the trait cold-blooded. You have succeeded in escaping from the confused state. As the trait was applied, his complicated mind became clearer. He also felt refreshed, like he had just woken up. You must be out of it too. Sorry. It couldn't be as much as you. Nemesis brushed it off like he was okay, but Yeon-woo knew that it wasn't true, because they were connected. He was also feeling confused right now too. However, he was not showing it. But you really are similar. Ha! The creator of the 21st floor is quite horrible. No matter how I look at it. I agree. And it seems like the data that he had was input exactly like it was. If even his abilities to speak were. It would be annoying. When 30 seconds passed, Yeon-woo started up his time difference again. However, he knew that the remaining time was too short to plan something. Nemesis spoke up. First off, my past owner, Jeong-woo's specialty was in quickly adjusting. Yeon-woo nodded because he already knew that. After his brother contracted with colitis after the 11th floor, he had continued to grow with the dragon's blessing. Unlike Yeon-woo, who had barely awakened his dragon body, his brother had quickly progressed through it. It also had to do with the fact that he could freely control mana. Thanks to that, his brother grew his magic power to an incomparable level. He could move the path of mana around him, and he even created a skill called impassibility, which blocked off most magic power. And because of this, others couldn't even approach his brother. When the power of the mythical dragon was added on top of that, all magicians had to avoid him. Even the priest. He didn't get the title called Magic Massacrer for nothing. The funny thing was that he wasn't limited at all with this skill. It only blocked off magic from the outside. He could do triple casting, which only high rankers could do, and his understanding of spells was deep as well. Alchemy, mechanical magic, spirits, summoning. And when he did his magic equip, his body became stronger as well. When the blessing of the dragon was combined with the blessing of mana, the efficiency of the mana couldn't be put into words. He could also fight with all types of battling methods. The only thing his brother couldn't do was aura. But that didn't mean he was unskilled in martial arts either. Because the born warrior Valbeek had kept on nagging him, he was able to learn the basic skills. The basic skills in this case was actually the skills of the born warrior giant species. Even if it wasn't as much as the one-horned tribe's Muzhong, it was able to be used on most players. He had the magic, talents, martial arts, and blessings. Because he was skilled in various fields, no one who was on the similar floors as him could look down on him. Even rankers avoided him. Also, the most troubling part was Sky Wings. That's the problem. The unique skill that given him the name Heaven Wing, was troubling. Through the authorities and blessings his brother received through the draconic species, he had made this cheat skill himself after a lot of trial and error. While the Sky Wings were active, he could use a part of Colitis's powers. Also, because he could move freely in the air and the wings could be used in various methods, he could use them as a shield or weapon. Yeon-woo's wings of fire were actually based on those. But unlike the clear limitations of the wings of fire, his brother's sky wings had been acknowledged by the system. The numbering that was given was 002. They couldn't even be prepared. That was why everyone called his brother a genius. He had reached a level that was almost impossible to reach in just several years, and this might have been the reason why he was able to threaten the Nine Kings. And on the 21st floor, his power had begun to bloom. This was clear since even the rank of the last dragon, the Summer Queen, had been pushed back. Also, the awakening is possible up to the second step. Correct. Yeon-woo still hadn't been able to pass the first step, Dragonic Blood, but his brother had already passed the second step, Pressure, and was heading towards the third step. Nov, L, by, N, Calm. Since he completely finished the third step on the 22nd floor, he had probably only used the second step here. But Yeon-woo couldn't be relieved because his brother had perfectly mastered the second step. Are you confident? Nemesis asked in a concerned voice. He asked like he was trying to tell Yeon-woo it was okay to ask for their help. The monster portents and the spirits were technically all Yeon-woo's skills. There would be no problem if he used them. Also, Yeon-woo had gotten here without a lot of rest, so he was pretty tired. However, should I tell you something? Yeon-woo smirked and slowly spoke. He didn't wear his mask. Since there weren't any eyes around, he wanted to fight with his brother with his bare face. What? You know. Intrinian opened, and 7 pieces of Aegis soared out to swirl around him. Dragon scales popped up from his chest. Territory announcement. As the first step authority opened, his body received more strength. I've never lost to my little brother before. And with that, he stopped his time difference. The counter quickly decreased. 00:00:00_01. Midnight. The preparation time has been finished. The trial of the 30th section is beginning. Then, the invisible wall disappeared. His brother's shadow awakened his authority and spread his sky wings. It was like an angel had come down to the ground. The pure white wings flapped with explosions of magic power. It became hail, and it covered the sky of the stage. Dragonic pressure. On the other hand, the power that was called draconic murderous intent began to approach Yeon-woo to trap him. It looked similar to the constraint of the 20th floor. Looking at the magic storm, Yeon-woo cynically murmured. But wouldn't it be embarrassing if I lose now? Chapter 181, Shadow Dojo, 6. Nemesis burst out laughing, like he hadn't expected this. Pfft! I guess that's right. Although I can't understand that because I don't have any brothers. Behind Yeon-woo, Nemesis appeared with his large body. But I still understand some of it. I feel like it's similar to how I don't want to lose to that guy. Nemesis was glaring at the mythical beast that was behind his brother's shadow. He had a long orange body that was closer to gold. Nemesis was glaring at Myrn, who was Nemesis in his past life. Since all the secrets of the shadows were being revealed in this stage, even his brother's mythical beast popped up. Myrn and Nemesis both glared at each other and soared up in the air. And below them, Yeon-woo and his brother's shadow collided together. Boom! It was like the authorities of different dragons were crashing against each other. It was the process of the territory of one draconic species intertwining with another. They were like beasts, fighting for each other's territory. But to draconic species, the concept of territory was extremely important. It was in their instinct. However, because of that, the battle between two draconic species was even more physically worse. Their territories or authorities wouldn't work on each other. The only way to establish victory was through one's physical strength. The same went for Yeon-woo and his brother's shadow. The two already had the bodies of draconic species, and their two territories would cause damage to their surroundings as they collided. Because the authority of the shadow was higher than Yeon-woo's movements were a bit limited. Dragonic pressure was similar to dragonic fear, but they were a bit different. It was similar in that they both made each other's opponents feel threatened, but dragonic fear only worked on those with souls. On the other hand, dragonic pressure was something that colored everything in their surroundings with the authority of the draconic species. Dragonic pressure was able to be more detailed in how one's opponent felt threatened. It could be said to be a more specific step of the consciousness that Yeon-woo realized on the 20th floor. If there was a difference, it was that it was more powerful because it was the consciousness of a draconic species. So the moment Yeon-woo's blade clashed against the shadows, he felt immense pressure. It was a pain like his skin was being pressed with needles. Dragonic pressure was trying to push his young dragon body down. However, you are momentarily falling into a stunned condition. You're able to maintain your calmness with the trait cold-blooded. The stunned condition has been released. You have gained resistance to dragon's pressure. The dragon body trait has been applied, and you have gained immunity to dragon's pressure. Like his brother had had the cheat trait called 10,000 immunity, Yeon-woo had the strongest resistance skill, the cold-blooded trait. Yeon-woo's body was flung to the side after he endured the attack of dragonic pressure. The options activated. Sword Purification. Goddess's Sword. With its option, the grid became stronger, reflecting the power of its opponent. When Aegis's options were added on top of this, its attack power multiplied. A power that could be comparable to dragonic pressure flicked out the shadow's attack. What his authority couldn't do was supported by the options of the artifacts. The shadow was pushed back by the attack. Yeon-woo kicked off the ground and followed the shadow. Aura, holy fire, and black energy flowed out of the grid and flew towards the shadow's chest. The shadow quickly flapped his wings, barely managing to catch his balance. The sky wings spread widely apart. It seemed to be about 2 meters long. Like how a cat's fur stood up when it met a beast, the shadow's attack power became sharper. About 3 or 4 magic circles popped up in the front of the shadow, and with a fancy artifact, magic suddenly came down. It was a skill his brother was confident about when he was alive. Supported by Dragon's knowledge, the magic he memorized beforehand would be consecutively activated. He didn't have to worry about any mistakes when the magic was cast. It was set up to work advantageously for him. If you were exposed to this, you would most likely get severely injured. Because his brother's magic was so fast, you couldn't even defend yourself. Thankfully, Yeon-woo had the magic armor that Hanova had given him, and Aegis as well. But Yeon-woo didn't try to defend himself. Instead, he used blink. The random fire passed futilely by where Yeon-woo used to be. With a loud explosion, there was a deep crater left behind. The shadow had to quickly turn around. Yeon-woo had arrived behind him and attempted to pierce his throat with Vigrid. The shadow barely blocked the attack. His face was hard. Although he had blocked it by covering himself with the sky wings and flinging his sword up, his arm felt like it was going to fall off. The pure white sky wings were half broken, burned black. It was possible to fix them with magic power, but he hadn't imagined that it would be this bad. Yeon-woo activated his haste to follow the shadow. He couldn't give him a moment of rest. Yeon-woo did not plan on giving the shadow an opportunity to cast magic. The 8 extreme swords clanged against the shadow's blade. He occasionally incorporated it with the Bien, so the shadow's life was in danger several times. But the shadow calmly fought against Vigrid. He already knew he couldn't defeat Yeon-woo with a sword. He used the skills Valbeek taught him to only defend himself, and he blocked what he missed with the sky wings or activated defense magic. And when his draconic eyes were able to catch weaknesses, he could use random fire to put some distance between them. Yeon-woo slightly wrinkled his forehead looking at the shadow. It's a crazy collection of skills, no matter how many times I look at it. Yeon-woo knew that what he had was something a lower-level player would never have. However, the equipment that his brother had didn't fall short. They were all treasures that the ancient dragon Kalidas had collected for a while or masterpieces that Hanova had made. And the sword that the shadow was holding could be said to be the collaboration of Kalidas and Hanova. Dragon Slayer. It had the magic effects that Kalidas had given himself, and Hanova had worked on it for 3 months. It was the same rank as Vigrid, if not much higher. With just Dragon Slayer and Sky Wings, the shadow was able to endure Yeon-woo's attacks, and even began to fight back. Yeon-woo realized that the shadow had the ability to learn. The shadow knew some of his attack patterns now. There were times when the attacks of the shadow got too close. The fight of the two was fierce. In a way, it was ridiculous. From what he knew, his brother didn't have a skill to help him calculate and make choices. Even though he had dragon's knowledge, his thinking would be a lot slower than Yeon-woo's. But it was all so fast. And sometimes, he even used similar gestures to Yeon-woo's 8 extreme swords. That meant that he was applying the skills of his opponent when he fought. If this kept on, the tables would be turned. This is why people who are born talented are. Yeon-woo was a bit annoyed because he felt himself thinking of his younger days. His brother was smart without doing anything. He didn't forget anything that he saw and was good at school. Although his brother had to stay inside his room a lot because of his weak body, the physically advanced Yeon-woo sometimes felt envious of his little brother. And when his brother brought his report card home with a smirk, the frustrated emotion Yeon-woo felt couldn't be put into words. Of course, after that, he bothered him with things like games. It was the same now. The expressionless face of the shadow overlapped with his brother's smirking face. I can't give him a chance. So Yeon-woo pushed against the shadow more without any mercy. The magic circuit heated up until the 360 cores were overheated. His wings of fire became 2 times bigger, and his speed became faster with magic equip. The ball was in Yeon-woo's field again. The shadow continued to be pushed back at the jumble of feet and hands. But he still looked for a flow with his draconic eyes. The speed was different, but the pattern was the same. Then he would have a chance. Then, Yeon-woo turned his body and cut the abdomen of the shadow with vigrid, and the shadow thought this was his chance. He covered his widely spread sky wings around him. Boom! The sky wings broke for the first time. Pieces of wings scattered like they were sparkling jewels, and he exploded the skill that he had been hiding until this time. If Yeon-woo was specialized towards fire property, his brother had put everything into light property. It was because light property was destructive against dark and evil properties. Wave of Light was a skill that randomly exploded condensed magic power. It was so destructive that it had the ability of sweeping everything away. But it was so strong that it hurt the user as well. Once he progressed further, he would be able to use it without any limits, but right now, he couldn't use it properly, even though it was a skill that he created. This was a unique skill that his brother had made along with Sky Wings. To think that a player on the 20th floor had made this. It was a crazy skill. Yellow and white lighting spread across the territory. The lightning electrified each other while they were whipping through, and swept everything in the skill's path. If this wasn't a specialized area for fighting, it would have caused irrevocable damage to the environment. After this, a horrendous explosion banged into his eardrums. The speed of sound couldn't be faster than the speed of light. Yeon-woo quickly blocked his hearing and used haste and blink to move himself as far as possible. He grew his wings of fire and spread Aegis around. But even after all that, he couldn't completely defend himself. A part of his armor was damaged from the heat, and his body was injured as well. Fortunately, because he had gained some distance from the center, he was able to escape most of it. He barely caught his balance and calmed himself with the cold-blooded trait. Then, he activated time difference and quickly judged his surroundings. Dragonic blood circulated around him, quickly healing his injuries. But a lot of his scales were peeling off, and his injury was so severe that his bone was showing, so it was difficult to fully recover. Thankfully, his magic circuit and cores were not broken. They were a bit scratched, but it was quickly fixed. Yeon-woo thought that he was able to move his body and looked around him this time. The stage that he looked down from above was pitifully broken. Sparks flew everywhere. Yeon-woo almost said the word psycho. He knew the powers of his brother, but seeing it with his own eyes left him speechless. He cursed the power his brother had, and he clicked his tongue since he had used a skill that he couldn't even control. A shadow copied the personality of their owner. His composed brother would never have made this kind of gamble. Had he thought of something and copied it? Did he? Then, Yeon-woo was suddenly hit with the thought that the shadow had copied him. To be exact, it seemed like he had remembered something about their younger days. Before he went to Africa, Yeon-woo was more emotional and logical. He had to fix something before he moved on, and he acted before he thought. Because he caused several incidents doing this, his brother always cleaned up after him. He always nagged that he had an immature older brother. He asked Yeon-woo to please think before he did something. The reason why Yeon-woo always carefully planned out his actions in the tower might have been influenced by his little brother's nagging. But his brother's shadow was showing an emotional side here. He had decided to worry about the consequences after he did it. From that, Yeon-woo felt like his younger self was being overlapped in him, so he felt strange. Was it because they were similar? Yeon-woo scoffed and turned his head. Then, he felt a presence above him. He quickly got ready. The shadow that had recovered his sky wings was exploding his wave of light again. But the wave of light this time seemed even more powerful than the last. Triple casting. He used his skill like magic and exploded multiple waves of light at once. A blindingly bright light filled the sky. Yeon-woo couldn't believe what the shadow was doing. The shadow was running straight towards the finish line without even worrying about the aftermath. Time difference. In the slowed-down world of reality, Yeon-woo got ready to fight back. This time he didn't avoid it. He couldn't even if he wanted to, and it was clear that another wave of light would be released. Then, he had to fight back with an attack that was equal to wave of light. He didn't have a similar wide-range skill, but he thought of something that could be just as destructive. He thought back of when Nike had exploded magic power that was strong enough to almost break through the defenses he set up. If he mixed aura and black energy with this and added fire rain on top, what would happen? Han Ryeong had said that even he would have been in danger. But he had advised not to use a power he couldn't control. So Yeon-woo considered how to do it. But what if he used another way? There was a solution at hand. The Bien, Han, and Sui. He might be able to make something that surpassed the wave of light. He would put himself in danger by making such a skill so suddenly, but Yeon-woo didn't have any other choice. He couldn't think of anything. The slowed time returned to normal. He used haste and blink, speeding himself up with Shunpo, and flung aura, fire rain, and black energy at the shadow. Sway! Boom! The world was engulfed in a blinding light. And in that moment, Yeon-woo thought to himself. Even though he might die from the attack, it was so fun being with his brother like this. Chapter 182, Shadow Dojo, 7. But despite his overjoyed mind, he quickly started to take advantage of the current situation using his increased thinking speed. The fire that exploded from the blade blanketed the environment. The world turned red, and a heat storm covered the wave of light. The air turned wavy with heat. It was a temperature hot enough to melt the scales on Yeon-woo's body. The explosion was strong enough to burn what was left on the ground. Yeon-woo found the different streams of light in the midst of the explosion and quickly moved past them. It was hard to fly between the various objects floating around in the air, and he was occasionally hit painfully by the sparks. But even in that confusing state, the shadow used blink to try to use the wave of light where Yeon-woo was. Does he want us all to die? Yeon-woo used sway to block it off, but he only redirected the attack, and it spread around to their surroundings. It was fun fighting with his brother's shadow, but it was hard to tell what the shadow was thinking. But in this instant, there was no way to completely move away from the situation. He could only limit the damages. So Yeon-woo continued to think about how to lessen the explosion. He repeatedly made calculations and went over his attacks. But there was only one result he came to. It was impossible. The only way he could be free from this explosion was to escape the instant dungeon or break it. But the dungeon wouldn't have been made carelessly enough for players to break it. Then there was only one option left. Territory. He would have to announce his territory and evade the explosion there. Nike. Okay. Got it. So Yeon-woo called Nike out and pulled out his control of fire. He grabbed the fire that came flying his way and started to twist it around. He used the same method that he used to control his consciousness. Fire followed his motions and moved around Yeon-woo. The heat entered his magic circuit and even tried to destroy his cores. His magic circuit burned up, and it felt like his magic power was going to evaporate any moment. It became more painful by the second. But as he endured it, each of the cells in Yeon-woo's body started to awaken with the dragon's blessing. Warning! You are being exposed to an environment that is hard to endure. Moving your location is advised. You are attempting to use the control of fire and heat trait in your special territory. More control is needed. More control is needed. You are momentarily falling in a stunned condition. The dragon's blessing is being applied. With the cold-blooded trait, your calmness is being maintained. The stun condition is being released. You have gained a strong resistance to fire. You have gained an outstanding resistance to heat. Your control of fire property has increased by 5. Your control of fire property has increased by 17. With the cold-blooded trait, your calmness is being maintained. Your control of light property has increased by 21. Your control of light property has increased by 16. Through a strong will, you have increased your control over fire and light property. The rules in your specialized territory are being strengthened. The dragon's blessing has started to become ingrained with light and fire properties. The blessing has begun to get fire and light properties. You have learned more knowledge about the fire and light properties. Please increase your understanding through a deeper understanding of control. You have learned concepts about domainization. The authority of Dragon's Blessing is growing. Information about new authority is being unrevealed. You have learned concepts about dragonic pressure. The effects of the skill Holy Fire have become more powerful. The proficiency of the skill has dramatically increased. 25.9%. What Yeon-woo had chosen was to strengthen a particular property. No, it was to have complete control over it. Using the control of fire property through Nike was also a gamble. Even if it wasn't able to completely cover the instant dungeon with fire, he thought he would be able to avoid the explosion in his territory. That die that he threw was half successful. The explosion was so strong that it was impossible to completely control it, but he could lessen its damage in his territory. Full W current Nafloes on Novel B, in, .com. Dragon's Blessing. It was as powerful as the proud draconic species. The fact that his second authority was half-opened was the most important. Growth by a gamble. This was successful enough. Boom. Under the storm, Yeon-woo was flicked out. This is crazy. Yeon-woo barely managed to land on the ground. Around him, there was a deep crater. Yeon-woo's condition wasn't too well off either. His right arm was melted from the fire, so it wasn't even recognizable anymore. His internal organs were injured, and he couldn't breathe easily. If the dragon's blood wasn't circulating through his body, he probably would have died already. Hanova's gonna nag me for this. He felt sorry thinking about how Hanova had patted his shoulder telling him to use it well. The magic armor already looked like this, although it had been less than a day. Thankfully, because it had the automatically fixing feature, it was somewhat better. That was why this was only half successful. He was too tired to fight anymore in this condition. Even the grid in his left arm felt heavy. Since he was like this, even the shadow should have been injured now. Then, the shadow slowly flew down with his sky wings. He sounded like he was breathing more easily than Yeon-woo. But he looked different than before. The dragon scales that were on his neck had grown up to his eyes, and under his sky wings, there was something else. They were clearly dragon wings. The more steps of authorities you learned, the closer you became to an actual dragon. To have those wings meant one thing. He had awakened the third authority, elemental contact. That damned prodigy. Yeon-woo laughed in disbelief. Some people barely gambled with their lives and got their control up to this level, but others. To think that his explosion would be easily swept aside. That guy had probably used light to scatter the explosion. He was injured in the process too, but he looked a lot better than Yeon-woo. The shadow moved sluggishly, like he was tired, and raised his dragon slayer. Seeing someone with the same face as him trying to kill him, Yeon-woo felt strange. Hey! Master, we can also participate. Shannon and Han Ryeong burst out shouting after feeling danger. The black bracelet was one of Yeon-woo's abilities, but he hadn't used it even once. However, I said. Yeon-woo cut them off. Even if he couldn't do anything about the mythical dragon, he wanted to defeat his brother with his own strength. Only then would he be able to grow. Unfortunately, Yeon-woo still had some tricks up his sleeve. I don't want to do anything embarrassing. Along Yeon-woo's feet, blue and yellow holy fire flamed up around him. Then, the fire healed his destroyed arm and gave his new scales. As the scales became thicker, they began to grow until they reached Yeon-woo's right eye. The second step authority has been released. Authority, Dragonic Pressure. Dragonic Pressure. Summary: the ancient dragon Kalidas has set up 8 different authorities for his successor to learn his power. This is the second of those. The will of a dragon is powerful enough to threaten a god or demon. This will be projected outside into the territory and set up control. Dragon's murderous aura. The draconic species is a superior species that surpasses all others. This pressure buffs allies and scares enemies. Dragon's holy walls. As the understanding of the authority becomes deeper, the additional effects of the territory also increase. A basic imaginary world can also eventually be created. The dragon's territory, Vina, has been strengthened. In your chosen territory, you can exercise control over properties. All attributes increase during a set amount of time. Domainization has been successfully made. Chapter 183, Shadow Dojo, 8. Like how the Shadow had opened a new authority, Yeon-woo had opened the second step authority after learning the concepts of domainization. His understanding of holy fire increased, and he was able to reach a higher level of the second authority than the Shadow. Yeon-woo swung the grid around again. This time, he was planning on really defeating the Shadow. The Shadow flew up to the sky with sky wings and exploded his wave of light. Tens of lightning bolts came down to fight his fire. The ground rumbled. Like a natural disaster, lightning stormed down. Dust repeatedly flew up. Boom! Then, something flew out of the explosion. The Shadow fell powerlessly to the ground with his broken sky wings. And above, Yeon-woo pressed down on him. The grid pierced through his right shoulder into the ground. Ha! Ha! Yeon-woo and the Shadow were so close to each other that they could hear each other's breath. It had been such an intense battle that it wouldn't be weird for either of them to have fainted any moment. But eventually, victory was Yeon-woo's. The reason was simple. The Shadow was more talented and had more skills, but Yeon-woo was more proficient in his skills. And the person that was advantageous in the explosion was Yeon-woo, who trained his Mujang. Also, Yeon-woo had the Neoden of the 4 legendary beasts. As Yeon-woo's control increased throughout the battle, he was able to freely use sway to get used to his skill. You have successfully passed the trial of the 30th section. Through this trial, you have received inspiration and different accomplishments. You have achieved something unbelievable. Additional karma and rewards are being given. You have earned 5,000 karma. You have earned an additional 3,000 karma. You have earned the unique skill Wave of Fire. The skill Fire Rain and Wave of Fire have been bound to each other. The skill proficiency of Wave of Fire has increased 3.2%. Your wings of fire have turned into fire wings. The wave of fire was inspired by the wave of light, and it could burn continuously. He still needed to practice it a bit, but it was still more powerful than the wave of light. It was because it was combined with other skills that Yeon-woo had. He was just barely able to win. It was a close battle. However, Yeon-woo thought this was a present that his younger brother gave him so he wouldn't embarrassingly be beat up. While the messages that he cleared the stage popped up, the instant dungeon started to settle down. And his brother's shadow also started to fade away. Yeon-woo wanted to look at the fading shadow as much as he could. If the shadow disappeared like that, he wouldn't be able to see his brother again. Although the shadow wouldn't know how he was feeling. Then, the shadow that had been expressionless suddenly lifted a corner of his mouth. New Envel chapters are published on. When Yeon-woo's eyes were wide open, his brother had a faint smile on his mouth. Like when Yeon-woo last saw him 5 years ago. It was fun, Hyung. Tien, Hyung equals older brother. And with that, the shadow disappeared along with the instant dungeon. A shadow was created from the memory of their owner. So it wasn't weird for them to have a part of their memories. For some reason, Yeon-woo felt like he had just had a nice conversation with his brother, not with the Jeong-woo in the diary, but the Jeong-woo who had been alive. And until the next section opened, Yeon-woo quietly closed his eyes. Repeating what his brother said in his head again and again. Ding! It was the sound of a new message popping up. Yeon-woo slowly opened his eyes. The black world was filled with light again. The trial of the 31st section is beginning. The fight with third place Hug Hell is beginning soon. Please prepare for battle during the preparation time. A longer preparation time is being given considering the condition of the challenger. 3 hours. The preparation time was usually based on the length of the previous battle. Then that was probably how long the battle with his little brother was. That was expected though. Yeon-woo put everything he had into it and was barely able to win. If it wasn't for the despair of the Black King, he wouldn't have won. He hadn't struggled that much even when he was battling the Summer Queen. With this, he was able to get a glimpse of how his brother was able to threaten the 9 kings. Also, he wondered what the level of the other 3 would be, since his brother was only 4th. If they were able to pass the 21st floor with the skills they had at the time, it was hard to think about how powerful they'd be now. Well, Seseong-nim is pretty amazing now. Yeon-woo bitterly smiled thinking of the Martial King, who was 2nd place. Even he was surprised with his victory on the 30th floor. The memory of how the Martial King had blown away half of the 11th floor was still clear in his head. He used such a destructive power pretty well. Yeon-woo was far off, since he still had to borrow the strength of his authority to control the wave of fire. Since the Martial King was such a person, it was clear he was probably a monster back in his younger days as well. So he was wondering whether he should leave the instant dungeon to rest for a while, but let's just do it. He filed his empty magic circuit with magic power from the outside, and awoke his dragon's blood to quickly heal himself. I have to keep going while I'm at it. The skill that he earned with fighting with his brother's shadow, the wave of fire. Of course, he had used the wave of light as a motif, but it was still a skill that Yeon-woo had created for the first time. Wave of fire. Numbering. Calculating. Proficiency, 3.2%. Summary, a skill that player number condensed complexly from fire rain. Because of this, the intensity of the explosion depends on the amount of magic power left. It's quite similar to the skill wave of light, but it's more complex, and has more potential. Asterisk fire lightning. Based on the amount of magic power, the intensity of the magic power will increase. It confuses the opponent. Asterisk boiling spark. With an explosion, it spreads out thunderbolts to its surroundings. The spark won't easily be extinguished. Asterisk this skill is unique. There is only one skill like this in the entire tower. If this is successfully passed on to someone else, it won't be unique anymore, and instead, there will be additional options given. This is still an incomplete skill. Finish the skill to raise the rank of the skill or gain a numbering. To get an ability acknowledged by the system, it had to be justified with a special pattern and skill. The wave of light was only just made. But it hadn't been able to be justified, so no one knew when this skill might disappear. Yeon-woo quickly wanted to justify this skill. Like the summary said, it had a lot of potential, and he didn't want to lose what he had. He couldn't put it in words, but he got a feeling that he would be able to grow this skill to something more than what it was. Yeon-woo now knew that the rest of the other shadows he had left to fight on the 21st were strong, but he didn't think he would lose. He awoke his second step authority, and he had his wave of fire. And Yeon-woo was able to learn a lot from his fight with the shadow. How to efficiently use the dragon body and use his authorities. He was able to learn a lot of things he hadn't known about. The dragon body and the authorities of his brother were definitely a lot higher than his. Until now, Yeon-woo had only tried to match his dragon body to his Mujong and engrave rune magic into his bones. But now, his eyes were opened. He felt like if he got some rest, he would definitely be able to deal with the rest of the shadows. Meanwhile, there was a new shadow appearing beyond an invisible wall. The person was completely thin and didn't even reach 2 meters in height. The person had dark circles, and looked sick. Second place, Hug Hell. That person is, the head bishop of the Devil Army. Hug Hell was the highest of the 9 bishops who ruled the Devil Army, and he was famous for having a trait of a lord. Because this person had not one, but 2 abilities that were hard to gain, and he had caused a commotion the moment he climbed to his position. Hug-Hell had defeated 4 bishops, including the head bishop at the time, Black Dusk, and put himself in that position instead. Even though the person hadn't entered the Devil Army when he was on the 21st floor, his shadow was still extremely strong. I heard that Kindred became the 2nd bishop after that person became the head bishop. Yeon-woo calmly looked at the head priest. No one knew anything about him other than his name. But since Yeon-woo knew that he had the Lord trait, he could find a way to fight against him. And he had the information that his brother gave him in the diary. There's something I want to check as well. He narrowed his eyes. He was completely focused on recuperating, but his eyes were fixed on the shadow of the head bishop. You have successfully cleared the trial of the 31st section. The place where Yeon-woo had stabbed Vigrid was still burning with the wave of fire. After some practice, Yeon-woo was able to move the direction as he wanted. When the shadow was exposed to the range, he was able to see his destructive power in action. And because he had decreased the amount of magic power used to the smallest amount possible, he used a lot less energy than in the sections before. Though, the fact that there were craters left in the ground and the ground was cracked all over was the same. There were even tracks like a large snake had slid on the ground. It was the effect of him being able to control the sea of fire with his authority. When the shadow disappeared, something yellow floated above it and approached Yeon-woo. Even though Yeon-woo hadn't done anything, Intrinian opened, and a piece of the Ruyi Bang came up to combine with it. Click! With the sound of them being bound together, the piece of the Ruyi Bang was about the size of someone's finger, and it fell down onto his palm. It happened so suddenly. Yeon-woo wasn't flustered at the sudden event and calmly checked the piece using his draconic eyes. Piece of the Ruyi Bang, 5/. You have discovered 4 new pieces of the Ruyi Bang. Complete the Ruyi Bang after finding more pieces. There's definitely something pulling the pieces to each other. And it doesn't seem like it'll be too hard to find the other pieces with this. Yeon-woo tightly gripped the pieces of the Ruyi Bang and laughed futilely. Other than that, there's a trap here too. The Devil Army was gathering pieces of the Ruyi Bang. Then what was an easy way to get pieces? Yeon-woo thought of what he would do if he was in the Devil Army. Take them from the challengers of the shadow. The pieces of the Ruyi Bang called each other. And there would be no way the pieces would be stolen on the 21st floor, where people fought to the death. They probably thought it was a good idea to put the pieces here because they thought the shadow wouldn't be defeated. And coincidentally or otherwise, someone with a piece would be someone strong enough to get here. So they put the pieces in the shadow and continued gathering them. But the pieces were now in Yeon-woo's hand. There was no reaction from the piece. It was probably too strong. But Yeon-woo lightly laughed and moved on to the next section after putting the piece into Intrinian. The 32nd section opened. There, a young version of the Martial King was sitting in a lotus position. Most shadows were expressionless, but it seemed like that shadow had been heavily influenced by the Martial King. He fully emanated a mischievous vibe. But Yeon-woo was able to see the sharp beast in him. The beast was still young, but it had sharp teeth and claws. The Martial King had said he caused a lot of trouble when he was younger. It was clear to see why. Yeon-woo raised Vigrid into position. Before Yeon-woo had left the One-Horned tribe, the Martial King had asked if he would be able to defeat his younger self. And Yeon-woo had answered that he would pay him back for all the suffering he went through. To defeat your teacher. To surpass them. It was something that any disciple would think about if they had an outstanding teacher. And the same went for Yeon-woo. He wondered how the genius Martial King was when he was his age. Also, he felt his competitive streak burning up. He defeated his brother and even the head bishop of the Devil Army. Since he was already here, he wanted to see it to the end. The Martial King was just someone he had to go through to reach that end. The trial of the 33rd section is beginning. And when the wall was lifted, the Martial King suddenly raised his arms. Then, he moved his lips like he was speaking. I surrender. A shadow that was supposed to do what the trial of the state told them to do had free will? It was impossible. There hadn't been anything about this in the diary. Yeon-woo wasn't able to move forward. For the first time since he entered the 21st floor, something felt off. Is this it? Jeong-woo checked the door of the smithy and entered. Creak. Excuse me. We're closed, so go back. The sun was still high up in the sky, but he spoke in an annoyed voice. He really made things whenever he wanted, like the rumors. Jeong-woo ignored him and entered the door. Inside, the sound of metal banging against itself was continuously ringing out. Shit. I'm not working right now, what are you? Hanova turned back, frowning. Jeong-woo looked at him with an indifferent face. Are you Hanova? While he was waiting for a reply, he moved his hand towards his back to pull out a dagger. The dagger shined. Chapter 184, Shadow Dojo, 9. Rebecca felt strange looking at Yeon-woo. There was a child like this? How did I not know about this until now? Rebecca thought of when she met Yeon-woo on the 20th floor. Back then, she hadn't been too interested in him. She just thought he was a sadhu hopeful that appeared once a year. She was busy training herself, so she didn't have time to think about other things. But when she received orders from the god Sir Nunos, her thoughts changed. From now, watch that child. Sir Nunos, like other gods, didn't really speak. So when she received orders to watch him, Rebecca was surprised. She asked for a specific reason, but she didn't get a reply. From then, Rebecca had begun to watch Yeon-woo. However, she couldn't really discover anything special about him. She lazily carried out Sir Nunos's order and almost forgot about it. And when she had been resurrected into a spirit, she felt like she knew why Sir Nunos had told her to watch him. He's continuing to get stronger by fighting. Every time he passes through one, how is that possible? Was he organizing what he learned so far, or did he learn something new every time? Every time Yeon-woo passed through a section, Rebecca could see that he changed. All the shadows in each section were definitely strong. However, even though Yeon-woo always seemed to be losing at the beginning, he always won at the end. She was completely shocked, especially when he had defeated Heaven Wing Cha Jeong-woo and the Devil Army's head bishop. Maybe, just maybe the reason why Sir Nunos hadn't completely retrieved his holy power was to observe Yeon-woo carefully. So she was curious just how far he could go. On one hand, she was also a bit worried. The opponent was the Martial King. The person judged to be the greatest in the history of the One-Horned tribe. Even the Summer Queen from the Red Dragon avoided him, and he was someone who was expected to be able to fight against Alforoni soon. Wouldn't someone like that be too hard even for Yeon-woo? However, the Martial King's shadow had signaled to surrender. Rebecca's eyes widened like she couldn't believe it. A shadow that surrendered. She had never heard or seen anything like this. Especially if it was the Martial King's shadow. What's that? The shadow is expressing his will. Like Rebecca, Shannon and Han Ryeong were completely taken aback. Because they were players that had once passed the 21st floor as well, they knew how impossible this was. A shadow was just a collection of data. It didn't have a personality, so it couldn't have free will. But even though the trial had begun, the shadow of the Martial King still had his arms raised up in the air. Hey, Master! Isn't that your teacher in disguise? Shannon knew that what he was saying was nonsense. Once an instant dungeon had begun, no outsider could enter. Even the guardians weren't allowed to come in. However, that scenario was more likely than what was happening now. But no. It's not completely impossible. Yeon-woo narrowed his eyes and looked at the shadow of the Martial King. It was hard for him to believe, but he didn't deny it like Shannon and Han Ryeong did. Hadn't he already gone through something similar to this? The shadow of his brother. Right before he had disappeared, he had definitely said something to Yeon-woo. At the time, he thought that the memory in that data had just momentarily activated. But if that wasn't the case, if the shadow of his brother had his own will for a moment, then it was possible that the Martial King's shadow could have it as well. Since the Martial King's shadow would have been even more perfect than his brother's. Of course, these were all just theories. It could also just be because the Martial King's shadow only attacked opponents he thought were enemies. Whatever the reason was, it was clear that the shadow was a lot different from the other ones. The Martial King must have thought that Yeon-woo was interested in him, so he smiled even bigger and slowly put his arms down. Then he began to move his mouth again. I know that I can't win even if I fight you. So let's talk for a moment. The shadow didn't make any sound, but it was clearly saying that. That thing really talks? Whoa! So confusing. Master. You have to be more careful. This is something that hasn't even happened before. He might be playing games. Yeon-woo never let his guard down. No, normally, he would have pulled out the grid without any hesitation. He hated being moved by the unknown. He would have done something before the shadow began anything. More than anything, the opponent was the Martial King. The Martial King was someone who could even push his younger brother away. Saying that they should have a discussion was probably just a trick to put his guard down. However, I want to check. Yeon-woo was deep in contemplation. If they're more than an application of data and, if even their consciousness has been copied. If shadows really did have their own identities, wouldn't he be able to meet his brother again? He could continue to repeat the 21st floor and speak with his brother every time he wanted to. And if he could awaken the personality in the shadow, then bring the shadow out. He kept on having those thoughts. What do you want to talk about? Outside things. Outside things. Yet. I don't know anything about the outside because I'm stuck here. Just the memories of my original owner. So tell me about the outside. Then I'll send you straight to the next trial. How's that? I don't think that's a bad offer. The shadow smiled. It was a mischievous smile, but it was also one that made you feel nervous. Yeon-woo spoke after some thought. No. Let's do a question, then an answer. How? We can ask each other things one by one. I also have something I want to check from you. Well then. Fine, whatever you want. The shadow smiled and put his hand down. Shannon. Han Ryeong. Suddenly, his shadow was split into two. Shannon and Han Ryeong moved next to the shadow suddenly. The shadow's face hardened. As if asking what this was all about. However, Yeon-woo asked like it was obvious. How should I trust you? The Martial King that Yeon-woo had seen so far was always someone he hadn't been able to read. He didn't know what he was thinking. So Yeon-woo was planning on holding the shadow while having his questions answered. Then. Shit. I thought I got a pushover. The shadow muttered like it was ridiculous. His voice was similar to the Martial King. The shadow could clearly make sound. Since it ended up like this, well. I can't do anything. That was the beginning. Boom. Along the shadow, there was a powerful magic explosion. Shannon and Hanyang were pushed back without being able to do anything, and the shadow soared up. Then, Rebecca, who had been hiding behind Yeon-woo, flew up to where the shadow was. Shannon and Han Ryeong quickly caught their balance. "K. We can finally move around as well." The two were laughing even though they had just been hit with the explosion. Actually, they were a bit upset that they would have to just watch while Yeon-woo was passing through the sections. Shannon felt this especially as he hadn't been able to fight after the battle with Leant and Bahul. After getting the sword from Hanova, he had been completely ready to fight. A weapon was only good for being used in battle. But this was different. The gates that Yeon-woo had gone through were just fun and games for him. But it was different this time. In the sections so far, Yeon-woo had done everything by himself. But this time, he wasn't planning on doing that. No, to be exact, he did think of that, but he had changed his mind. Bind the Martial King's shadow. That was the order that Yeon-woo gave them. It definitely didn't seem easy, but it was probably going to be fun. The two got ready to kick off from the ground. Rebecca was chasing after the shadow. In addition, Yeon-woo got ready to raise his monster portents from the shadows. He wanted to get the Martial King's shadow using whatever means necessary. It was something that might get his brother back for real. He had to try everything. His eyes were filled with urgency. But Shannon and Han Ryeong weren't able to move. Right before Rebecca was about to attack the Martial King's shadow, the shadow clenched his fist and spread his hand out. Then, the magic power that had been condensed in his hand broke and started to pour down to the ground. It was like a meteor shower. Looking blankly at it, it could be considered beautiful. However, the result wasn't. Everything that was touched by the magic power exploded. The ground shook, causing another explosion. Nothing was left. His monsters were swept away, and the fog from Boo had scattered. Rebecca crumbled to pieces, and Shannon and Han Ryeong were pushed to the edges of the stage. When their bodies were irrevocably, they returned back into the shadow. Fortunately, Yeon-woo had been able to use his fire wings to cover him. Wave of light? It was similar to that. The problem was that while the wave of light couldn't be controlled, the Martial King's shadow used it naturally. He had swept away all the monsters and Shannon and Han Ryeong in one blow. His brother was a monster, but the Martial King was even worse. It was unbelievable. The Martial King should have been making the 8 extreme fists during this time. What happened? Yeon-woo returned his monsters back into the shadow, and pulled out Vigrid to see what the shadow knew about the 8 writings of divination. Then, something suddenly came to him. What the Martial King had said to him right before he left the One-Horned Tribe's village. Are you confident? And he asked a question right after. Win, while you're at it. Even the first place. He hadn't thought much about it back then. But thinking about it now, his words were mixed with envy and jealousy. Since the Martial King was second place, he could deduce that he hadn't been able to defeat the first place shadow of Al-Foroni. Had that remained as a regret to the Martial King until now? That might have been the reason that the shadow had his own identity and completed the 8 extreme fists in a different direction than its original owner. Between the settling dust cloud, the shadow twisted his lips and spoke. That now, it looked like the 8 extreme fists. Are you related to my actual body? This is amusing. I suddenly have more I want to ask. The shadow laughed like the Martial King and lightly stretched to warm up his body. Crack. He seemed like a beast. Yeon-woo thought that this person might have the same amount, no, more talent than his brother. How focused could he be to move his shadow around like he was a ghost that came back with regrets? But what Yeon-woo noticed was, he sees me as prey, hey. He seemed to be thinking of Yeon-woo as a supplement to get stronger. He looked like a predator in front of a prey. Yeon-woo realized why Fanti had said his father's personality was frustrating. Seeing it with his own eyes, he felt a bit annoyed. Yeon-woo spread his fire wings. Chapter 185, Shadow Dojo, 10. Territory Announcement. Dragon's authority, Vina, has been announced. You are able to exercise your authorities in your territory. The second step authority has been activated. Authority, Dragonic Pressure. All attributes increase within the set time. All defenses increase as much as your magic power. He ignored the familiar messages and immediately used Blink. Where Yeon-woo arrived was right behind the shadow. Yeon-woo swung his aura-filled Vigrid. Boom! The shadow flicked it away with his hand. The shadow's hand was so tough that it was only slightly scratched. Yeon-woo and the shadow exchanged some blows. Yeon-woo relentlessly attacked, and the shadow calmly avoided the attacks. But what Yeon-woo felt from the process was that he's a lot weaker than I thought. The martial king was a lot less skilled than he had expected. Of course, he wasn't weak, since he was still stronger than Yeon-woo's brother. The shadow was similar to someone with a second-step authority, like him. He thought that it was doable. Is there not that much of a difference in the data? Even though the shadow was obsessed with becoming stronger, he was still limited by the system from when he was recorded in the Hall of Fame. That was probably it. Since if the shadow was able to grow stronger after it was made, it should have been as strong as the martial king. Once he realized that, he understood how to use the 8 writings of divinations of the shadow. Since he couldn't change his attribute, did he focus on his martial arts? Yeon-woo lightly clicked his tongue, thinking that things like this happened. It had probably been decades since the shadow was recorded in the Hall of Fame. In that time, he had probably practiced his 8 extreme fists again and again. Yeon-woo realized how the 8 extreme fists was this abnormal. He felt that shadow was amazing for being able to grow that much with his obsessiveness. No. This isn't just obsessiveness, but... Then, the shadow brought his fist closer to himself. It was definitely the 8 writings of divination. It's almost like a habit. With those thoughts, Yeon-woo quickly activated Blink. He appeared behind the shadow and attacked his lower body. A wall made of dirt crumbled. Between the stones, the shadow and Yeon-woo were both doing something different. The shadow spread out his hand to explode lightning, and Yeon-woo got his wave of fire ready. As lightning and fire clashed, a high column of light soared up to the air. Dust, cloud, and smoke also floated up. Yeon-woo consecutively used Blink and Haste to escape the range of the explosion. He was able to control them now somewhat, and thanks to them, the effects of the 2 magic spells had dramatically increased. Yeon-woo observed the explosion from the ends of the instant dungeon. His extrasensory perception and draconic eyes chased after the shadow. Master! Then, Shannon frantically shouted in his head. He could also feel Han Ryeong and Rebecca. They wanted to come outside. He could feel their fury from the previous attack. However... Wait! Yeon-woo shushed them. Right now, it was time to focus on what was at hand. He's coming. Boom! Not too long after he was finished thinking, the shadow of the martial king approached him at a rapid speed from the dust cloud. His laughter-filled face crumpled violently. Unlike Yeon-woo, who had escaped from the explosion almost unscathed, the shadow was a bit injured. His burnt skin was smoking. However, Yeon-woo knew that an injured beast was more violent. If the shadow had been enjoying this, now, he would come at him with his full strength. Also, he didn't seem as injured as Yeon-woo initially thought. Had he used the 8 extreme fists to escape? It seemed so. That was what his draconic eyes and extrasensory perception were telling him. Time difference. Before he clashed with him again, Yeon-woo thought to himself. If this went on, he wouldn't win. He might lose, or it might be a tie if he used Shannon and the other's strength. But that couldn't happen. Yeon-woo was hoping for one thing. Complete victory. He wanted to defeat the shadow one-sidedly. He wanted to defeat the martial king, and he thought that it might be possible to make his brother come alive again. He needed to come up with a strategy before there was another fight. Or he would need to get a clue to get a power that would help him defeat the martial king. First of all, what was the difference between him and the shadow? They were similar, but their proficiency in 8 extreme fists was different. Since the shadow had trained himself for tens of years while being trapped in this place. But that aside, the shadow probably would have been better well versed in the 8 extreme fists than Yeon-woo when he got here in the first place. So he began to think again. What was the difference between me and the sword god, or Nocturne? He thought of the martial king's disciples he had met so far. They were already walking their paths at this point. Yeon-woo had multiple skills, but he wasn't as good as them. A path of his own. This was what Yeon-woo was contemplating about these days. He had become master with aura, but Yeon-woo still didn't know about the path he was walking. There was definitely more he wanted. To be faster and stronger. However, the problem was that Yeon-woo didn't really want to walk the path of a martial artist. It was fun learning Mujang. He became competitive, and it was satisfactory. However, although it was fun, it didn't do much for his goal. So Yeon-woo decided to change his interests. If he couldn't make his own path, he could walk the path of another. No, he could make that path his own. That was easier and more efficient. Also, Yeon-woo had 3 good examples to learn from. First, Yeon-woo decided to become the sword god. The flaws of the sword god that he saw on the 21st section were still ingrained in his head. He tried to replicate the flaws using his extrasensory perception. What he interpreted from the sword god was direct strength. It was a power that was sturdy and tough. Yeon-woo's body heavily settled down, and his eyes slightly changed. You have found the new option, synchronization. The proficiency of the skill extrasensory perception has increased 28.1%. As a message popped up, the slowed up time sped up again. The Martial King's shadow was approaching Yeon-woo again. Right before he attacked, he felt something different from Yeon-woo. Yeon-woo brought the grid down fiercely. He moved so fast that he was doing almost 30 movements per second. The shadow's eyes widened. Yeon-woo's strength was different. If it had been sizzling like fire in the past, it was now as hard as a diamond. The grid came at his head. Normally, the shadow would have flicked it away, but his arm probably would have been cut off. The shadow decided to confront Yeon-woo head-on. Lightning enveloped Yeon-woo. However, the grid tore through the lightning and approached the shadow's chest. The shadow was flown back with his right chest wounded. His widened eyes shook. This was a different Yeon-woo from before. What are you? The shadow growled. But Yeon-woo was already moving on to the next step. Nocturne. This time, his strength was smooth and fancy. The path of Nocturne that Yeon-woo had interpreted was illusions. It was a strength that used the power of focal points. Every time the grid was used, a sharp attack was added onto it. The shadow quickly became bloodied. Now, his 2 eyes were boiling with rage. But Yeon-woo calmly imitated Nocturne's pattern and avoided the shadow's attacks. Between Yeon-woo and Nocturne, there was a wide gap of understanding. He couldn't imitate Nocturne exactly, but he tried to analyze Nocturne in his head. Yeon-woo's sword techniques had brought him to the level of an expert. With the dragon's authority and magic equip on top of that, Yeon-woo had the edge. With a blow from Yeon-woo, the shadow's left arm was cut off. Yeon-woo called for a new synchronization. Martial King. This time, he became the guy in front of him. He couldn't become the Martial King, but he was able to similarly copy the shadow. The shadow looked at Yeon-woo in shock. He felt like he was fighting 3 people. He was the shadow giving the trial, but it felt like he had been the one to experience it. Yeon-woo used his last writing of divination. It was something that ripped apart everything in sight. What Yeon-woo interpreted from the Martial King was pressing down your opponent with strength. Eventually, the shadow was pushed back powerlessly. His anger was up to his head. Shit! The shadow ground his teeth and expressed anger for the first time. It wasn't towards Yeon-woo. It was towards himself, for being stuck here. There was another anger mixed in there too. Yeon-woo felt his obsession for defeating Alforoni. And Yeon-woo was able to realize that guy wasn't the Martial King. He was from the Martial King's data, but he was only an obsessive remnant of him. The Martial King that Yeon-woo knew wasn't like that. He was stronger and more arrogant than anyone. Also, he was the freest. He wasn't someone to be bound to something like this. That guy was a shell. Yes, that was a good way to describe it. Before Yeon-woo began his last attack, he changed his base again. He synchronized with Heaven Wing Cha Jeong-woo. The 8 extreme swords loosely escaped and quickly landed in the heart of the shadow. There, Yeon-woo was able to get a test of the path he would walk. Divine speed. What if he was able to use a power that even the gods couldn't see, because it was so strong? It was a path worth considering to take. The shadow glared at Yeon-woo, panting, and crumbled to pieces. You have successfully cleared the 30-second section. Through this trial, you have grown significantly. You have accomplished something extraordinary. Additional karma and rewards are being given. Master, you. In the fading dungeon, Shannon tossed Yeon-woo a question. He was asking why Yeon-woo didn't grab onto the shadow of the Martial King. But Yeon-woo shook his head in reply. He felt like he had dreamt a happy dream, although it had only been for a little while. But he was still able to have hope. Even if he brought his brother's shadow, could it really be his brother? It would just be an imitation, like the Martial King's. It was an insult to his brother. A dream was only a dream. It couldn't come true. This chapter is updated by Nov.com. Yet. He's someone I can't see anymore. Yeon-woo decided to accept reality. But he couldn't help but feel a bit better. Maybe he had been hoping that there was a way for his brother to come back all this time. And the dungeon disappeared like that, leaving way for a new dungeon. It was the last section. Al-Foroni. Yeon-woo wanted to quickly leave the dungeon and beat the shadow that the Martial King hadn't been able to. The trial of the 33rd section is beginning. Soon, the fight with first place Bivasbat is beginning. Just when Yeon-woo was preparing for the fight, the shadow of Bivasbat has been deleted for an unknown reason. The data cannot be found. The trial of the 33rd floor has automatically been finished. All trials have ended. It was a completed unexpected message. What? Yeon-woo wrinkled his forehead. Chapter 186, Demon's Forest, 1. Al-Foroni's shadow wasn't here? It wasn't completely unimaginable, seeing as the Martial King's shadow had his own will. But Al-Foroni was different. This meant that a section of the system was completely different now. Considering how the gods and demons weren't able to leave the 98th floor because of the system, this was something that definitely shouldn't have happened. But Yeon-woo really couldn't find Al-Foroni's shadow. There was a blue portal leading to the next floor where Al-Foroni was supposed to be. Just how am I supposed to take this? Yeon-woo thought for a moment and shook his head. It wasn't something he should be concerned about anyway. If Al-Foroni wasn't here, this position would be his. You have achieved a great record. Would you like to put your name on the Hall of Fame? You have rejected recording your name. Even though your name is revealed, your accomplishments will be registered so that you can check anytime. 21st floor ranking. Tied first place. Unrevealed and Bivasbat. Third place. Neu. Fourth place. Hughal. Fifth place. Cha Jeong-woo. Although he hadn't been able to see Al-Foroni's shadow to become the only first place, this was a pretty good result. He was curious what kind of face the Martial King would have when he heard the results. Yeon-woo clicked the end to the messages that popped up like he always did. It was better to stack up rewards and get them at a later time. Just when he was about to activate the portal, his communication ring suddenly rang. It was news from the Night Watch, from the outer section of the tower. I wonder what it could be. I think you'll have to hurry. Why? They say that they haven't been able to see Brahm on the 23rd floor for a while. Yeon-woo's eyes got bigger and he quickly activated the portal. He had been too relaxed because he thought Brahm would stay there for a while. The portal opened, and Yeon-woo was swallowed by light. News that the first place of the 21st floor's Hall of Fame changed spread quickly to the rest of the tower. The players who hadn't been paying attention to the lower floors started to pay attention now. It was a record that hadn't changed for a while. Even the Martial King hadn't been able to change it. Though the new record was only a tied first place, it was still amazing that he had the same score as Alforoni. Because of this, the name the Hoarder started to become famous among the high rankers in the large clans. And among them, a few started to have questions. Why doesn't the Hoarder reveal his name? From the tutorial to here, the Hoarder had never revealed his name. It was unrevealed, but there was no one who didn't know him. Most people didn't pay too much attention to this because countless events occurred in the tower, but some people began to have questions. So what? Hanova was about to ask the person who came in, but he paused after seeing the message in front of his eyes. There has been a new record set on the 21st floor's Hall of Fame. Would you like to check? The 21st floor. It was the floor that Yeon-woo went to this morning. After Hanova sent Yeon-woo away, he set his notifications so he would be able to know if there was a change in the rankings. However, he didn't think that he would have to worry about it until at least a few days, or even a few years. So he was confused to see the alarm suddenly pop up. Thinking that something was wrong, he quickly flicked the window up. He had already forgotten about the stranger who came in. And in the ranking, there was an unfamiliar name in first place. Tied first place. Was it possible to be tied on the system rankings? No, other than that, was there someone who had the same record as Alforoni? So although Hanova was surprised, he smiled warmly. He thought it was worth it making those artifacts for him. Since at the very least, Yeon-woo hadn't dirted his name. He still has a brain though. Hanova smiled and put the hammer back down. He put his pipe in his mouth. Taking the smoke in, he had a thought to himself. If he was also a player, he would have gone straight to the 21st floor. There was a face he wanted to see, although it was only a shadow. He occasionally thought about how nice it would have been to go see him. Since Yeon-woo had gone to the 21st floor with his weapon, Hanova felt that it was the same thing as going there himself. He wanted to think of it. The face that Yeon-woo probably would have seen. What kind of face would he have had? Would he have been laughing? Or been expressionless, like the other shadows? What kind of face would that guy have had when he was clearing the 21st floor? He was probably smiling like a fool. And what would he have been wearing? Did he use the dragon slayer he made, or was it that lightning? The more he thought about it, the more old memories started to pop up. They were things that he didn't want to think about. Now, he thought he could start opening those memories one by one. Wasn't there a customer here? And I heard someone from the One-Horned tribe was coming. Hanova was locked in thought for a moment, and then he turned his head to look at the door. There was just an empty door. No one was there. Jeong-woo felt strange seeing Hanova smile. When he had investigated, he heard that Hanova's skill had become rusty after Arthea was ruined. However, Jeong-woo could guarantee that wasn't the case. The reason why those rumors had spread was probably because he wasn't motivated anymore. But Hanova seemed to have found his fire again, even though his disciple was dead. Although they had cut ties, he was still his disciple. Something's definitely up. So Jeong-woo was planning on messing Hanova up. He would even kidnap and torture him if needed. But right before he could, the door suddenly opened. The guy at the door had a horn. He was probably from the One-Horned tribe. And he had strange contraptions in both his hands. He didn't have any reason to fight Hanova in front of the One-Horned tribe. He could get Hanova another time. But the One-Horned tribe members seemed to have suspected something. He began to secretly follow Jeong-woo. Jeong-woo realized it, and he took some turns into an alleyway of the outer section. I don't know why the One-Horned tribe is following me. Jeong-woo looked at the dark alleyway and purposely spoke in a loud voice. And someone silently came. He had a pleasant face, but it could look threatening when he tried. It was Yeon-woo, who was someone that served as a potential successor to the psychic and also worked for the Fanti siblings. Yeon-woo had come all the way here because the tribe and Hanova had a deal. It's not as much as Miss Edora, but I still have some power. You seem dangerous. Who are you? Yeon-woo said something that Jeong-woo couldn't understand and lightly clenched his fist. He didn't even bother hiding his intention. He always had a smile on in front of Yeon-woo and the siblings, but he was actually pretty famous among the warriors. And Yeon-woo had gotten a dangerous impression from Jeong-woo in the smithy. It was clear he was trying to harm Hanova. Yeon-woo needed to ask what he was trying to do. Jeong-woo lightly clicked his tongue. Not even the Summer Queen wanted to be involved with the One-Horned tribe, so he didn't want to get involved with them either. Even if he just wanted to talk, since the guy was giving off such a murderous intent, there was nothing he could do. And he wasn't that talented at speaking in the first place. There was a much easier option, so why would he bother with talking? More than anything, the reason why Jeong-woo avoided the tribe was because they were annoying, not because he was scared. There was a chance the One-Horned tribe could get back at him, but it had already been a while since he had stopped caring. Jeong-woo silently got the arrow that was on his back. If there was a silver lining, it was that he had another person to ask things. Yeon-woo didn't have anything to do with Arthea, but no harm could come from checking. Jeong-woo moved towards Yeon-woo. His four directions bow was ready for action. Hee. This is fucked up. Blood poured from his mouth. Yeon-woo wanted to get up somehow, but he kept on falling back down because of the arrow in his chest. Jeong-woo looked down at Yeon-woo coldly. It wasn't an even match from the beginning. A high ranker versus a semi-ranker. It was obvious what the result of a fight between the two would be. But Jeong-woo was shocked when dealing with Yeon-woo. As expected of the One-Horned tribe, it wasn't easy. From now on, I want you to answer what I say. Jeong-woo spoke while pushing down the arrow in Yeon-woo's shoulder. It was painful, but Yeon-woo smiled. Like it would never go his way. Why should I? I'll save you if you answer me. Hee. You think I'll fall for that? I don't think so. That was amusing to watch. Jeong-woo lightly clicked his tongue. The guy couldn't even fight back, but his gaze was still sharp. He knew well about these gazes. People with these gazes wouldn't ever respond, even with torture. Oh well. It's not really a way I like, but... Hee. What? Are you giving up? As if. Jeong-woo smirked and put his forefinger to his mouth while using his left hand to push Yeon-woo down. Purple smoke started to creep up. And what came up was a blue snake with 9 heads. The demonic snake was one of the many monsters he had caught back when he was a hero. Eat! The demonic snake slid to Yeon-woo. Yeon-woo didn't take his eyes off the snake. The snake entered Yeon-woo's mouth and started to eat his brain. Then, images began to pop up in Jeong-woo's head. The snake had the ability to absorb some of the memories of what it ate. This was a method that Jeong-woo used often. There wasn't any sound, but there was still a lot of stuff that he found out. Why the One-Horned tribe suddenly didn't participate and why the Martial King's children had crossed over to Red Dragon. At the center of it all was the Hoarder, Cain. He kept seeing the Hoarder, Cain. Even after Jeong-woo read everything, he had to think for a while. So he wasn't just scouted, but there was a reason, right? He didn't plan on getting on Jeong-woo's side from the beginning, but he wasn't really on Red Dragon's side either. Jeong-woo felt a strange vibe from Cain. He acted like he didn't really care about participating in Red Dragon. He participated as a mercenary from the One-Horned tribe, but he seemed to prioritize participating in the war over everything else. It was amusing. There were a lot of things that didn't make sense, but it was still worth being interested in. Everything revolved around him. At first, he ignored him because he thought there wasn't really anything to him. But it seemed like he had a lot of secrets. Cain. Jeong-woo mumbled the unfamiliar name several times. Cain. He didn't like the name for some reason. But he was also amused. The reason why Cain wanted to participate in the war was on his mind. Then, the snake crawled out from the corpse. Yeon-woo's corpse was completely sucked dry. After Jeong-woo extended his arm and the snake wrapped around him like a bracelet, he began to move towards the tower. From what he heard, there was something about Kane heading towards the 23rd floor. I hope something fun happens. Jeong-woo lifted a corner of his mouth. He felt expectant for the first time since he entered the tower. Chapter 187 Demon's Forest, 2. The trial of the 22nd floor is beginning. Trial, there has been a large problem in this port that faces the wide ocean. The attack of the Kraken. The trial of the 22nd floor was very simple. It was catching the Kraken that appeared on the shores. But the Kraken was a monster that was 70 meters long. It had 10 tentacles that could easily sweep things aside, and it had a toxic venom. So a party of at least 30 was required to attack it, but... boom! The new Kraken that arrived on the shore experienced a splitting pain. Keek! The Kraken screamed in pain. It swung its tentacles around like a fly swatter trying to get the annoying fly-like creature in front of it, but the fly raised its sword like it had been waiting and cut its tentacles off. A fountain of blood shot up and poured down on the pieces of the leg. The sand was already wet with the blood of the Kraken. Normally, the Kraken was an object of fear to players because it was so big. But right now, its size was its weakness because it was providing a better target for attack. Yeon-woo soared through the sky with his fire wings, flinging the grid around. Watching the monster fall because of his wave of fire made him feel strangely satisfied. The Kraken's heart popped up in the air as its head and body were split apart. Its heart was about the size of a human's head, which was smaller than he expected. Yeon-woo used magic power to put the heart in his hand. The Kraken had a lot of magic power and health because it was so large. The heart could be a good material. All trials have been finished. You have succeeded in dealing with the Kraken, the Emperor of the Ocean, through solo playing. You have earned 15,000 karma. You have earned an additional 20,000 karma. The earned karma is being added to your total karma. Would you like to register your name in the Hall of Fame? You have denied registering your name. The god of the sea, Poseidon, is showing interest in you. He is considering suggesting an apostle position to you. An unknown god is expressing refusal. An unknown god is expressing concern. The demons are interested. They are having a deep discussion at someone's suggestion. Poseidon. After he visited the Olympus treasury, Yeon-woo didn't have that much contact with Olympus. Sometimes, he saw messages from Hermes or Athena. However, this was the first time he saw a message from one of the top-tiered gods of Olympus like Poseidon. Was it because he got one of the highest-ranking sea monsters, the Kraken? But like always, under the messages that the gods were interested, there were messages about concern from the opposing side, and there was something about the demons having a discussion. He didn't normally care about this stuff, but anyone would look twice at it if these messages kept on popping up. Just who were these gods and demons? Although it doesn't matter. Since he didn't plan on accepting whatever offer they gave. And right now, he had to quickly move on to the 23rd floor. He was worried that Brahm disappeared. Yeon-woo slid all the messages down and activated the green portal. This is the 23rd floor, gate of the Demon's Forest. The new location he arrived at was a cliff. The wide sky filled his eyes. It was completely different from the different skies of floors that Yeon-woo had seen so far. It wasn't the color of a beautiful sunset, but a color that gave a frightening impression of blood. Yeon-woo looked back down. Under the sky, there was a vast forest. It was definitely creepy. And with his draconic eyes, he could see different energies and ghosts. Souls were wrapped around the forest like a spider web, and half-invisible ghosts were wandering around. The trial of the 23rd floor is beginning. Trial, unlike the demons that are powerful enough for the gods to feel threatened, their ancestors were born in an abandoned unknown land that no one knows. Their world always had a red sky because light never properly entered, and it didn't rain for hundreds of years, drying up the land. It seems like a land where nothing can live, but even here, they are mysterious living beings that have evolved. The demon tree births babies from the energy in this world. Survive from the attacks of the greedy demon trees and their starving babies. The more demon trees and babies you kill, the more advantageous it will be for your survival. Like how the draconic species widely covered beings like dragonias and wyverns, although they were completely different, the demons on the 98th floor couldn't be compared to their ancestors. No, to be exact, although the demons on the 98th floor had started off from a low level after fighting and predation, they were able to be devil kings and devil dukes. They had power that didn't fall short of a god's, and they were the cause of the extinction of the draconic species a long time ago. But the demons here on the 23rd floor were different. They were born from the fruit of the tree called the demon tree, and they lived according to instinct. At this point, their level of intelligence was lower than a monster's, and the demons hated being compared to them. I think the phrase "a frog can't remember when it was a tadpole" best describes the demons. The things that the demons called the demonic species was an image that the demons hated. They were clumps of minus energy that didn't have any intelligence. They were organized into species like phantoms or ghosts for convenience, but it wasn't like they were similar physically. Instead, they were true to their instinct. Their instinct to eat. They tried to eat whatever came in their path, and they didn't even care if it was the same species as them. However, after they kept on eating, they seemed to wake up some part of them. From then, they could think for themselves, and feel emotions. Then, they wanted something once they felt greed. Whether it's skills, power, or strength. Soon, they became demons, then devil dukes, or devil kings. Eating whatever came way might have been their way of survival. That was why the draconic species, who loved intelligence and logic, hated them. But even that aside, the 23rd floor where the demonic species lived shouldn't be looked down upon. Yeon-woo thought of the record of the 23rd floor that was on the diary and remembered the hidden pieces he could get from here. It was probably the purple devil flower and the ceratopsian dinosaur of the Deroy Lake, right? Before the demon tree bore fruit, it grew a strong scented devil flower. All the flowers were called devil flowers for convenience, but their traits and forms were actually different. There were ones that had pleasant scents, and ones that were like Venus flytraps, having a solution inside of them. Of those, what Yeon-woo was looking for was the purple devil flower. It was so rare that it wasn't well known to the public, but it was a flower that birthed higher-ranking demonic species. That was how good the demonic energy inside of it was. And Deroy Lake was the lake in the center of the demon's forest. He heard it was pretty big, but Yeon-woo couldn't see it from where he was. The ceratopsian dinosaur living in the lake was as hard to catch as the kraken. No, it was harder, but its neotin was very useful. If I combine the devil flower and the neotin of the ceratopsian dinosaur, it'll make a nice elixir. I'll be able to raise the level of my magic power. Yeon-woo already had a lot of magic power. So he didn't need any more. What he needed was the growth of its level. The mythical energy that his brother had learned from Baeluk would probably be of help. However, the problem was that it would be focused on evil or dark properties. But that's actually better for me. Since my personality is tilting more towards the evil property side. Yeon-woo slowly organized his thoughts and left the start zone. Actually, even while he was going over these things, there was something else his mind was on. The Philosopher's Stone. The alchemist Brahm had been staying on the 23rd floor for a while now. The reason was not known. As much as he was a free spirit, he probably had a reason for doing things. The problem is how to find him. Night Watch had said that Brahm suddenly hid his location. Because of that, Yeon-woo hadn't been able to find hidden pieces of the 22nd floor and rushed to get here right after the trial. They said a lot of people were looking for Brahm these days. People looked for Brahm? The guy with no friends and only enemies? It was suspicious. I'll head over to where he's staying first. Yeon-woo moved towards the coordinates that the Night Watch gave him. Fortunately, the location of the coordinates wasn't that far off from the Deroy Lake. The further he went in, the trees covered his view of the red sky. And the air was tart. Health and magic power levels would be decreased at a faster rate. People whose powers tilted towards the godly property would probably suffer quite a lot. On the other hand, wahahaha! This place is so nice. Was the 23rd floor always this refreshing? That's probably because we're different. It feels breezy. Han Ryeong and Shannon had left the shadows to look around. Because normal players didn't try to head towards where the lake was, they could freely roam around. It was painful to living beings, but to them, it was the perfect location. Even the portents were running around. Also, Kiaa, Kayakya, Krug, Krug. The demonic species and ghosts were being eaten by the portents. The predator had turned into prey. So to the portents, this was like a buffet. Who has consumed Phantom 21? His demonic property has increased by 2. Chan has gobbled up Spirit 99. His demonic property has increased by 5. Thanks to that, Yeon-woo was taking a light walk while the portents were becoming stronger. Rebecca was looking at them with her arms crossed, dissatisfied. For a spirit with holy power, it was a bit uncomfortable. However, when they arrived at their destination, their freedom was taken away. This is... how unlucky! Shannon and Han Ryeong spoke in annoyed voices. There was a holy and pure energy not fitting of the demon's forest from the lakeshore. Elohim. The Elohim frequently emanated this strength, saying that people who joined them had to have at least this much power. But the Elohim and Brahm didn't get along. Why were the Elohim felt here? Yeon-woo took everyone back into his shadow and climbed to the highest tree to look down. There was a small cottage next to the lake with a field next to it. Around it, there was a blonde high elf with ashy wings and 9 other superior species that were hard to see in the tower. However, there was someone who stood out the most. Yeon-woo was shocked. What is that guy doing here? Someone with silky red hair and black eyes without any whites. His clear skin showed his blue blood. They were all characteristics of the protogenoi species. The protogenoi were originally a part of the godly species, but they were species who had lost their holiness and fell to the lower floors. Because of that, they were in high positions in the Elohim, and they didn't go outside a lot. But to think that guy would be on the 23rd floor, where he hated the most. Also, it was a face familiar to Yeon-woo. One of the highest consuls who ruled Elohim, Ether of Light. And he had also been a member of Arthea. When he first met Ether, it wasn't too long after I started climbing the tower. I think it was the 11th floor. Yeon-woo pressed down his sudden anger that was boiling up, and he tried to observe the situation as calmly as possible. Why was that person looking for Brahm? Other than the kind of person Ether was, the Elohim were enemies with Brahm. If they were looking for Brahm, it meant that there was something big happening. Just when he lowered his body thinking that he needed to continue watching the situation. Swish! Someone quickly popped out from the forest and fired arrows at the players. He couldn't see who it was, but once he checked with his extrasensory perception, his eyes became bigger. Galliard. Chapter 188 Demon's Forest, 3. Galliard was a dark elf whom he met in the tutorial. He had chased after Akasha's snake for a long time and gave Shunpo to Yeon-woo after a quest. Also, he was his brother's first teacher. After finding the picture of his family, he didn't seem to know what to do. But it seemed like he had climbed the tower, and he was staying with Brahm, who was his friend. However, the combination of Galliard and Ether was something he had never thought of, and Yeon-woo felt extremely confused right now. People like Ether are following Brahm, and if Galliard is stopping that. Yeon-woo quickly followed after Galliard. Galliard was famous for being a local of the tutorial. He was as strong as a ranker. But as he received rewards from climbing the tower, it seemed like he had gotten stronger. Every time he moved with his Shunpo, there were remnants left behind, and the speed at which he shot his arrow was hard to chase with the eyes. However, the arrow wasn't a simple wooden arrow. It was an iron arrow that was carefully made. Had Brahm made it separately for him? Boom! Like magic had been cast on the arrow, the iron arrow exploded where it landed. The 9 Elohim players quickly scattered. When you were dealing with a bow user, the damage would be greater the closer you were with other people. You needed to spread apart to decrease the bow user's range. Like they were thinking the same thing, they quickly avoided the arrows and formed a circle to catch Galliard. But that was only possible if they could catch up to the archer. Since Galliard had already mastered the skill called Shunpo, it was almost impossible for them to catch up. Also, this was the demon's forest. This place was disadvantageous to the Elohim players, and because there was cover everywhere, Galliard was like a fish in water. Pababat! Galliard fell back and continued to shoot arrows. His arrows were so rapid that the rankers felt a chill on their backs. When they realized that they couldn't avoid it, the players got their swords out to flick the arrows away. Once the arrows met their swords, a shockwave and fire covered them. Keek! Shit! The two that had been trying to catch Galliard spit out curses and fell back. One's body had been completely burned, and the others had become completely bloodied as their sword was broken into pieces. When Galliard was about to knock another arrow, suddenly, a player appeared from behind him. It was the high elf with gold hair. He was the only person who had been able to barely catch up to Galliard. Got you! The high elf laughed confidently and tried to pierce his sword where Galliard, but his expression hardened right after. Galliard's figure was fading away like an illusion. When your speed was at the extreme, there would be some remnants of you left behind in the air. Galliard had learned new skills after mastering his Shunpo. It was a skill where he left his remnants behind to trick his opponent's eyes and secretly hurt them. And after they were caught in it, the trap would be activated. Behind him, there was a shadow of a tree. The arrow landed in the back of the rebelling high elf. Kwang! Cook! He circulated his wind spirit and just barely made a barrier around him to block the arrow. But the shock of the explosion was so big that his body was pushed back, and because his vision was blocked from the black smoke, he lost Galliard. Then, Galliard's body suddenly bent backward and was flung forward. He had been using a hit-and-run strategy, but this time, he was aiming for a face-to-face fight. You dare! A child of darkness! The high elf's face crumpled as Galliard appeared through the smoke. To a high elf, who had the blood of the precious god of beauty, Freya, a dark elf was a disgusting and lowly species. To him, Galliard was nothing more than a quick-footed hunter. The fact that he was attacking him meant that he was looking down at him, so he wanted to show him who he was messing with. But there was something the high elf was mistaken about. A bow and arrow were just tools that Galliard used. He was still a master in other martial arts and weapons. And as Galliard's skill increased, the high elf's martial art couldn't follow him. Galliard pulled out an arrow and slashed through the high elf's wrists and his Achilles tendon. Runt! Other people belatedly arrived to stop Galliard, but Galliard had already moved back and was shooting arrows at them. He had chosen the method of critically injuring someone and attacking the rest of them when they came to help the injured. The Elohim were all in the palm of Galliard's hand. They were one-sidedly attacked. Eventually, Ether stepped up. He's like a rat. Ether wrinkled his forehead and created arrows of light using his holy power. Each of them all had an immense amount of holy power. When he brought his hand down, the arrows fell on Galliard like rain. Galliard used his Shunpo to escape, but the arrows of light kept on following him. A few turned in different directions to surround Galliard, and before he knew, Galliard was already trapped. His front, back, right and left were all blocked. The arrows all glinted with light. Explode! With the command word that only those with holy power could say, tens of arrows exploded at once. As the white light became bigger, the surroundings of the lake began to be destroyed. The sound of the explosion wasn't even that big. But like the light of the sun, a white light pushed away the darkness and the black smoke. Demon trees, different demonic species, and even the ghosts disappeared without a sound. Just when they thought Galliard would be swept away as well. He gathered his magic power on his feet and jumped high into the sky. At the same time, the other players of Elohim moved as well. Below, the atmosphere became dizzying because of the explosion of the arrows of light. They followed him because they were thinking that it wouldn't be easy for him to hide in mid-air, where there wasn't any cover. Different artifacts bursted with light and created a storm. Ether also began to use his signature skill. Spears made purely of light targeted Galliard. There wasn't an escape. Because Galliard knew this too, he twisted his body in midair and tossed out the discus that was in his belt. It was a shield that his friend Brahm gave him before coming here. In an instant, the discus grew and became a sturdy shield that looked like a beehive. When it was hit with the attacks, the shield shook like it was about to break any second. The players got their skills ready again after that. But at that moment, growling, boom! Suddenly, lightning bolts fell from the sky. They were bolts made of fire. Yeon-woo had activated his skill, Fire Rain, after watching the situation. The fire rain had been absorbed by a wave of fire, but the skill had not disappeared completely. Rather, Yeon-woo was able to adjust the intensity of the skill after the 21st and the 22nd floor, so it was even more destructive now. It was literally a bolt from the blue for the players who had just been focused on their fight and hadn't expected an attack from the outside. The bolts took the players off guard. The players that were already injured by Galliard experienced intense pain. With 3 of them completely toasted, the smell of burnt skill filled the air. The rest of them had barely used their skills and artifacts to save themselves, but they were still injured. New Envel chapters are published on. The least injured person still had a severe burn. Everyone else was barely holding onto their breaths. And as a sharp breeze blew above them, Yeon-woo appeared. Along with Blink, he brought Vigrid down. Jewel. With his sword techniques that had improved fighting the Martial King, and with Bien on top of that, he was able to quickly cut off the heads of 3 players. It really happened in the blink of an eye. The rest of them looked at Yeon-woo with shock. A black mask and black clothes. And red wings with a white sword. It was exactly what they had heard about the Hoarder. Even Galliard, who didn't know about Yeon-woo's new outfit, was able to realize who it was right away just by his figure. I'll tell you the details once we get out of here. After hearing Yeon-woo's open speaking, Galliard had a slightly surprised face. Because to have awakened your consciousness meant that you were at least on the level of a ranker. To Galliard, who only remembered him from the tutorial, it was a surprising growth. But because they were in this situation, he just nodded his head. As soon as Galliard gave his permission, he spread open his fire wings. You. Just then, Ether screamed in fury with a violently twisted face from below. He had unexpectedly lost 5 of his subordinates. The other 3 weren't that well off either. But because his target was about to escape, he felt like he was going to lose it. Seeing the person who prioritized his reputation over everything else make that face, Yeon-woo felt like something he had just washed away a bad taste from his mouth. But he couldn't take his time. The guy used his holy punishment of light again, and Yeon-woo gripped Vigrid. The holy punishment of light was a skill that brought down tens of lightning bolts that were like spears. It was buffed by Ether's light property, and even players within Elohim tended to avoid fighting with him. So Yeon-woo swung Vigrid to the right and exploded his skills without any control. 72 Arts Pak, Yeol. Wave of fire. The Nubian that he learned caused a fire that was incomparable to the arrows of light. When the holy punishment of light was combined with this, red and white energy clashed, forming a huge mushroom cloud to float high up in the air. The heat burned everything in its path. The forest around it was burned to a crisp until there was nothing more than the dirt on the ground. While everyone was trying to get a grasp on themselves, he used Blink with Galliard to quickly leave the location. He could see Ether screaming in rage in the corner of his eye, but he was busy blocking off the fire. The other survivors would have to struggle a bit if they wanted to live as well. Seriously, this is whack every time I see you. Are you using fireworks or something? The bigger problem is that the spark might spread to the rest of the forest. I don't know what'll happen. Shannon and Han Ryeong exclaimed with compliments that weren't really compliments and checked the souls of the 5 dead rankers. Then Yeon-woo quickly left. He glanced back to see where Ether was struggling. Since they would meet again, he could get him next time. Chapter 189 Demon's Forest, 4. Yeon-woo stopped after he was far away from the Deroy Lake. Did he go overboard with his magic circuit? He could feel his cores and his body heat up. They won't be able to chase us if we're here. I suppose so. Galliard lightly landed on the ground. He looked at Yeon-woo with strange eyes. When he saw the explosions and the sword technique, he had wondered if this was the same child he knew. But when Yeon-woo spoke, he realized that he was right. It's been a while, Galliard. So it was you. Kane. Yes. I heard that you did a lot of impressive things. But you changed more than I expected. And you seem to use Shunpo pretty well. Galliard didn't miss Yeon-woo's steps when he was using Blink. It was skilled. Using magic with this seemed to work. He was a bit proud that Yeon-woo was using the skill he gave him well. However, he also had a few questions. Galliard circulated his magic power so he could immediately use his Shunpo if needed, and spoke. But do you know why I'm here? It was a coincidence. Coincidence? Yes. I was looking for Brahm to ask him something, and instead, you and the Elohim people were fighting. Galliard nodded his head. The place Galliard had been in was where Brahm had stayed for the last 6 months. Although, it was completely gone because of the explosion. I see. So is that why you helped me? Since Brahm being kicked away from Elohim is pretty famous. And since you're Brahm's friend, I thought something had happened. That makes sense. But there's still a lot that you didn't say. Galliard narrowed his eyes. You don't seem to know Brahm, contrary to what you said in the tutorial. How are you going to explain that? Yeon-woo closed his mouth. This was a completely unexpected question. When he first met Galliard, he had asked who led Yeon-woo here, and Yeon-woo had said that he was introduced by Brahm. Of course, it was a lie. He had made it up because he didn't plan on meeting Brahm inside the tower. No, even if he didn't meet Brahm, he thought that it wouldn't have anything to do with Galliard. Since the two hadn't met in a long time, he thought they wouldn't have time to discuss him. But Galliard had climbed the tower like this, and he had met Brahm. They too seemed sensitive. If there was anything suspicious about him, he wouldn't be able to get near Brahm. Don't think I'm scolding you. It's because there's a bunch of sensitive stuff going on. Galliard put his hand on his dagger. Even though Yeon-woo had saved him, the gesture showed that he didn't trust him. It was clear he would use the blade if needed. Yeon-woo tried to think of an excuse that would work. In times like this, excuses had to be mixed with 90% truth. Actually, I lied because I needed Shunpo and Undine's goblet in the tutorial. I heard that I wouldn't be able to get those if I didn't say that. Where did you hear about Brahm? I heard about him from a returner on my planet. A returner? Galliard frowned. Nov, L, by, N, com. A returner. They were people who gave up climbing the tower and returned back to their homes. People who lived in the outer sections were people who didn't give up hope on climbing the tower, but returners were those who completely gave up. And these players could never return to the tower because they didn't have the rights anymore. So if he used a returner as his excuse, it would be hard to tell if it was the truth or not. Who is it? That person? I can't tell you. It's a person who doesn't want their name to be referenced here. Galliard quietly examined Yeon-woo for a moment. Doubt filled his eyes, then vanished. A skill of the superior species. They were eyes of elves that could differentiate from lies and the truth. Elves and dark elves were split from a long time ago, but the basic traits of their species weren't that different. I see, it's the truth. And Galliard judged that Yeon-woo wasn't lying with his fairy eyes. But he judged that there was still some deception mixed in. Actually, what Yeon-woo had said wasn't a complete lie. Since returner was a term used for those who came back to Earth from the tower, his brother was also a returner. And it was also obvious that he wouldn't want his name to be mentioned. Galliard obsessively asked Yeon-woo several things, and Yeon-woo replied with things that wouldn't be caught by the fairy eyes. What he said was all true. So long story short, you came because you need to borrow Brahm's strength, and you ended up participating in the fight. Yes. That's correct. Does that make sense? What you just did right now made you into an enemy of Elohim. In the fight, Yeon-woo had revealed himself. Even if they didn't know him, they would be able to find out who it was by using his traits and outfit. It meant that he had turned his back on the large clans. But Yeon-woo shook his head like it was nothing. The rumors won't spread. Why do you think that? Yeon-woo didn't reply. He couldn't say that he knew Ether's personality, and there wasn't a need to reply either. Ether is a very prideful guy. He always had to be the leader, and in the center. It was probably his habit because he had lived as a noble in the tower for a long time. So he was the type of person that made the people around him tired, but that also meant that as much as he was picky with others, he was picky with himself. He knew how to control himself. And he didn't speak badly about others anywhere, and he didn't easily let others know how he was feeling. The reason why my relationship with him became twisted. It might have been because of this. Ether was someone who was excommunicated from his species because of something his family had done, and he was able to go back thanks to what he had contributed. The contribution, of course, was the betrayal of Arthea. Anyways, that was how strong his pride was. Because he was thrown everything away, he didn't do things that could harm his reputation. The same went for this case. If rumors spread that he had lost to a lower floor player who wasn't even a semi-ranker, the person who would be hurt the most was Ether. He would try to hide this fact as much as possible, and it was clear he would try to get revenge on Yeon-woo. Galliard lightly tsked and asked a final question. Then, what's that help you need? Of course, Yeon-woo couldn't tell him about the Philosopher's Stone. So he was trying to use an excuse that he had prepared, when Galliard suddenly lifted his hand and slightly bowed his head. He looked like he was communicating with someone. It seemed like Brahm was listening from far away. Then after he finished his conversation, he looked at Yeon-woo with strange eyes. Unbelievingly. The house owner is asking. Why there's a dragon smell on you? This time, Yeon-woo was surprised. The dragon's blessing wouldn't be revealed outside until it was awakened. How had Brahm read something that the Summer Queen hadn't? Yeon-woo tried not to show his emotions and shook his head. It was nice wearing a mask during times like these. I don't know what you're talking about. You can tell that to the house owner. He wants me to bring you. Follow me. Galliard turned around and began to lead Yeon-woo. Watching Galliard walk away, he sighed, and began to follow him. He didn't want to do what they wanted, but since he was here to ask for a favor, the control of the situation had gone over to him. And he also had a thought. How had Brahm really been able to read the dragon's blessing? Where Galliard moved was a hill in the north beyond the demon tree forest. It looked simply like part of a forest where ghosts moved around, but once you passed a certain point, his surroundings quickly changed. Instead of the creepy red sky, there was a clear blue sky, and there was a refreshing breeze blowing from somewhere. There was a stream coming from somewhere. Illusion barrier. Yeon-woo realized what he had just passed through and had a slightly strange look in his eyes. Illusion barrier. It was a barrier that created an imaginary world. It was a more specific version of the territory that Yeon-woo could make. This was called a fortress and it was purely bronze. It required a lot of effort and time. But the fact that he had set this up regardless of that fact meant one thing. It meant that Brahm had lived here on the 23rd floor longer than what was known. Just what would make him stay here? Galliard spoke. You can never speak about what you see here. No, you might be forced to stay here because of the current situation, so if you don't want to, you can leave right now. Yeon-woo didn't plan on leaving anyway. After Yeon-woo said it was okay, he asked a question. What he's protecting here? Does it have to do with what the Elohim is chasing after? Right. Galliard nodded his head and shut his mouth. A pitiful expression slightly flashed by his face. Yeon-woo didn't miss it. Soon, they arrived at the center of the illusion barrier. It was a large field where there weren't any trees growing. It looked similar to the cottage that Brahm used to live in. And in the front yard, there was a man who looked like a scholar wearing glasses playing with a little girl. They must have been playing hide and seek. The girl had been running around, giggling, when she suddenly stopped, feeling other presences. Seeing that there was someone other than Galliard, she quickly hid behind the man. Dragon human. At the same time, Yeon-woo's eyes also became bigger. The girl looked similar to when Yeon-woo had awakened his dragon body. Overall, she was human, but her upper body was covered with scales, and under her dress, there was a long dragon tail. She had sharp canines, and there were even small wings on his back. She was a dragon human. A being that came into existence once every 100, even thousands years. A being that overcame the limits of superior species. They were also called half-human half-dragon. But after Ananta, there shouldn't have been any dragon humans. After the ancient dragon Kalidas became extinct, there were only 3 humans related to dragons in the tower. The last dragon, the Summer Queen. Half-human half-dragon, Ananta. Successor of the ancient dragon, Cha Jeong-woo. But since Cha Jeong-woo was dead, there were only 2. Of them, the Summer Queen was the leader of the Red Dragon, and Ananta had suddenly gone into hiding. And Yeon-woo knew the reason why Ananta had disappeared through the diary. It was because the last person Ananta met was his brother. But there was a new dragon human? Of course, there were a few descendants of dragon humans who awakened their dragon's blessing, but this was only a potential power. Also, they didn't have clear traits of dragons. So Yeon-woo felt his gaze being pulled that way. He understood why the Elohim were interested. Capturing the draconic species was a long-standing tradition of the Elohim. The girl must have felt uncomfortable feeling the gaze, because she hid herself behind the man even more. Her thin hands tightened their grasp on his clothes. The man stroked the girl's head as if saying it was okay, and he fixed his glasses to look at Yeon-woo. Unlike when he was looking at the girl, his gaze was cold. It was Brahm. Someone who was proud of being kicked out of Elohim and pursued freedom. An incarnation of the high god Brahma, who wanted to descend from the 98th floor. So you're the guy with the power of a dragon. Chapter 190 Demon's Forest, 5. Incarnation. It was different from an embodiment or an alter ego. An alter ego was bound to disappear sometime, and an embodiment was something completely separate from the body because it had its own personality. That was why an apostle was sometimes called an embodiment of the god they served. Because they experienced the power of the god, their identity could sometimes be mixed with the god's. However, that didn't mean that their identity was completely lost. However, an incarnation was a much more complex concept than embodiments and alter egos. It was when a god put themselves into the prison of a physical body. It was a bit different from the 3 Norns on the 16th floor. They couldn't use their power outside of their holy territory. But an incarnation could freely come and go. However, because it was limited to their physical body, there were constraints on their power, and it was likely that the soul would be damaged as well. It might experience true destruction. So the gods and demons preferred using apostles, they never made incarnations. If something went wrong, they could die. And no one would put themselves in a position where they couldn't use their full power. But the god Brahma was different. He hated being related to the gods and demons on the 98th floor, so he descended to the lower floors. This was also the reason why he left the Elohim. From what he saw, their ideology wasn't too different from that of the 98th floor. However, from the Elohim's standpoint, they couldn't face off against an actual god, so they just watched him. Meanwhile, Brahm continued to chase after the legacies and myths that he wanted. The domain of the god Brahma was creation and knowledge. Learning new things through experiments with alchemy was enough for Brahm. Of course, the fact Brahm was the incarnation of the god Brahma was thoroughly kept under wraps. Nothing good would come from a lot of people knowing. Brahm's ideals were very simple. He wouldn't accept or interfere with anything that wasn't related to him. The Elohim tried to hide things about him so they wouldn't have anything they were embarrassed about come to light. The reason his brother knew about Brahm's identity was because of an incident a while back. He had promised not to tell anyone, so he didn't. He only told the diary. Of course, Yeon-woo didn't say anything about this either. Making the Philosopher's Stone had nothing to do with the fact that Brahm was an incarnation. Like Brahm, he also didn't feel the need to interfere with things that weren't related to him. However, he was a bit annoyed that he knew his hidden powers. For a moment, Yeon-woo didn't say anything and looked at Brahm and the little girl. There were a lot of things going on inside of his head. How was he supposed to respond to this? He thought that it would be better to pretend not to know what they were talking about. However, is it because of the draconic eyes? Yeon-woo decided to spill a part of the secrets. Since the other person was sure of himself, it wouldn't be easy for Yeon-woo to pretend not to know. And to learn Brahm's skills, he had to build trust. Actually, he was even planning on telling him about the Philosopher's Stone when they got started. However, he didn't worry about it spreading anywhere. Since he's someone who follows his standards so closely that he didn't help Jeong-woo as he was dying. It would be a lie if he said that he didn't despise him. His brother had thought they were friends, but he didn't come even at the very end. Of course, Brahm didn't help the other side either. He was just a bystander, through and through. However, he was definitely someone able to be trusted for a deal. Right. To be exact, it's because this child's eyes and my skill worked together. Brahm stroked the head of the little girl. The little girl gripped his clothes even tighter. Yeon-woo nodded his head. If the Summer Queen had used her draconic eyes and looked at him, he might have been caught. The reason he wasn't caught might have been because of her broken dragon heart as well. But if the girl's draconic eyes and Brahm's power were combined, it would be effective. Although Brahm probably contributed 90% while the girl contributed 10%. Of course, Yeon-woo pretended not to know this either. Instead, he asked a question observing the little girl. She stepped back even more. Is she a child of Ananta? Brahm's eyes shined. Do you know her? I only heard of her. The Summer Queen hated her own species, so she refuses to have an offspring, and Heavenwing, who was Kalidas's successor, died. Then only Ananta is left. That child must be at least a quarter. After all, there wasn't anyone to mate with Ananta, who was a half. And when he checked with his extrasensory perception, she was a lot weaker than Ananta. Aren't you bringing me in while you're on the run from the Elohim because you want to make a deal with me regarding that child? Brahm curved his lips. It might have looked like a smile full of joy, but it also looked like a cynical smile. It was always satisfactory to find someone who understood what you were saying. Why? Is that bad? Of course not. Actually, it's a relief, because I was wondering how I should make a deal with you. He had definitely thought of it. But if Brahm proposed the deal, everything changed. The deal would progress smoothly. Brahm's conditions were extremely simple. He's probably trying to help her learn the powers of a dragon that she hasn't learned yet. It seemed like the child couldn't use the power of the draconic species even though she was a dragon human. Where was Ananta, her mother? Fine. Then I'll have to check if you're qualified to become someone to make a deal with. Who are you? He wasn't asking for a name. He was asking how there was a new dragon's successor when it was known that they were all gone. I don't necessarily see a reason why I have to answer that. Instead, don't I just have to show that I'm qualified? Yeon-woo clearly expressed his opinion, and attempted to awaken his dragon body. Scales grew on his skin. It was a color that was closer to navy blue than sky blue. As his draconic eyes opened, his eyes grew horizontally. Ah! The child dropped her mouth open and made a sound for the first time. She hid behind Brahm again, face red, but she peeked out to look at Yeon-woo. She looked relieved after finding someone that was the same species as her. Yeon-woo looked at Brahm again and asked. Is this enough? More than enough. Then let's talk about the details. Yeon-woo followed Brahm into the cottage. The cottage was organized into different sections with potions and ingredients, fitting of an alchemist, and there were a lot of chests filled with rare materials. Galliard left, saying he would be back after checking if ether followed them. Thanks to that, Yeon-woo and Brahm were able to discuss many things. Actually, if Galliard didn't talk about you, I wouldn't have felt the dragon's energy from you. You were the first person that he spoke about that much. Of course, it was a bit unpleasant since my name was used. I'll apologize for that. There was only one person who Brahm had opened his mind to. It was Galliard. The relationship that began when he was looking for Undine's goblet turned into the closest of friends. Yeon-woo internally thanked Galliard and began to get to the point. I heard that you don't care about others' businesses. But how did you come to take care of Ananta's child? Like how you won't tell me about the reason why you're a dragon human, I don't need to tell you. However, I'll tell you that it was a deal with Ananta Nov, L, by, N, com. Brahm narrowed his eyes. Isn't it more important to give each other what we need? Brahm made things clear and spoke about the conditions. I'm asking for one thing. Teach the child knowledge about dragons while you're staying here. Yeon-woo turned to look towards the little girl. She had been peeking out from Brahm's back, and quickly hid herself when she met Yeon-woo's eyes. Is there anything I shouldn't tell her? No. Tell her everything. Powers, knowledge, family. Their locations. And even their history. To tell her the history meant to tell her about the extinction of the species as well. At first glance, he seemed to treat her like a daughter, but he seemed to be clear on things like this. What is the child's name? Shay. Shay. In the language of the draconic species, it meant remainder. It might have been a name that fit the little girl well, but it was a bit sad. And at times, I hope you act as her guardian. Even though we'll take care of security as much as possible. But you never know. And you seem to be skilled enough to protect the child. Understood. I will. Brahm widened his eyes in surprise as Yeon-woo easily accepted his conditions. What he was asking for could get Yeon-woo involved in what was going on with him. But it seemed like he accepted it too easily. However, Yeon-woo had to be prepared for that. Since he was planning on asking for something that could be too much. Then I'll tell you my conditions. Speak. I want to learn the Book of Mercury that you wrote. Brahm's eyes hardened. A threatening energy began to swirl around Yeon-woo. The illusionary world that had always been bright suddenly became dark and heavy. What Yeon-woo said was a dangerous statement. The Book of Mercury was a book of magic that Brahm had made with all his memories and knowledge from when he was a god on the lower floors. Since Yeon-woo was basically asking Brahm for everything he learned, it was expected that he would be sensitive. This place was Brahm's territory. Yeon-woo could be in danger with a single misstep. However, Yeon-woo was calm. Sha is scared. Is that still okay? Brahm slightly bit his lower lip and took back his energy. It was the first emotion that he showed. Yeon-woo didn't miss it. He seemed to care about Cha more than it seemed. He might actually consider Cha as his real daughter. How do you know about the Book of Mercury? Didn't you hear when I spoke with Galliard? I heard from a returner. No one knows that. It's not a complete secret. Since a few people saw it themselves. Brahm narrowed his eyes and glared at Yeon-woo. There was nothing ruder than asking to give one's weakness away. He was probably thinking of whether to leave Yeon-woo alone, or to deal with him. Yeon-woo knew that he needed to take a step back here. Of course, I'm not saying I'll learn all of it. Then. Just the sections about alchemy. Alchemy. Yes. Brahm's eyes slightly settled. What about the level? Everything that's possible. I see you're trying to use your dragon's knowledge to fill in the rest. I won't deny that. Brahm was deep in thought for a moment. He was calculating different scenarios whether it was disadvantageous to him or not. What about your knowledge of alchemy? I think I know the basics. Even though it's basic, I did learn metallurgy from Hanova and rune magic from Victoria. Brahm looked surprised. He was one of the top 5 artisans as well. If he learned the basics from the others, Yeon-woo was advanced compared to others. That's a relief. I don't like teaching someone from the beginning. And I have things I have to do, so I can't teach you a lot. That's fine. Good. This can be the end of our deal. After the two pledged on the pledge of mana, they were in the same boat. Geez. He's a scary guy. Why is his tone so cold? I literally almost hit him. But I heard he's quite reasonable. Is it because of that child? It was Shannon and Han Ryeyong's review of Brahm. After that, Yeon-woo received lessons for 2 hours every day from Brahm. The knowledge he learned from Hanova was a big help. Hanova said that what he knew wasn't that much, but because it was knowledge he learned about being a blacksmith for a long time, his level of understanding was extremely deep. In some areas, it was Brahm doing the learning. And in the day, Yeon-woo had to look after Shi. It was something Brahm used to do, but he said he had something else to do. You're a babysitter now. You'll struggle for a bit, huh? He. Shannon giggled inside him like this was hilarious. He was doubting that Yeon-woo would be able to look after the child. Not making the child cry would be a feat in itself. Sha seemed interested in Yeon-woo because they were the same species, but she didn't approach him first. She just peeked at him from far away. She didn't even talk. Look, she's totally on her guard. What are you gonna do, master? She looks like she's gonna cry if you try to teach her something. Ahem. Don't worry. I actually. Who said I couldn't babysit? Hey? That's. At Yeon-woo's confident answer, Shannon thought that things weren't going as he expected. Yeon-woo ignored Shannon and suddenly headed towards the kitchen to look for something. Although they were only men here, they seemed to have everything needed. He began to prepare for something. He pulled our flour, eggs, white sugar, milk, oil, strawberries, bananas, and chocolate syrup. He searched through his memory for the recipe and began to cook. What's this? It looks like he's trying to cook. He looks familiar with it. What? This wall, cooking. Regardless of Shannon's teasing, Yeon-woo combined flour, baking powder, butter, and white sugar to make the dough, and began to mix the whites of the eggs to make the meringue. Sha became curious at what Yeon-woo was doing and came over to look. Yeon-woo felt Sha's gaze but pretended not to notice. At times like this, he had to make the other person come over. He knew that forcing her over would make her run away. He poured the dough on the frying pan and heated it up until it was brown around the edges. As a delicious aroma wafted in the air, Sha slowly approached him. It had been some time since their last meal, so she was feeling a bit hungry. What's this? Not being able to resist the curiosity, she asked Yeon-woo a question, pulling his clothes. Snack. A snack. Sha's eyes sparkled. She looked so cute doing that Yeon-woo subconsciously grinned. She reminded him of someone. A memory that he was keeping hidden popped up. After the cooking was finished, he got the pancake ready on the plate and put strawberries and bananas on top. He placed it on the table after adding chocolate syrup as the final touch. Eat. She used her short legs to get on the chair and started to devour the food. Her mouth was covered in chocolate syrup. Next to her, Yeon-woo quietly wiped her mouth with a handkerchief. He didn't say much, but he looked generous in this moment. Goodness! The world is going to end. The tower is going to fall down. He had that kind of side to him as well, I see. Shannon began to jump around and Han Ryeong reminisced about his past, since he too had raised a child once. Rebecca appeared above Yeon-woo's head and smiled as well. The smile didn't leave Yeon-woo's face as he watched Sha adorably eat the food. Looking at her, his forgotten memories started to pop up. When he was in Africa, he had a short but happy dating life. His girlfriend at the time had a daughter of this age, and he frequently made pancakes for her. They broke up, but it was one of the only precious memories that Yeon-woo had. Is it good? Yeah. She licked the chocolate syrup that was left on the plate and held it out. Please give me more. Yeon-woo smiled as he looked at the beaming Shi. Chapter 191 Demon's Forest, 6. Translator, HH Editor, Thursdays. After the explosion that covered the lake settled down, Ether ground his teeth. Damn! Because he cared about his reputation more than anything, he was able to build up an immunity to when people mocked him. However, this time, he couldn't help but curse. His armor was burned black, and it looked like it might fall apart any moment. If not for his light property, which gave him resistance to fire, he might have actually been in big trouble. Anyone left? How many people are safe? As Ether shouted through his connection with them, his subordinates started to appear one by one. All of them were injured. There were even some who were barely alive. And there were only 3 of them. Including himself, there were a total of 4 people. 9 people came, and 5 people died. Among them, there were a few who were as powerful as high rankers. The amount should have been more than enough to catch Galliard and Brahm. However, it was all ruined because of someone that suddenly appeared. If only their guards weren't down, he couldn't help but think of what would have happened. But it had already ended up like this. Even if they attacked Brahm now, he wasn't sure if they could win with a force like this. He hadn't felt this angry since he was targeting Heaven Wing. Crunch! His tightly clenched fists were trembling. His veins were popping out. Ether began to seriously contemplate whether he should turn back like this. If he did, he could come back after gathering more forces again. Since he knew about the newcomer's skills somewhat, he was confident that he wouldn't lose again. But if he did that, he would be looked down on by others for losing to a player that wasn't even a ranker. Although the guy was someone who was skilled enough to be ranked the same as Alforoni on the 21st floor, there were some families who would try to hold this as a weakness against Ether. I can't get caught. There was only one choice that Ether could make. He would have to use the resources he had at hand to hold Brahm down and kidnap the dragon human named Shi. Shi was the only dragon's descendant left in the tower, other than the Summer Queen. If they could have the genes of the highest of the superior species, the Elohim would be able to expand. They would become a step closer in renewing the draconic species again. But his head was filled with questions about how he would do it. Brahm alone was enough to fight against Ether, and if Galliard and the Hoarder fought alongside him, things would get complicated. Damn! There was only the option of resting for a bit and looking for a blind spot later. When Ether turned around to look at his subordinates. What are you going to do in that shape? He heard a familiar voice. Ether narrowed his eyes, realizing the owner of the voice. A woman quietly landed through a green portal. She looked exactly like Ether, but her overall atmosphere was different from Ether's. Hemera of the day. The two were twins, but the path they took was completely different, so their fate was different as well. What are you here for? Can't you see? I'm here to help my useless brother. If you're trying to joke. Does this seem like a joke to you? Hemera lightly flicked her finger. As she did, several portals opened around her, and about 30 people appeared. They were all from species that were hard to find in the tower. They were all people who followed her. I think this is enough to fill in the empty spots. What do you think? Hemera rubbed her finger on her seductive lips and smiled. Ether clenched his fists. Are you trying to steal my accomplishments? No way. How could siblings do that? Steal. I'm just saying I'll help you because it seems too hard for you to do it on your own. Ether shut his mouth. He didn't want to take her help because of his pride, but reason was telling him that he should. Restoring the draconic species. There was nothing more satisfying than this to the Elohim. With the restored dragons, they would be able to take the Summer Queen's winning card and catch Al-Foroni to control the demons that were above him. Especially during this time when it was almost completely confirmed that the Summer Queen's dragon heart was destroyed. They couldn't miss this good ingredient. Hemera was trying to take part in this. If there was a problem, it was that Ether would be in Hemera's palm. This was the only choice he had. Because he said he would get a dragon specimen, he couldn't back down now. Heaven Wing. If only he had the corpse of Heaven Wing Cha Jeong-woo, who had the blessing of the ancient dragon Kalidas, he wouldn't have to suffer this humiliation. However, he quickly made his choice, as there was only one option. Fine. Let's work together. But the honor of the accomplishments is 5:5. Hemera's eyebrow slightly twitched. Why? For someone who can't do anything without me? How can you be that confident? 3:7. Humph. If you don't want to, go away. Since only I know about where Brahm is. Or why don't you go through the rest of the stage with your subordinates to search? Ether crossed his arms and sniggered. Also, there's no way you don't know about the transmutation circle that Brahm is making. If I can't have it, I'm just gonna throw it away. He was saying that he would refuse to work with her, so Hemera had to take a step back. Fine 4-2. 7-3. I'm 7, you're 3. Like I said, you don't have to do it if you don't want to. There are a lot of people who'll do it since the situation already turned out like this. I'll just take the disapproval. If I can just get the specimen, I can redeem myself. Hemera ground her teeth. He was really stubborn on things like this. That was probably why he was able to think his way out of the nice Arthea. If I can't, I'll have to use another way. Hemera concealed what she was thinking and looked down at the ground like she gave up. Fine. I'll do it. Where are they? There. Ether named a place that was completely unexpected. Hemera's eyes slightly widened. Brahm and Galliard returned after Yeon-woo fed Cha and put her to sleep. She wasn't as wary of him anymore, thanks to the snack. They talked about this and that. He learned that Cha was a child who liked to talk. She looked like an adorable angel, sleeping like that. Is she sleeping? Yes. I gave her a snack, and she seemed to like it. That's a relief. I wasn't able to prepare a snack for her. Brahm faintly smiled, putting his tools down. The smell of magic emanated from him. He had probably just strengthened the magic around them. Then from now, I'll watch Shi. You can leave and pick some purple devil flowers. Brahm pulled out his subspace pocket as he spoke. Yeon-woo smiled bitterly as Brahm asked him to bring the hidden piece that he had been searching for. Well, since Brahm was an outstanding alchemist, there was no way he wouldn't know about the effects of the devil flower. So that's why I couldn't find purple devil flowers in the forest. Did Brahm take most of them? It seemed the hidden pieces that he needed would be taken from him. I apologize, but I need the purple devil flowers as well. Brahm's eyes slightly flashed. Then, he stuck his lower lip out. Are you planning on growing the blessing of demons? Yeon-woo lightly clicked his tongue. He only mentioned a simple ingredient, but Brahm realized what he was trying to do right away. He probably wouldn't be able to hide anything while he was here. Since a long time ago, the draconic species and the demons were enemies. The draconic species, who tried to understand the different laws of the world and tried to blend with them, and the demons, who tried to deceive the law and do whatever they wanted. Fundamentally, they couldn't get along, and they had an enmity between them for ages. But also, because of that, the two were healthy ingredients for each other. The draconic species could swallow demons to purify their magic, and the demons could eat the draconic species to improve their mana. The deeper each other's blessings were in their genes, the more powerful they came, and the more light their magic power was able to shine. And even though Yeon-woo couldn't catch a demon, he knew a shortcut that would have the same results. Purple devil flowers are perfect for the demonic species to grow in. The more demonic energy is put in, the better it is for the dragon's blessing. But that only worked for pure draconic species. Even after awakening, I couldn't just swallow the devil flower since I was still half human. It could make you sick. So I needed something to refine it. The person that helped me at the time was Baeluk. When his brother was clearing the 23rd floor, he was causing an uproar in the tower. To be exact, it was his brother and Arthea. Because of that, numerous clans were on their guard against them, so the members needed to find methods to quickly increase their powers. Anti-Venom, Baeluk, had researched a way to help his brother at this time. He looked for a way to learn the blessing of demons, and what he found was the purple demon flowers. The objective was to refine the demonic energy so the dragon body could easily absorb it. And another ingredient was needed to lessen the poison of the flower. The heart of the ceratopsian dinosaur of Deroy Lake. But Brahm had already been able to tell what he was trying to do with just a few words. That meant he already knew about the effects of the purple devil flower. How did you know? Because I'm doing the same thing. Yeon-woo's eyes became bigger. Brahm waved his hand like it was nothing. As you can see, Sha isn't proficient at using the magic power of dragons. It's one of the limits of being a quarter. So I'm refining devil flowers to raise the level of her magic power. Yeon-woo nodded his head. He understood why Brahm had stayed on the 23rd floor for so long. But it's a relief that we won't clash. I don't understand. What you're looking for is ones with concentrations that are at least 4, right? Yes. Yeon-woo nodded his head. But what I'm looking for are those with concentrations of 3 or less. Because the higher the concentration, the more sick you can be. So you can have the ones that are too strong, and bring the weaker ones here. Brahm crossed his arms and smirked. We're overflowing with the more concentrated ones anyway. They had excess devil flowers? He thought the flowers were something that you would be lucky to find even a single one of. Follow Galliard. He'll explain it to you. Galliard frowned like he was annoyed, but he sighed. What power would a guest have? If the owner said to do it, there was nothing else he could do. Galliard told Yeon-woo to follow him and left the cottage. Yeon-woo thought Brahm was joking and followed Galliard. But it didn't take too long for him to realize that Brahm was being serious. Chapter 192 Demon's Forest, 7. Translator, HH Editor, Thursdays. What the heck? I heard he was half crazy, but I didn't know it was this bad. Listening to Shannon and Han Ryeyong's shock, Yeon-woo turned back to ask Galliard. Just what is all this? Galliard grinned seeing Yeon-woo's shaking. Yeon-woo, who always seemed like a cold doll, finally seemed like a human. Well, it was expected, since Galliard had been shocked out of his wits when he first saw this place as well. From the hill to the cottage, there were devil trees growing all over the land. And the trees all had purple flowers on them. Galliard crossed his arms and snorted. Can't you see? It's a farm. Yeon-woo made a dumbfounded expression. Devil trees could be farmed. If that was possible, the draconic species would have farmed them a long time ago. And they wouldn't have gone extinct. Galliard spoke with a grin, like he understood what Yeon-woo was feeling. According to Brahm, demons are just simple beings created from plants, so they grow if you just give them water and fertilizer. The demons show displeasure at Brahm's statement. An unknown devil king is furious. An unknown devil Grand Duke curses Brahm. It was blocked by the god's barrier. It was blocked by the god's barrier. Contact with the outside has been partly blocked because the barrier was strengthened. Even the 98th floor isn't able to do anything. Comparing demons to plants would obviously make them mad. But even if they were mad, there was a limit to what they could do. Also, Brahm's being was of a level that not even the demons could easily touch him. But how did he do it? The fact that he farmed just purple flowers means it's not only devils that can be created but also demons. What if you could intentionally create demons, who were powerful enough to stand against the gods? It was horrifying just thinking about it. But the moment he thought of it, Yeon-woo felt like he had been hit in the head. He quickly opened his draconic eyes to check the farm. He was right. It was exactly like he expected. Along the farm, there was a large transmutation circle. It was a transmutation circle that was made with Brahm's most prized possession, the Book of Mercury. Galliard. What? Is Brahm planning on waging war against Elohim? No, the entire tower. Why do you think that? Yeon-woo's eyes settled deeply. If not, why is he preparing to subjugate demons? Hey? Does that make sense? Subjugate demons, there's no way that's possible. Shannon and Han Ryeong couldn't count how many times they had been surprised since they entered this illusionary world. Demons were beings that were like gods. Of course, there were demons that were so weak that they couldn't get to the 98th floor. But demons were still outstanding beings that caused the draconic species to go extinct. Brahm was going to subjugate such beings? Even if Brahm had the identity of the god Brahma, it sounded impossible. Wouldn't that be dangerous? Master. Rebecca, who had been quietly watching, came out to observe the demon's forest. Even to her, it seemed strange. The transmutation circle was the result of different kinds of alchemy and black magic, but it could be organized into 5 general processes. The first was that it gave the devil flowers the nutrients it needed. The second was that it stimulated the genes so the purple devil flowers would be able to get their color faster. The third was that it forcefully made the newly born demonic species eat each other, and the fourth was that the stronger demonic species were used as sacrifices to summon something. A demon summoning circle. And at this point, the 5th process was set to activate. A sealing circle. The moment the demons appeared, magic that was casted to bind them would be activated. Of them, there was magic that Yeon-woo was familiar with. There's even divine iron in the magic form. Is that possible? Yeon-woo became curious about Brahm's knowledge about alchemy. Was it because he was a god? However, there were a lot of incomplete sections of the transmutation circle. Brahm seemed to be strengthening the barrier and finishing this transmutation circle when he left. It seems like he normally uses the first 2 processes to get the devil flowers, and is saving the other 3 processes to summon demons later. The more he looked at it, the more complex the transmutation circle was. Galliard was a bit surprised when the spirit appeared, but he didn't think too much of it since elves were used to spirits. He just lightly laughed like it was amusing. Demon subjugation, you say? Actually, it's similar, but different. Can I ask for the details? You saw Shi, right? Yes. I don't know if you felt it, but that child can't live long. Yeon-woo shut his mouth. Galliard's smile turned bitter. I don't know if it's because she's a quarter or something else. She was weak from birth. Even if we gave her the best medicine, she only got better momentarily. She would be bedridden soon after. Yeon-woo nodded in understanding. When he first met Shi, he felt that she was weak. Dragon humans were creatures that had difficulties being born, because of biological reasons. They were children of two completely different species. They had immense potential, but it was hard for them to be born healthy. And she was a quarter. The ancient Kalidas knew this, and that was why he divided his power into 8 steps. But once, she got better. It must have been when she swallowed the demon's blessing. Galliard nodded his head. Correct. Actually, it hasn't been that long since she's been able to run around like that or eat snacks, like the one you prepared. Yeon-woo thought of Shi's eyes that had been sparkling the entire time she ate. But even that is starting to show cracks. It seems like she's gained an immunity to it. Yeon-woo realized the reason for the transmutation circle. So you're going to get a fully grown demon and... Yes. When a stupid demon appears, we're going to seal it and have Sha absorb it. Yeon-woo unwittingly laughed in disbelief. Thinking of catching a demon to save a sick child was incredible, but actually going through with it was even more incredible. He's a fool for his daughter. Brahm was exactly like that. What happened between Sha and Brahm? Brahm's not like what I heard about him. He's a lot different, right? Galliard grinned. Actually, I don't know that well either. He's keeping his mouth shut about that topic. But I know one thing for sure. Galliard lifted a corner of his mouth. He'll probably even try to get a god if she needs it. Yeon-woo picked a bunch of purple devil flowers and returned to the cottage. Like what Brahm had said, there were a lot of flowers with a concentration of 4 or higher, so he was able to get as much as he needed. Since it wasn't time to use it yet, he put them inside Intrinian. You're here. Brahm looked up from the book that he was reading and adjusted his glasses. Yeon-woo looked around and asked, "Where's she?" She said she wanted to take a walk, so she went outside real quick. Seems like you got the flowers. You can put the subspace pocket there. Yeon-woo placed the subspace pocket on the table and unintentionally started to laugh. Now that he looked at it, everything inside this world was made for Shi. The refreshing forest environment, the pretty interior, and the farm to make medicine. How much time had Brahm spent on this? He really was the biggest fool for his daughter. Thinking of that, he felt like he was a bit closer to Brahm. Why are you laughing like that? Brahm slightly frowned, hearing Yeon-woo's quiet laugh. He seemed to have realized that Yeon-woo was laughing because of him. It's nothing. Anyways, what are you looking at? Brahm looked at Yeon-woo with annoyance and answered. The Book of Mercury. I was checking if there was a section that I missed. Yeon-woo's eyes widened. He never would have imagined that the normal-looking book would have been the book that had all of Brahm's knowledge. Also, he knew that the book was a grimoire that had its own identity. Aside from that, did you understand what I taught you yesterday? If you're talking about the equivalency exchanges, I'm reviewing it. Recite it. Normal magic works under laws, but alchemy has a property that equivalently takes and receives. As Yeon-woo's explanation went on, Brahm's eyes changed. Although it had only been his first lecture, Yeon-woo seemed to have learned more than he expected. Even though Yeon-woo had the dragon's knowledge, it was more than what Brahm had expected. Is it because he learned from Hanova and Victoria? The two were people that Brahm had met before. Both of them were among the few that Brahm acknowledged. If Yeon-woo learned from people like that, it made sense. But actually, this was the result of Yeon-woo spending the night using time difference to try to understand. Others might say that Yeon-woo was talented, but that was just how he was on the outside. Yeon-woo was someone who worked for everything he got. And he's not lazy about it. There was the deal in place, but Yeon-woo was someone that Brahm actually wanted to teach. Yeon-woo listened with attention to what he said. Brahm stroked his chin. Yeon-woo would probably be able to understand everything soon. It occurred to him that the completion of the transmutation circle wouldn't take as long as he thought. Tack. Brahm shut his book of Mercury and stood up. Follow me. I'll teach you what's after that. About 2 weeks had passed since Yeon-woo came to see Brahm. Yeon-woo was writing something down on a piece of paper in the middle of the night, with only a small light to help him see. He rubbed his eyes tiredly. He didn't rely on his senses as much as before, but he still felt tired emotionally. It's definitely not easy. Was it because of his continued use of time difference? His brain sometimes felt like it was being poked. He needed some rest. Over the past 2 weeks, Yeon-woo spent all his time studying alchemy. Unlike what Brahm said at the beginning about only teaching him the basics, Brahm taught Yeon-woo a lot of things, and Yeon-woo was completely drained trying to understand everything. He hadn't even studied this hard when he was a student. Normally, he would have tossed it to Boo, but he couldn't do that now. Thankfully, he was able to somewhat understand it by using his time difference. Boo and Rebecca also helped him with their advice. And about 5 days ago, Brahm had started to take Yeon-woo with him when he was working on his transmutation circle. Yeon-woo just did small errands and things, but Yeon-woo was still able to learn a lot. Brahm probably knew this as well. And now, he was able to attempt to interpret the Emerald Tablet. The irrefutable fact, this is the most true. The bottom is the top and the top is the bottom to have its unique existence. And everything came from a single meditation, everything is connected. He interpreted what Leon said word for word and got rid of the wrongly interpreted sections. With the knowledge he learned from Brahm, he attempted his own interpretation. On the paper, he was writing and erasing different formulas, and the paper was eventually crumpled in Yeon-woo's fist. There was a pile of crumpled papers next to him. This is so frustrating. Did he not know enough yet to understand the Philosopher's Stone? His head hurt from the fact that he still didn't even have a clue. It's a fun formula every time I look at it. A Philosopher's Stone, I never imagined that such a thing was possible. This time, I think this section is wrong. If Rebecca and Boo weren't there with him, he would have let go of his pen a while ago. Hey. Let's do it again. Yeon-woo took a deep breath and gripped the pen. Then, creak. The door suddenly opened. Yeon-woo turned his head towards the door. Sha poked her small head through the narrow crack. Kane, are you sleeping? Tack, tack. Her tail was slightly wagging, bumping against the floor. It meant that she had something to request. Sha's emotions could be read through her tail. Yeon-woo put his pen down and said, No. Are you hungry? He. Sha embarrassedly laughed. Yeon-woo laughed too and stood up. She had roamed around this morning without any rest. Okay. I'll make you a pancake, so wait here. It's a secret from Brahm. Okay. Sha put her hand on her mouth. Yeon-woo ruffled her hair and headed over to the kitchen. He had recently gone to the outer section of the tower to get ingredients, so he had a lot. Watching Yeon-woo quietly prepare the pan, Shannon and Han Rye-young spoke in strange voices. Gosh! Our master is interesting every time I see him. I never would have imagined he's soft on children. I agree. Yeon-woo was a bit flabbergasted at what they were saying. Just what did you think of me all this time? Iron-blooded. I didn't say anything. Rebecca had appeared next to him and was nodding her head. It looks good. Give me some too. Yeon-woo thought that it would only be more disadvantageous the more he talked, so he shut his mouth. But since even Han Rye-young was making jokes now, it seemed they were all quite close now. Yeon-woo put Sha's pancake on a plate and took it to his room. The two were actually half right and half wrong. It was true that Yeon-woo liked kids. But there was still a thin line between those he liked and didn't. Thankfully, Sha was inside that line. But when he returned to his room, Sha was doing something sitting down at his desk. Sha jumped in surprise, looking at Yeon-woo like she had done something bad, and quickly got off the chair. That's... I won't get mad, so don't worry. Eat before it cools down. Okay. Sha beamed and took the plate from him. Her tail was wagging the entire time. Yeon-woo smiled while looking at Sha and gripped his pen again. Then, he saw Sha's scribbles. But something was weird. They looked like normal scribbles at first glance, but they all had some time of formula. There was a shape that was created with a golden ratio. Sha, did you? Hee hee. What you drew? I tried drawing it on the back. Sha took a big bite of her pancake and answered like it was nothing. She was learning things from Brahm as well, so she had a lot of knowledge that most children didn't. Even a quarter was still a descendant of a dragon, it seemed. However, Yeon-woo felt like he had been smacked in the face. It was a simple method, but it was like it was leading Yeon-woo down a new path. After Yeon-woo puts Sha to sleep, he spent the entire night focused on formulas. He tried not to forget about his inspiration and continued to work through it. Until now, I only thought of the Philosopher's Stone as something that could provide magic power without any limits. His hand became faster as he worked through it. This time, he didn't get stuck on anything. But if it's not that, and actually something that helps amplify magic power. And when he arrived at the last bit, the sun came up. Yeon-woo's eyes shined. Yeah. This was it. The Philosopher's Stone was not something that provided an endless amount of magic power. It was something that exponentially increased it. So this is why Nemesis and Nike said it was a comfortable place to rest. Since just by being inside it strengthened magic power, the growth of the two legendary beasts had been rapid. This plate has information about the sun's path. The last sentence on the emerald tablet. The answer was there. The path of the sun was actually the circulation of magic power. Yeon-woo clicked his tongue. He felt like he understood why Leant and Bild hadn't been able to finish Philosopher's Stone. They just thought it was a tool for magic power. If it wasn't for Sha, Yeon-woo probably could have spent at least a few years on this. So the most lacking part of the stone is the source. Outside, the sun was rising. The sunlight that poured in through the window shined on the paper filled with shapes and numbers. And Yeon-woo's eyes also became brighter. A source. Meaning, he only had to find a magic source, though it wouldn't be easy. However, something that Yeon-woo could use as a magic source flashed through his head. A demon, the thing that Galliard and Brahm were looking for. If he could get something similar to that and seal it inside the Philosopher's Stone, it would be more than enough. He might really be able to get a limitless amount of magic power. I might be able to make a magic source that's equivalent to the dragon heart. Yeon-woo lightly wet his lips. To make a real dragon heart, he had to reach the fifth step of awakening. But if he could get an organ that could function like a dragon heart before that. I can have 2 organs for magic power. The transmutation circle that Brahm set up. This time, he would have to research that. Yeon-woo gripped the pen in his hand even tighter. Chapter 193 Demon's Forest, 8. Ugh, the air here is so heavy. Even the 12th floor wasn't this bad. Fanti complained as he walked through the Demon's Forest. It was fun beating up the occasional ghosts and demonic species that appeared, but the air was so heavy that he wasn't in a good mood. However, Eudora ignored Fanti's complaints and continued to look for the path. The coordinates that Yeon-woo had taught them were definitely somewhere near here. Fanti was pouting. Read lat.st chapters at nov.lbin.com only. Sheesh. You can't hear what your brother's saying cause you're thinking of finding your hubby, hey. Eudora just coldly replied, if you're jealous, look for someone you like, too. Although you probably won't ever be able to do that. Hey. It's just cause I'm busy with this, but I'm actually pretty pop. I think it's there. Hey. Eudora turned away from Fanti and approached a certain point. It looked no different from other parts of the forest, but with Edora's insight, it was clear for her. There were pieces of the barrier that were formed like a honeycomb. They made a large sphere and were covering a part of the forest. Edora put her hand inside the barrier. Normally, she would have been flicked out, but it seemed like she found the right path. Her hand passed through the air. She slowly moved inside the barrier. The moment Fanti followed after his eyes widened. A view that was too beautiful was in front of them. It was the moment they entered an illusionary world that they had only heard about. "You're here." Yeon-woo skillfully welcomed them. There was dirt on his clothes and his hands, like he had just been doing something. "Is something the matter, Oraboni? You seem tired." "I was doing this and that." "It's not something to worry about, so don't worry." Yeon-woo waved his hand to assure Edora, and he led the two around the illusionary world. Brahm looked displeased seeing the two. "Bringing outsiders in like that. What's wrong?" "I think it's nice. And Sha seems to like it as well," Galliard scolded Brahm with a grin. Sha was usually wary of strangers, but she seemed to like the siblings. She was interested in them because Yeon-woo said they were his friends, and Fanti and Edora got along well with children. Fanti liked children, and Sha had fun with Edora because they were both girls. "If it wasn't for that, I would have chased them out a long time ago." Brahm crossed his arms and grumbled. But unlike his attitude, his two eyes were focused on the smiling Sha. Last night, Yeon-woo had said that his friends had entered the 23rd floor and asked if it was okay to bring them inside the barrier. Brahm refused at first since he was being chased after the Elohim and Ether, but as Galliard agreed, saying they were from the One-Horned tribe, he ended up allowing them in with several conditions. They couldn't be loud, and they were not even allowed to go near the farm. And if the Elohim found them, they had to help. Most players would have ran away after hearing the name Elohim, but the siblings quickly agreed to the conditions without any hesitation. The One-Horned tribe, who even fought against Red Dragon, had nothing to fear from the Elohim. The same went for the Fanti siblings. "You know, Sha might have been lonely. Didn't she spend too much time disconnected from the world? So keep that in mind." Brahm tightly closed his mouth. There was nothing he could say here. Galliard might be right. It was true that Sha was laughing a lot more than she usually did. The first time she laughed like that was probably when Galliard came. It was a laugh that she didn't show Brahm often. Maybe. It occurred to him that he made Sha more lonely while thinking that he was doing it for her. "Kane. I have something to say, so come here." Yeon-woo, who was watching Sha, Edora and Fanti play together, turned his head towards Brahm. A funny situation had just occurred because the three were playing hide and seek, and Fanti had been caught by Sha because he was so big. Yeon-woo brushed his bottom off and stood up. He told Edora that he would leave for a moment, and headed behind the cottage following Brahm. Edora wasn't able to take her eyes off of Yeon-woo as he walked away. She narrowed her eyes like she didn't like something, and sighed. It was a deep sigh. She felt this every time she looked at Yeon-woo, but he was always the same. It would have been nice if he said he was glad to see her, or say that he missed them. He was someone that you couldn't expect such things from. As Edora shook her head to look where Fanti and Sha was, she was surprised because Sha suddenly jumped out. She folded her thoughts and smiled again. "What's wrong? Edora, do you like Kane?" It was a sudden question. Edora's eyes widened, and she faintly smiled. "Why do you think that?" "Your eyes never left Kane." Edora unintentionally coughed. It seemed that her emotions were so plain that even a young child like this could see them. But she still had her pride as a woman. Just when she was thinking that she shouldn't make it obvious, her expression turned strange at what Sha said. He. "Should I help you?" While Sha and Edora were talking about this and that, Yeon-woo was speaking with Brahm and Galliard. They seemed quite serious when they called Yeon-woo over, so he thought it was something important. He was right. You know that the transmutation circle and the barrier are almost finished, right? Yes. Yeon-woo nodded his head. Of course he knew, since he was Brahm's only assistant for the last month. Galliard didn't know any magic other than spirit magic, and Cha said that things like this were boring. Only Yeon-woo had taken interest. After he found the way to complete the Philosopher's Stone, Yeon-woo spent his nights trying to understand the Emerald Tablet, and used those results to set up a transmutation circle. Although it had only been a month, Yeon-woo's knowledge about magic had become a lot deeper. The biggest trait of alchemy is how it is made. Since runes can be created with this, too. With Boo and Rebecca's help, he had engraved more runes on his bones. The proficiency of his magic equip had also increased quite a bit. But his biggest achievement was that he found a way to finish the Philosopher's Stone. Since the materials he needed were inside Intrinian, he was trying things one by one. Of course, the most important material was the source of magic power. Thankfully, there's no news that Ether or the Elohim have appeared nearby. They're probably still looking for us, but when the barrier's finished, they won't be able to get to us easily. If the illusionary world was finished, this location would completely become Brahm's territory. That meant that he could set up his holy territory. Although it was limited, the god Brahma would be able to use his godly powers. If that happened, even the Elohim wouldn't be able to beat him, unless their leader, one of the 9 kings, worked with them. So leave this place to us, and come back after you organize what you need to. When the transmutation circle is finished, we'll be ridiculously busy again. Yeon-woo's eyes slightly became bigger. Brahm hadn't said it directly, but he meant that Yeon-woo should take a break. Galliard smirked and told Brahm off. You can just simply say you're giving him a vacation. Why are you building it up so much? Brahm crossed his arms and didn't say anything. Ah, you're embarrassed. Shut up. Yeon-woo lightly laughed, seeing the two argue unlike their ages. Brahm stood up like he no longer wanted to be a part of this conversation. Galliard shook his head at his untruthful friend and spoke to Yeon-woo. He's someone who can't be genuine, so be understanding. Like he said, we'll focus on summoning demons when the transmutation circle is ready. Go take care of whatever you've been pushing back. And rest with your friends. Yeon-woo nodded his head. He had been wondering when he should go to Deroy Lake. It worked out well. But he also thought that it would be dangerous if the Elohim suddenly showed up while he wasn't around and the barrier was unfinished. What should I do? He contemplated for a moment, and something came to him. Brahm, Galliard. What's wrong? Did you have more to say? Seeing the two tilt their head, Yeon-woo lightly grinned under his mask. Since we're summoning a demon, why don't we take care of the Elohim while we're at it? I have a good idea. So are you saying you want to run a raid together? It's fine if you don't want to. Hee. No way. I was starting to get bored here now, so it worked out. Fanti responded excitedly at what Yeon-woo said and stood up. It was fun playing with Shi, but jumping into a bloody battle was more his style. And because he didn't have a need to fight when he was with Yeon-woo, because Yeon-woo took care of everything, he was even more excited. He was sometimes jealous of Yeon-woo's growth, but it was true that Yeon-woo motivated him to work harder, so he wanted to check how much stronger Yeon-woo was. Also, with Yeon-woo being tied for first place on the 21st floor with Al-Foroni left the One-Horned tribe in an uproar. It was because Yeon-woo had done something that the Martial King hadn't been able to do in his younger days. He didn't express much in front of Fanti and Edora, but the Martial King had probably felt wronged at the time. When Fanti heard the news, he felt relieved, but he also felt the desire to fight. The goal that he wanted to reach, the person he wanted to defeat one day was Yeon-woo. He needed to be continually stimulated, and train himself. Yeon-woo lightly laughed seeing Fanti being competitive, and asked Fanti a question seeing Edora's upset face. Why is Edora like that? Fanti giggled like it was hilarious. It's because she was hit from somewhere completely unexpected. Things happened. Anyway, you must be happy you're so popular. He he he. Yeon-woo looked at Cha sleeping on the bench, and sighed when he realized what might have happened. There were times when Cha said things that were surprising for her age. Eudora had probably heard something from Cha. At times like these, it was better for his mental health to pretend like he didn't know anything. He took Cha to her room and told Eudora that he was going to leave. Eudora quickly brightened up again and said that she would follow Yeon-woo. And so the party was decided. Yeon-woo let Brahm and Galliard know that he was going to leave and stepped out of the barrier. He had been breathing in fresh air under a clear blue sky, so it felt awkward in the heavy atmosphere under the red sky. Yeon-woo circulated his magic circuit to adjust his condition and made his magic armor into the form of a plated armor. He moved Vigrid from his back to his belt and put a shield on his back instead. As a piece of head armor was created, it wrapped around his entire face. His face was completely obscure from vision now. Because it was black, it fit the overall atmosphere of the 23rd floor. Hey? Why are you doing that? I don't want to be involved with annoying things. Oh, it's because you don't want people attacking you. Hee. Are you saying you're famous now? Fanti snickered. Actually, what he said was half right and half wrong. He could ignore his fame, and he could push others away with his strength. But Yeon-woo was on his guard from the Elohim. He was planning on getting ether before he left the 23rd floor, but it wasn't time yet. Also, it was strange that there were no sightings of him. So he was planning on hiding his identity as much as possible. The Ceratopsian dinosaur didn't even deserve to be called a hidden piece anymore, because it was so well known. It was likely that there would be a lot of players there. No. Since ether was defeated, could there actually be less? As he organized his thoughts, the three headed towards the lake. Then let's go to finish cleaning up. After they sent Yeon-woo off, Galliard lightly twisted his neck to stretch. As he did, he saw Brahm deep in thought. What are you thinking about so hard? Nah. I just think that he's more interesting the more you think about him. I guess. That makes sense. Since when I first met that child, I was the same. Brahm was thinking of what Yeon-woo suggested before he left. Taking care of the Elohim? How? At Brahm's question, Yeon-woo had answered like this. They're probably getting a trap ready for us. Then we have to turn the tables. We can give them as food to the demons. The strategy was simple and efficient. And he especially liked that the guys like Ether would be given as dessert to the demons. People in the Elohim were usually those with godly blood. Because of that, they had holy power, even though it was only a little bit. Brahm had been wondering how to lure the demons in, and this was perfect. Like this, there were times when Yeon-woo thought of things that he never imagined before. He had received quite a lot of help when he was making the transmutation circle as well. And also, Yeon-woo became Shaisha's friend. On the outside, he seemed apathetic, but Brahm was grateful to him because he was actually warm-hearted. Like someone from the past. Their personalities are completely different, but he reminds of someone else. Galliard's eyes were filled with regret and bitterness. Then he saw Shay, who was looking at where Yeon-woo left. If he was still around, he would have been happy to see that child. Chapter 194 Demon's Forest, 9. Ugh, it's so uncomfortable. Shut up and just do it. Eudora smacked Fanti's back. Since a lot of people knew that the One-Horn tribe's siblings were moving with Yeon-woo, they hid their identities like Yeon-woo did. Eudora was dressed in a robe, like a magician, and while Fanti's horn was showing, he looked completely different. If he had been boyish before, he now looked like a middle-aged man. Yeon-woo looked questioningly at Fanti, surprised by his appearance. Fanti scratched his face and lightly complained. A skin mask. Skin mask. It's a special thing that our tribe grows. It's probably not that well known to the public. It's used when we do things that require confidentiality. It looked like it took a lot of work to apply it. You had to apply the ointment to your face, and wait until it all dried. And Fanti kept on scratching his face, like it was itchy. But it looked natural, and it stayed on, even though he continued to scratch at it. I could use that instead of the mask, if needed. It was something that tempted Yeon-woo. He used a mask to hide his identity, but now, the mask had become famous. It was like everyone had a theorem that said black mask equals the hoarder, Kane. So sometimes, he used his white mask, but if he had 1 or 2 skin masks, he would probably be able to make good use of them. Could I get some of that too? It's a special item that isn't really given to outsiders, but if it's you asking, wouldn't father give some to you? Yeon-woo nodded, noting that he should ask the Martial King someday. Anyway. Fanti frowned, looking at the bustling lake. Just why are there so many people here? It's a little annoying. What's there to see in these ruins? After Yeon-woo's fight with Ether, the densely packed demon trees in this area had disappeared, only leaving soil behind. There was only the occasional demon tree that was starting to regrow. But the players didn't seem to care about that, and they were roaming around the lake. Among them, there were a few who were having a battle of wits. It's probably because they're trying to extract the dinosaur. The Ceratopsian dinosaur in Deroy Lake was a demonic species that had become stronger after eating other demonic species. It occasionally showed up to the lake to hunt every few months. And this was the time for the dinosaur to show up. Ceratopsian dinosaur? Didn't you say that was a hidden piece? Didn't I say it should be embarrassed to call itself a hidden piece now? Ugh! I don't like that. Fanti shifted his feet like someone took his favorite food away from him. Then, he turned his head. Can't we just chase them away? The sork of this content nov, l, by, n. Leave them alone. Yeon-woo was firm, in case Fanti caused trouble. He said that Fanti could return to the village or move by himself if he didn't want to listen to him. It wasn't like Yeon-woo wanted to stay still. But since there were no guarantees that Ether and the Elohim had left the 23rd floor, he had to stay undercover. Even though Yeon-woo was strong, he wasn't strong enough to defeat Ether if they fought head-on. The only reason why he was able to help Galliard before was because he had Surprise on his side. He probably wouldn't be that lucky again. If only I can finish the Philosopher's Stone. Then I won't fall short in a fight with high rankers. So he needed to be more careful. And the Elohim guys might be here. Yeon-woo had activated his extrasensory perception the moment they arrived at the lake. Because of the Elohim's prideful personalities, they had a special characteristic of their own. If he found it, he was going to move right away. The players are probably making a complicated deal to get the dinosaur. I'm thinking we should join them. You're gonna peacefully hunt with them, holding everyone's hand and singing Kumbaya? With that personality? Yeon-woo didn't like how Fanti brought up his personality, but he pretended he didn't hear it. Of course we have to steal it. That's our Hyung-nim's personality. As expected of my father's disciple. Don't you think about the fact that you might be thrown into that lake? Hee. Hyung-nim, don't you know that I've been following you since a long time ago? Yeon-woo shook his head as he saw Fanti laugh shamelessly. It seemed like he was becoming even more sly as time went on. So for now, don't aggravate them. If we get caught, I'll kill you. Yeon-woo growled, lifting his fist. Fanti smiled, unabashed. Haha. You're funny. If someone heard, they'd think that I'm someone who causes trouble wherever he goes. Don't worry. Patience is my middle name, Fanti confidently answered, pounding his chest. But Yeon-woo just felt more anxious looking at the confident Fanti. And it didn't even take an hour until that anxiousness became reality. Boom. What? So you're saying that you'll take everything? Fanti punched the face of the condescending player. Shit. Hit that guy. Haha. Fine. Come at me, you bastards. Fanti began to punch the guy he was holding in the air. Yeon-woo tried to calm himself down looking at the situation. If it wasn't for his helmet armor, he would have been rubbing his eyes. The reason why Fanti began fighting was simple. A group had suddenly appeared, and they had ordered everyone to move back because they were going to catch the ceratopsian dinosaur. They even said that they would let others watch if they stayed 100 meters back. People murmured amongst themselves, but there wasn't anyone who stepped up. Among the group, there was a rancor. The venomized snake, Lao. It was a nickname that stemmed from how he moved smoothly like a snake to poison his enemies with ice poison. Also, there were rumors that one of the 8 clans, Bloodland, had their eye on him, so no one could step up easily. He hadn't spoken a single word since the group arrived, but everyone thought that Bloodland had already come here. Soon, players from Bloodland would probably arrive as well. Eventually, the other players turned back before the Bloodland players could arrive. However, Fanti wasn't one to stay still. Befitting of his personality that had to punch someone if they were in his way, he had punched the face of the person who was aggravating them. Strike the first blow. That was the saying that Fanti liked the most. So of course there would be a fight. The players ran at Fanti, screaming. But Fanti clenched his fists and beat them up, like he was welcoming them. He must have gotten stronger because every time he threw a punch a powerful lightning flashed out from his fist. Eudora gripped her forehead with her hand. She had seen this scene too many times as they climbed the tower, so she was sick of it now. Did that guy have a disease for fighting? Fanti was wrong when he said that Yeon-woo had the martial king's personality. The elders had said that out of all the martial king's children, the person most similar to the young Mariel king was Fanti. Eudora turned back to look at Yeon-woo. She spoke in a concerned voice. Oraboni, No. Wait. Yeon-woo cut Eudora off before she said that they should stop him. He had considered if he should stop Fanti when he had started to fight, but he thought that it had actually worked out for the better. Bloodland. I never would have imagined they were going to come here. Bloodland consists of people who call themselves a country. They don't have any people who say they're the last successors of the destroyed world, nor do they have any territory, but they live with the resolve that they'll find their lost land. What Bloodland wanted was simple. They wanted to regain their promised land. They were those who said that they would someday revive the disappeared world in the tower. In a way, they were people caught up in the past. But because of this, their resolve was strong, and they trained themselves hard with the thought of regaining their land. And they were extremely organized as a clan, so no one wanted to be involved with them. Such a group of people had suddenly appeared in this place. Bloodland and the Elohim appearing on the 23rd floor? And during this time? Coincidentally? Nonsense. Even if the ceratopsian dinosaur was famous, Bloodland wouldn't have sent a rancor to care of it. But since they had come, it's probably related to the Elohim, or Brahm. Or to scout me. Now, not only did he have to hide from the Elohim, he also had to find out what Bloodland was trying to do. So he was planning on deciding what to do based on their reaction to Fanti's fight. And maybe something amusing will happen. The Elohim and Bloodland on the 23rd floor. They were the clans with most pride. The problem is that I don't know what that rancor named Lao is thinking. Even though his subordinates were moving further away from him, Lao was just sitting there. Those who couldn't bring themselves to fight Fanti peeked at Lao. They had desperate eyes requesting for help. But Lao just sat there apathetically. He didn't seem like he was going to join. He just indifferently looked at the situation. Boom. And when the last guy that ran at Fanti was blown away with broken arms, no one was able to fight Fanti. Crunch. Crack. What's this? This is it. You were so confident earlier, and now you're not even making a peep. Fanti rolled up his lips and spoke coldly. As he walked confidently forward, the players who had been wary of him stepped back. Tens of players were all scared because of this one player's aura. All of their faces were red. Then, a relatively brave guy spoke up. His legs were shaking. You bastard! Do you think you'll be safe after touching us? Fanti scoffed. And if I'm not safe? We have the bloodland behind us. Oh really? Ah! That's scary. But what should I do? As you can see, I have the one-horned tribe behind me. Since you touched me, is all that's left now war between the tribe and bloodland. Even though his face was hidden with the skin mask, his horn wasn't hidden. Heek! The guy he had been screaming collapsed to the floor. His pants were wet. Fanti tsked. He didn't know what they were trying to do if they became scared from just this threat. Well, if you're not coming. Lightning sparked from his fists. I'll go. Fanti began to move again. When the players' expressions all paled, Lao, who had been sitting still, suddenly stood up. Fanti laughed. Oh! Is the leader finally coming? I was thinking that it would be fun to fight with a rancor. Hey! But Lao swished past Fanti and suddenly stopped in front of Yeon-woo. They met eyes. Yeon-woo had a strange look in his eyes. I think this is enough. How about we stop this now? At the same time, the open speaking that he only allowed Yeon-woo to hear entered his consciousness. Chapter 195 Demon's Forest, 10. Under the mask, Yeon-woo's face stiffened. He was able to recognize him? After Yeon-woo clashed with Ether and the others, he had quickly hidden his location. But if the Bloodland knew that he was here, it was likely that they knew that Brahm and he had met somewhere else as well. Was that how much attention was on Brahm? Or him? It might be both. But all that aside, he didn't think it was enough for them to recognize it was him, even with his identity hidden. Unless there was a spy. Or had they been observing him from near the illusionary world? If that was true, they had passed by this extrasensory perception, so he had to be even more careful. Lao quickly added on, as if trying to stop Yeon-woo from suspecting them. The fact that you're here isn't known by many, so you don't have to worry. No. Just by the fact that they knew he was here, he had to be careful. But you should know how many people are watching out for you. And since you're with Brahm, who's at the center of attention as well, there's only going to be more people looking for you. Yeon-woo's eyes widened. Of course. There was no way that only the Elohim knew that Cha was with Brahm. The Elohim might have found out first, but as Jeong-woo fell, leading to the imbalance of the 8 large clans, the clans wouldn't miss what other clans did. The 8 clans are involved in this more than I thought. That was what I missed. Lao continued to speak. Since she's the last dragon human, there's a lot of attention on her. Except for Red Dragon, everything will be focused on her. We just weren't able to act because the Elohim was at the front. But then we coincidentally found out that you were involved in this. Yeon-woo wrinkled his forehead. How many clans know that I'm with Brahm? I'm not sure. Everyone's busy trying to hide like rats, so I can't tell. I can't say that there aren't any. Yeon-woo shut his mouth. That meant that everyone who would know, knew. And even if they didn't, they would find out. My record from the 21st floor was too much. He had expected this when he decided to take first place on the 21st floor. But he still thought that the 8 large clans wouldn't be interested because it happened on a lower floor. It seemed like things were worse than he thought. I'll have to be especially careful in the future. Yeon-woo admitted that he had been a bit too relaxed. He had begun to receive attention when he helped Galliard. Even though Ether was too proud to say what had happened, the act was bound to be found out. He thought that maybe he should have hidden his identity back then, but it wouldn't have been easy to hide his identity so quickly. Even if he did, they would have figured it out eventually. However, even if this was the case, he couldn't stand out more. He would be suspected. Until he was stronger, he had to avoid suspicion. But since I'm involved with Brahm, I won't be able to completely avoid the attention. It's a mess. Yeon-woo's head spun complicatedly. He was thinking of what he could do. In the end, he only came to one conclusion. I can't continue to hide anyway. He released the magic armor around his body. The plated armor disappeared, and the black clothes that signified Yeon-woo appeared. Fanti and Edora looked back at his sudden change. Or a bony. There's no need to make things so complicated. Fanti scowled at what Yeon-woo said. Sheesh. I went through hell putting this on. He scratched his face furiously and threw the mask to the floor. Edora realized what was going on and took off her magician's robe. The horn in her beautiful purple eyes were revealed. Lao's eyes widened, not expecting Yeon-woo to reveal himself so easily, and he grinned, clapping. The players who had been fighting against Fanti glanced at each other, and began to stand guard. Now all the eyes around us have probably disappeared. It'll be easier to talk. It seemed like the reason that Lao and the Bloodland players caused problems was to talk with Yeon-woo. Yeon-woo asked Lao a question first. I'll ask you a few things. Even though he was being watched, there were some things he didn't get. Lao nodded his head. Anything? Do you know exactly where Brahm is? Lao shook his head. We only know that he created an illusionary world for the dragon human on the 23rd floor. If we knew more than that, we would have attempted to contact him first. Then how did you know that I would come to Deroy Lake? Because of your habits. My habits? Yeah. The habits that only a hoarder has. Don't you feel better only when you have all the hidden pieces? Of course you would come here. Although the chances of you not coming were 50-50. It meant that he had been sent here on a 50-50 chance. Then how did you recognize me? I should have concealed my appearance properly. Ah, there was nothing you could do about that. It's because of my skill. Lao pointed at his eyes with his finger. Then, his irises separated and became compound eyes, like those of an insect. Yeon-woo clicked his tongue when he realized what it was. It was a skill to examine the traits of your opponent. It couldn't be compared to draconic eyes or insight, but it was still a superior skill. Only then did he realize why Lao was sent here. Since he had that skill, he would be able to recognize Yeon-woo even if he hid himself. The reason why he stayed still when Fanti was running around was to find me. Lao spoke with a smile. Then the questions are finished, right? Just about. Then I'll formally introduce myself again. I'm Baron Lao, here on orders from the Emperor. I came here to invite you and Brahm. The Emperor has taken an interest in you. The players of the Bloodland were organized into 8 different positions: Soldier, Knight, Baron, Viscount, Count, Marquis, Duke, and the Emperor. There was only one Emperor. The Gluttony Emperor. The Lord of Greed, who swallowed everything he desired. The Gluttonous Emperor was someone who adjusted the trait of a lord to how he liked it. He had thousands of citizens under him, and he could freely move his military. In terms of numbers, they might be greater than the Red Dragon clan. If there was a difference, it was that unlike the Red Dragon, which only cared about the floors above the 50th, this guy was someone to easily extend his hand to the lower floors. It might not be an over-exaggeration that they called themselves a country. And the biggest characteristic he had was his gluttony. The Gluttony Emperor was always hungry. He tried to swallow whatever he could reach. Of course, among that, there were people. However, the scariest part about the Gluttony Emperor was that his digestion was absorbing people. The Gluttony Emperor was always hungry, so he always ate too much. But at the same time, his taste was extremely picky, so it was said that the Bloodland struggled a lot because of him. The Gluttony Emperor had called Yeon-woo's brother a delicacy and had tried to take everything he had. His sky wings, wave of light, and even his dragon body. A trait that absorbed abilities through eating. It was no wonder why he was judged as the craziest person in the tower along with the head bishop of the Devil Army. And that gluttony emperor wanted to see Yeon-woo and Brahm? Does he still want to eat a dragon? He really is a psycho. He was someone who had eaten everything, but the one meat that he hadn't eaten yet was dragon meat. That was the biggest reason why he wanted Yeon-woo's brother. But it seemed like he still hadn't given up on that. He wanted to see Brahm? No, he probably wanted to see Shi, the Elohim, and the Bloodland. He didn't know why he kept on getting involved with crazy bastards. Had he read Yeon-woo's cold eyes? Lao smiled and lightly waved his hand. I know what you're worrying about. It's because you're scared that the Emperor might hurt you and your party, right? But don't worry. Those are just rumors that people made to frame us. Lao pounded his chest. We're an empire. And we're also warriors that will have the tower as our territory. Why would we hurt guests that we invited? We won't do things to betray trust like that. I swear it on my honor and the Emperor's name. The Bloodland's diplomatic logic was famous in the tower for them twisting their words to how it suited them. What that meant was that it was bullshit. The Emperor thinks that your bravery, the wisdom of Brahm, and the future of the dragon human will be a big help to the Empire. But you'll probably deny us if we suggest joining us first. So he wants to eat with you. I don't think this sounds bad for you either, am I right? Yeon-woo didn't answer right away. There was only one thought that went through his mind. Since he was evading the Elohim, he had to get as much information as possible. And it'll be useful to use them as a shield from the Elohim. And for that. Fine. I'll think about it positively for now. Lao smiled. Ho ho. But I can't guarantee anything yet. Brahm and the dragon human aren't people I can control. Everyone knows about the exile's stubbornness. I'm grateful that you're thinking about it positively. Also. Lao paused, and put emphasis on his words. Aren't you close to Galliard? Since the Emperor is interested in Galliard as well, he'll be happy if you can convince him as well. Yeon-woo silently nodded his head. But his mind was rapidly spinning around. So they know about my relationship with Galliard. If they know about what happened in the tutorial, it means that they examined me pretty closely. He would definitely have to be more careful in the future. But seeing Lao smile with satisfaction, it seemed like he was successful in getting Lao's favor. Was Lao simple, or was he confident that Yeon-woo wouldn't deny his offer? It was probably the latter. Their loyalty to their emperor could be compared to the loyalty of the devil army towards the demon they served. So Yeon-woo casually asked. But if many forces are interested, are there also people other than the Elohim on the 23rd floor? They're just testing the waters. Even if they did send people, they only sent a little bit. They're really wary about the Elohim. The Bloodland doesn't seem to care. Since the Emperor has decided to do so. That's how much the Emperor is interested in you and your comrades. Lao's face was flushed, like it was a huge blessing. Yeon-woo was a bit dumbfounded. If they're only testing the waters, it means that they'll be ready to interfere as soon as they see the chance. Yeon-woo thought that might be when the Elohim and the Bloodland confronted each other, or until Brahm and the dragon human were in danger from the Elohim. If not, it could also be when the illusionary world was found. After that, Yeon-woo continued to ask Lao questions, and Lao answered like it was nothing. Thankfully, Yeon-woo was able to quickly realize what was going on. The game board is a lot bigger than I thought. Lao said that he was only an emissary, and there was actually someone else in charge. Marquis Caliban. His actual name wasn't known. However, he was famous for choosing his alliances, so it would be tricky to deal with him. And there were also the additional forces of the Elohim. There was Hemera, and he said he didn't know how many more would be added. However, it seemed like one thing was for sure. In the Elohim, it seemed like the protogenoi species were especially interested. The same went for the 11th floor, but I don't know why fools who can't even fight amongst themselves keep on showing up. Yeon-woo was a bit annoyed, but he didn't show it. However, something suddenly occurred to him. The thought that this might not end here. He felt like he could smell the scent of blood that you could only smell in the battlefield. And like that, Yeon-woo found out all the information he could, and slowly got up. Good. I learned a lot from you. Like I said, I'll try to convince Brahm and the others. Yeon-woo didn't forget to leave a hole for him to escape. But before that, I have something to do. Is it the Ceratopsian dinosaur? Yeon-woo nodded his head. Yeah. It's important to us. If you need, we can help. From what the Empire investigated, it seems to be tricky to handle. They say that it's worse than the Kraken from the 22nd floor. Lao tried to extend his hand, but Yeon-woo firmly refused him. There was no need to be in debt to him. Lao stepped back like there was nothing else he could do. Then, he kindly told him that they would be protecting their surroundings so Yeon-woo could go through with the raid. Yeon-woo inwardly scoffed, knowing it was a method for them to observe his abilities. The Hoarder's abilities? Of course they would want to know. It wasn't well known, and it was equal to Alforoni's Shadow's strength. However, I don't know. Will it go the way you want it to? Under the mask, Yeon-woo smirked. Thinking of fucking the 8 large clans over was also fun to plan. Then what do we have to do from now? The size of the dinosaur was known to be about 80 meters. Fanti was already excited at the thought of going against such a huge monster. In reply to Fanti, it's simple. Yeon-woo grinned. Just be eaten. Hey! Chapter 196 Demon's Forest, 11. It's coming. Fanti and Edora reacted first to Yeon-woo's words. While they had been checking their equipment, they quickly got up at what he said. Lightning sparked around Fanti, and Edora quietly drew her sword. Lao didn't understand why they were doing that. He hadn't felt anything. His skill, 9 Snake's Eyes, sensed danger quickly. The fact that he hadn't felt anything meant there wasn't any danger nearby. Lao thought that Yeon-woo made a mistake. The Ceratopsian dinosaur was as powerful, no, stronger, than the Kraken. Even if Yeon-woo was the Hoarder, this was a monster that all players would be nervous for. There were rumors that Yeon-woo caught the Kraken on the 22th floor through solo playing, but the Bloodland thought this was just a rumor. And if it's not, I can check the Hoarder's skill this time. From Yeon-woo's traits, skills, properties, even the artifacts that he used. He was going to keep his eyes open to observe everything. Marquis Caliban hadn't sent him here for nothing. So until the Ceratopsian dinosaur arrived, he received orders to stay by Deroy Lake. Lao's eyes widened when bubbles started appearing on the surface of the lake. It was real. Lao couldn't believe Yeon-woo's abilities, which had sensed something that even he hadn't been able to feel, but he immediately responded to it. Everyone at their positions. Beware of attacks from the outside. He knew that the Elohim was aiming for Yeon-woo after he had started working with Brahm. So it was likely that they would attack when the dinosaur attacked, and everyone was busy with something else. The players of the Bloodland had all received strict orders from Lao, so they all lifted their shields and shouted their common skill. The shouts have stopped, and the red flag has been raised. Like the manifestation of battle. This was a clan skill that all players in the Bloodland could use, and it buffed players to increase their resistance from curses. But this was just what was known to the public. It actually had a large benefit. The more players sang this song, the buff increased, putting everyone into a group hypnosis. It was a strange feeling, like all their senses and minds were connected. While they were hypnotized, all the players became the sword of the person in charge. They would become brave warriors without any fear of death. This was why people who fought against the Bloodland tried to stop them from using this skill. Of course, they usually weren't successful. While a thick magic circle was wrapping around them, Lao felt the strange feeling of having the lives of 30 players in his hand, and he prepared to defend against any random attack. Suddenly, something soared up through the surface of the lake. A large figure of about 80 meters was looking down from above the lake. They were so close that they could only see its large shadow. Lao tilted his head to see how the creature looked. It was a four-legged creature that had a neck and tail that was larger than its body. Its scales looked tough, like not even a sword would be able to pierce through them. Like it was announcing its arrival, it let out a loud roar. Yeon-woo instantly spread his fire wings and flew towards the head of the creature. Fanti and Edora quickly got on its body and ran towards the head as well. Lao left his subordinates in charge of standing guard and watched the scene with magic power focused on his eyes. It was a good opportunity to see the heir presumptive and princess of the one-horned tribe. But then, the ceratopsian dinosaur opened its wide mouth and swallowed Yeon-woo and the rest of them in a single gulp. "What's this?" Lao's face hardened. A sight that he couldn't believe even though he had seen it with his own eyes had just happened. He thought Yeon-woo and his party would force themselves out, but they weren't resisting. They were eaten. Something was strange. Lao was extremely confused. "Ugh! This is disgusting." Fanti scowled at the spit that was covering his body. Even though he tried to shake it off, the smell still lingered. If Yeon-woo hadn't said to, it was a method he never would have tried. "But, I guess it's a bit interesting. A demon's a demon after all," Fanti muttered to himself while he looked around. A red sky. A vast horizon. He could even see dried up yellow leaves. He would never have imagined this was the stomach of the ceratopsian dinosaur. At first, when Yeon-woo said to be eaten by the dinosaur, he thought Yeon-woo was joking. Who would intentionally be eaten during a raid? You could enter the monster's stomach and swing your sword around, but no one would use that stupid method. Before you entered the stomach, you would probably be crushed by the teeth, or melt from the digestive enzymes. However, Yeon-woo said to be eaten with a serious voice. They could get him using the normal method, but then, they would lose the most important section. So Fanti had asked. Just what was that important section? And Yeon-woo had answered like this. It's magic core. The magic core was usually the heart or the neodon. But from what Fanti knew, the ceratopsian dinosaur's heart would come out if you slit its neck. Yeon-woo said that wasn't right. There are 5 organs that you can call the ceratopsian dinosaur's heart. But there's only one that you can get from the outside. To get the other 4, you have to enter its mind. It was a hidden piece within a hidden piece. That was what Yeon-woo said. So he had trusted him to come inside, and it seemed like Yeon-woo was right. 5. They said that ceratopsian dinosaurs were in the process of turning into a demon from a demonic species. If so, it made sense that its inside would be composed of a complex consciousness. Is it something like an illusionary world? Fanti became nervous thinking of the illusionary world that Brahm made. In an illusionary world, the creator was the king. The penalty of intruders would be extreme. Of course, since there was a difference in its complexity, this probably couldn't be called an actual illusionary world. But it was safe to call this a vestige space. This wasn't a difficulty that could be cleared with just 3 people. Thinking that he had to stay alert, Fanti lightly slapped his cheeks and looked around. Although a lot of time had passed, he was the only person here. The source of this content Nov, L, by, N. But where is that guy? He couldn't have gone the wrong way towards the stomach with Edora. Why are you muttering to yourself like a mad person? At that moment, Yeon-woo lightly landed next to him. There was a heat around him as his fire wings disappeared. Edora was sticking right by his side. She looked like she was so happy she could die. You're here? Why are you like that? Edora slightly frowned at Fanti, who was smirking. What's with that nauseating face? Nothing. I was just thinking that you should have gone to the stomach instead. Eudora mouthed the words "You wanna die," behind Yeon-woo, her fist raised. Of course, Fanti pretended like he hadn't seen anything and looked back at Yeon-woo. Yeon-woo had something that was about the size of someone's head in his head. Like he had ripped it off of somewhere, there were things like cells stuck all over it. But what's that in your hand? A heart. No, wait, it hasn't even been that long since we came in here. Fanti shook his head from side to side. This guy was more outstanding the more you watched him. He had been gathering his wits when he first came in here, but it seemed like Yeon-woo had already taken care of one of them. Yeon-woo threw the magic core like it was nothing on the floor. Only then did a message pop up. You have discovered the heart, core, ... Hidden quest / Ceratopsion monster annihilation. Summary: after an adventurer studied Deroy Lake for a long time, they were able to find that occasionally, there were demonic species that battled each other to determine their hierarchy. The demonic species that come here during this time are all predators of the forest, and they eat each other until only one of them is left. And the demonic species that survives becomes a step closer to becoming a demon. It absorbs the energy of the lake to change into a ceratopsion dinosaur. It is so tough that even if it loses a heart, it can regenerate itself. To completely get rid of this creature, a lot of effort is needed. But you have jumped into the consciousness of the dinosaur with much bravery. From now on, avoid the attacks of the consciousness while looking for the rest of the hearts. Only after you find all 5 of them can you escape this area. If you fail, you will be trapped in here forever, and be absorbed by the dinosaur. Qualification to participate: Deroy Lake Visitor, Participator in Ceratopsion Dinosaur Raid. Time limit: 5 hours. Rewards: Heart of Ceratopsion Dinosaur, 5. Horn and Leather. Adventurer Deroy's Records Plus. Hearts found currently. The adventurer Deroy was famous for being one of the very first players and the one to find the secret of the 23rd floor. He was also the person who created demonic studies, having found the relationship between demonic species and demons. However, it was said that the records of Deroy weren't really that great anyway, since it only had records of what Deroy saw from day to day. October 2nd. Clear. Dug the 17th floor. There was nothing here. October 10th. Cloudy. Dug 7 meters deep. I think I didn't dig in the right area. It was all information like this, but Vieira kept on saying that we had to gather the records of the adventurer Deroy. She said it was necessary to learn demonic studies. Catching the Ceratopsion dinosaur was a hidden piece, and understanding the secret of the records was a hidden piece in itself as well. His brother had received help from Vieira Dune to learn about demonic studies. It was a chance to contact demons and learn new magic. Normally, Deroy liked magic studies, but he had problems with the magic tower, and his studies were taken from him. Even though they took them, the records that he had were more detailed. Thinking of learning magic from a dragon and a demon at the same time, he's my brother but, he's crazy. And the demon that his brother had met was an incredible one. The Grand Duke of the East, Agars. He was one of the demons who were the 4 pillars of demonic society. The society was better known as Solomon's 72 demons, and Devil King Agars was ranked second out of all of them. Because his brother has been cherished by the ancient dragon Calidus and the Grand Duke Agars, it was no wonder he was able to grow so fast. Of course, Yeon-woo didn't plan on actually making a contract with a demon just because he learned demonic studies. Demonic studies wasn't just about dealing your soul away to a demon. Rather, there were a lot of methods around it. His brother had also done this. He borrowed the strength of Agars, but he didn't actually have a contract with him. Like him, Yeon-woo was planning on using demonic studies in a different way. After Sha becomes healthy again, and the newly caught demon can be used to complete the Philosopher's Stone, I can use it then. Since he had Brahm's transmutation circle, Yeon-woo was already thinking about completing the Philosopher's Stone. And the answer to this was demonic studies. Of course, it might not all go as Yeon-woo planned. Unless the demons were fools, they would know that Brahm was coming after them. But Brahm has expected that and planned out several different strategies, and Yeon-woo had helped him while supporting him to set the transmutation circle up. He deserved to take something away from it. Also, Yeon-woo and Brahm were confident that they could catch a demon. And once they did, getting the Devil's Blessing and Aroy's records were a must. New demonic species are appearing. Warning! Survive from the monster rush. Then, with a new message, a black wave started to come from far away. Keek! It was a demonic species army made up of hundreds, even thousands. They were all rushing over to eat Yeon-woo's party. Fanti and Edora seemed nervous seeing their number. But Yeon-woo had an easy way to get rid of them. He spread out his left hand. Bathory's vampiric sword revealed itself with its teeth bared like it was hungry. Clack, clack. Swallow. Yeon-woo put his left hand to the floor. Then, the teeth suddenly sunk into the ground and attempted an energy drain. The world shook. Chapter 197 Demon's Forest, 12. The vestige space started to shake. Fanti and Edora crouched down to catch their balance. I said to let us know before you do things like this. Fanti barely stopped himself from falling and shouted at Yeon-woo with an upset voice. But when he saw Yeon-woo, his eyes filled with shock. As the entire world was shaking, it was bending towards Yeon-woo. Watching the space gather to one place was truly frightening. And amidst all that, there were thousands of demonic species that were running at them. Kiaok. They were stretched like rubber and sucked into Yeon-woo's left palm. It was Bathory's vampiric sword. It was fitting of a skill that absorbed all types of energy. Messages continued to pop up for Yeon-woo. You have absorbed demonic species 91. You have absorbed demonic species 1,021. You are rapidly sucking up the Ceratopsian dinosaur's consciousness. Strength has increased by 2. Dexterity has increased by 1. The Ceratopsian dinosaur of Deroy Lake attempts the curse, hypnosis. Updated from Nouvelle Bien, c.om. Your cold-blooded skill vanquishes it. The Ceratopsian dinosaur of Deroy Lake attempts the curse, confusion. From the Ceratopsian dinosaur's view, it might have been thinking about what a pleasant surprise Yeon-woo was when he entered its stomach. Since it was a creature that wasn't used to its physical body yet, it would be stronger in the vestige space. That was also the reason why the hardcores were all in here. So the Ceratopsian dinosaur had been planning on using the demonic species it had absorbed so far to absorb them. However, this was a mistake on its part because it didn't know Yeon-woo yet. Yeon-woo had the cold-blooded trait, which allowed an incredible immunity from mental attacks, and he also had a skill that he could use to fight back. The Ceratopsian dinosaur had basically revealed its own weakness. Even though it shook its body and continued to spew curses, Bathory's vampiric sword didn't let go of its prey. Like it was trying to end the dinosaur's shaking body's life faster, it dug its teeth deeper and greedily gobbled things up. Fanti and Edora looked blankly at the sight for a moment. They felt that it was completely abnormal for an 80-meter-long creature to be so easily defeated. Then, Yeon-woo sent out his open speaking. His actual voice wouldn't be able to be heard because the cries of the Ceratopsian dinosaur were so loud. Focus on what's in front of you. What you have to do from now on is important. Fanti and Edora snapped to attention and started to focus on what was in front of Yeon-woo. In the bending space, 2 lights were soaring up. You'll see 2 points in front. That's where the heart of the creature is, so retrieve it. However, there might be traps, so be careful. Fanti and Edora's eyes sparkled. Yeon-woo had been doing everything, so they wondered if it had been necessary for them to come with him. But it seemed like Yeon-woo's strategy was for them to retrieve the hearts while he was holding the vestige space. Leave it to me. I'll neatly bring all of them. Fanti pounded his chest with an amused face and moved towards the heart. Edora moved in the opposite direction. Pat. A few demonic species in the unbent space ran at them. Hey hey hey! Move, you pieces of trash! Rumble! Fanti unleashed his full lightning for the first time in a long while and shot forward. The demonic species were all flicked to the side with the smell of something burning. Eudora brought her sword down powerfully. It was Danghyun, of 8 extreme fists. Because she had trained with this from when she was young, she was a master in the sword. Then, Shannon and Han Ryeong appeared from behind Yeon-woo. Can't you leave things like this to us? I don't think you have to bring those two in. Han Ryeong nodded like he agreed with what Shannon said. The Yeon-woo they had seen until now wasn't exactly the most generous person. Even if someone was close to him, he hoarded all the hidden pieces for himself. He sometimes gave it to them, but since they were bound to Yeon-woo, it was all basically for Yeon-woo to get stronger in the end. Yeon-woo spoke, looking at Fanti and Eudora, who were at the points of the hearts. Because I have something else to focus on. Focus. Fanti and Eudora disappeared in the light. The trap to protect the hearts had probably activated. The two had probably moved onto another vestige space to undergo another trial. Yeon-woo realized that there weren't any witnesses anymore, and turned his head to look at Shannon. Yet, there's a pretty big one. Shannon understood what Yeon-woo was saying and was taken aback. Yeon-woo left 3 hearts for the two to find. Since he had already found one, there was one left. And that one was probably the actual body. Yet, I'll be busy focusing on the actual body, so how can I look for the other hearts? Then, the space that had been wrapped around Yeon-woo was completely shredded to reveal darkness. Yeon-woo, Shannon, and Han Ryeong all unwittingly looked down. A dark and depressing atmosphere was floating up from the ground. It was an intense vestige that wasn't comparable to before. Yeon-woo forcefully pushed the curse that was piercing his brain away. 2 lines were drawn in the darkness, and opened into a large hole. A large eyeball rolled to look at Yeon-woo. It was filled with fury. He could feel its hunger and desire to eat him. That was the actual body of the demonic being that dreamed of evolving in the shell of a ceratopsian dinosaur. The ceratopsian dinosaur of Deroy Lake became so famous that everyone knew about it. And hunting the creature that appeared periodically became a tradition. But did they know? The ceratopsian dinosaur that they had all caught was actually the one and the same? The ceratopsian dinosaur was an image that a demonic species presented. Even if it was caught, it only lost a heart. As long as its actual body was left, it could make another heart and regenerate. What the players had caught so far was only a small piece of it. However, his brother had learned this with Vieradune's help, and was able to put the devil's blessing in his hand. And now, years after that had happened, the new actual body was exuding an energy fiercer than the one that his brother had caught. Is it because of the guys who died from the explosion before? Since this was a creature that swallowed the remnants of demonic species, it might have swallowed the demonic species when his wave of fire and the holy punishment of light clashed. Or it might have been the influence of Brahm nearby. One thing that was for sure was that it was a pretty strong fellow. A satisfied smile grew on Yeon-woo's face. The creature must have been mad at being woken up from its sleep because it spoke in a boiling voice and glared at Yeon-woo. Who are you? It growled like it was going to eat Yeon-woo. But to Yeon-woo, it just seemed like it was throwing a tantrum. Territory announcement. He attempted the second step power. The dragon's energy covered the creature's head, and as Yeon-woo's shadow stretched out, his monsters, Rebecca, and Boo came out. The creature exuded another burst of intense fury. It was because of its natural instinct in front of its mortal enemy, the draconic species. Yeon-woo brought Vigrid down. The wave of fire flamed around him. The raid began. There were 3 things Yeon-woo was aiming for fighting against the actual body of the ceratopsian dinosaur. The first was the Devil's Blessing, the second was Deroy's demonic studies, and the last was fighting experience with the creature, as it was similar to a demon. Of course, even though it was an actual body, it couldn't be compared to a real demon. For a demonic species to become a low demon, it had to evolve, and hone itself for a long time. So obviously, even though he fought with such a creature, it would be completely different from fighting an actual demon, but even this would be a huge help to Yeon-woo. To complete the Philosopher's Stone, he had to have some experience with a demon, even though it was only a little bit. Then, something black shot out and aimed for Yeon-woo. The tentacles were sturdy, having existed for hundreds of years. It was way more tenacious than the kraken's legs. And to Yeon-woo's draconic eyes, it was all too clear what each of them contained. They were things that caused Yeon-woo to shiver at a glance. Devil poison. I didn't think it would make something like that. Devil poison was a solution that demons released, and it was potent enough to kill an ogre with just a fistful. Also, even if you somehow endured against it, it would freeze your body, and enter your mind to make you go crazy. It was extremely tricky to get, and it was sold for astronomical prices on the market. But the ceratopsian dinosaur was releasing an immense amount of the devil poison, although it probably hadn't even been that long since it had become a dinosaur. This isn't something that was caused by just Brahm and me. It's like someone intentionally raised it too. And the biggest problem was that devil poison was especially fatal to draconic species. It was because the demons had created it to make the hunting of draconic species go easier. So Yeon-woo wasn't able to easily combat the creature. He quickly spread his fire wings to move where he could. His piloting was a lot smoother than in the past. The 3 additional types of magic that Yeon-woo had engraved for his magic equip were levitation, fly, and lift and drag control. He had intentionally carved in magic that was related to flying, and he had even made a formula so he could control his speed and resistance in the air. He had to touch a lot of the surface of his bones because of his, but the results were definite. Yeon-woo avoided the attacks into areas where the tentacles couldn't attack, and spewed out his wave of fire from there. Boom! Kwak-wong! Kwang! When he swung the grid on top of that, the tentacles were cut off and burnt one by one. Then, the creature regenerated its tentacles, and Yeon-woo avoided them again. The same went for Shannon, Han Ryeong, and Bu and the monster army. They actually contributed more. They would hide in the shadows caused by an explosion, and appear again to cut the creature. Rebecca, especially, was doing the most. Sir Nunno's light. She used the holy power of Sir Nunno's and her arrows spilled out. As an apostle of the god of hunting, she was skilled with multiple weapons. Every time she flicked an arrow out, light poured down like rain and pierced through its body. If there was a problem, it was that she couldn't use her holy power to the fullest because this was the creature's vestige space, but that was enough to cause damage to the ceratopsian dinosaur. Kung! The creature moved again. It was shaking in pain. Then, above its shuddering skin, a small hole opened. A human-like figure with coppery skin stood up. It didn't have a face, but Yeon-woo got the impression that it was glaring at him. There were flaws along the creature's body. Magic core. It was the heart. Suddenly, a pair of wings grew from its back and a long sword appeared in its hands. And around it, there were shields like aegis. Looks like it's copying you. It had probably realized that it would never win if this fight kept on. So it had appeared with a similar appearance as Yeon-woo with similar data and fighting patterns. Shannon laughed. It was like they were on the 21st floor and saw Yeon-woo's shadow. But Shannon's laughter didn't last long. Its tentacles suddenly gathered to its body and turned into things similar to Shannon and Han Ryeong. Even Bu, Rebecca, and the monster army were imitated. It's even copying us. I don't like that. The problem was that imitations were continually being created, like it was some kind of factory. Shannon's laughter was cut off, and annoyance was mixed in his voice. The same went for Han Ryeong. Rebecca nodded her head like she agreed. They were able to once again realize that this was a vestige space. The more beings like those were created, the more disadvantageous they would be. But Yeon-woo thought things had worked out well. The fact that he had revealed his last heart meant that it was prepared to die. The creature was fighting like that because it knew this was the end. Sword purification. Spear of the goddess. The air was filled with emanated murderous intent towards Vigrid's enemies, and with the god's blessing of Athena, the vestige of the ceratopsian dinosaur was overpowered. A seizing of the vestige space is attempted. Resistance is extreme. Resistance is extreme. The ceratopsian dinosaur realized its mistake too late and tried to resist as much as it could, but the more it poured out vestige, the more Vigrid's fighting spirit amplified, so it couldn't stand against it. Kwoo! The creature cried out. You have dominated the resistance and succeeded in seizing it. You have become the new owner of the vestige area. The vestige area that had been filled with the ceratopsian dinosaur instantly fell under Yeon-woo's control. And he could feel the creature in shock. Yeon-woo smirked at it. Then, he licked his lips. The creature was tricky to deal with in its vestige space, but since the owner changed, it was like a fish in a barrel. Everything in here looked like a buffet to Yeon-woo. His eyes shined with greed. When he licked his lips, his sharp canines were visible. Now, it was time to enjoy the buffet. Chapter 198 Demon's Forest, 13. Translator, HH Editor, Thursdays. It wasn't that hard to seize the vestige space. Yeon-woo had already absorbed a part of the creature's mind with Bathory's vampiric sword, so he had gotten some information, and he used the newest feature of his extrasensory perception to imitate the space. Then, he used his sword purification and spear of the goddess to amplify his fighting aura. Yeon-woo spread out his fire wings and soared down. Kwang! Fire spread all around them. The creatures seemed shocked that the owner of the vestige space had changed, and they seemed to think that they needed to reclaim the space as quickly as possible. But they were mistaken about something. The fact that the owner of the vestige space changed meant that they were all in Yeon-woo's palm. Instantly, they were hit with an intense debuff. Their movements became rough, like the gravity around them was weighing them down, and they fell into a state of confusion. Yeon-woo instantaneously cut them. The cut beings faded away and were split into pieces to be absorbed into Yeon-woo. You have succeeded in learning the Devil's Blessing. Your Dragon's Blessing influences absorbing the Devil's Blessing. Your cells are undergoing a special change. You have learned the Devil's Blessing. You have learned the Devil's Blessing. Each of them was absorbed into the vestige space, and it was minimal, but Yeon-woo could feel a small change happening within his body. Like how his dragon bones and dragon veins were set up when his dragon's blessing was first awakened, the Devil's Blessing stimulated him, slowly changing what he was made of. Normally, he would have had to appropriately combine the blessing with the purple devil flowers, the heart of the ceratopsian dinosaur, and the heart of the kraken, but he needed to build up an immunity first. Kwa kwa kwang. Shannon, Han Ryeyong, and the monster army followed Yeon-woo and moved more quickly. He became stronger the more he learned the Devil's Blessing, so it was more fun to move. The heart of the ceratopsian dinosaur felt that it was in danger for the first time. Just a moment ago, it had been filled with greed to swallow those who dared to disrupt its sleep, but it now thought that it might be eaten. Then, it realized what the emotion it was feeling was. Fear. A being like itself, which would become a demon, felt fear? This couldn't be real. A demon was a being that lived off of other living things' fear and confusion. For such a being to feel fear, it meant that it was denying its existence. But the creature wasn't confident it could defeat Yeon-woo. No, it couldn't even bring itself to fight. Its shadows were running at him with tenacity, but Yeon-woo was still running at him at a speedy pace. So the creature began to run away without even looking back. As far as it could go. It wanted to run away to where Yeon-woo couldn't reach. It didn't know if there would be somewhere that was hidden from Yeon-woo's eyes, as the owner of the vestige space had changed, but safely getting out of here was its utmost priority. If it threw away its ceratopsian dinosaur form, everything it had done until now would be wasted, but it could always just eat more demonic species again. However, where are you going? Before it could even move, Yeon-woo was already standing in front of it with a cold smile. The black mask looked like the face of a devil. Its appearance that was reflected in his eyes was trembling with fear. Yeon-woo quickly extended his hand to grab its head. Then, he delivered his wave of fire through his magic circuit. What's happening? Lao looked up at the ceratopsian dinosaur with a stiff face. He thought something had gone horribly wrong when Yeon-woo, Fanti, and Edora had been swallowed by the ceratopsian dinosaur. So at first, he had tried to continue with the raid with his subordinates. It wasn't simply just to save Yeon-woo. It was because he couldn't let Yeon-woo die, as he knew Brahm's location. The only dragon human in the tower. Same as the Elohim, they wanted it. And the interest of the Gluttony Emperor was too deep. As a faithful servant, Lao couldn't disappoint his king. But Lao stopped giving his orders and stopped his subordinates. The ceratopsian dinosaur started acting strange. It twisted its body and landed headfirst into the ground nearby. It looked like it was trying to force something out. At that moment, Lao came to a realization. Yeon-woo's party was doing something inside the body of the ceratopsian dinosaur. He didn't know what they were doing, but the dinosaur seemed to be in intense pain. Lao felt regretful, not being able to check Yeon-woo's skills. And on the other hand, he also felt extremely curious what was going on inside. The raid that was going on was a method that he had never heard of before. That was how dangerous it was, but it was amazing that Yeon-woo had jumped into it without any hesitation. So Lao decided to watch the situation for a little longer. It wouldn't be too late if he joined in when things weren't going as they should. However, Lao couldn't just look on anymore. Unfamiliar presences suddenly crowded nearby. It was a strange but holy energy. It was the Elohim. They soon appeared with the sound of cracking branches. I didn't hear that the Bloodland and the One-Horned tribe joined hands. The High Elf, Runt, crossed his arms and glared at Lao and the Bloodland players. The players of the Elohim continued to pop up to surround them. This was the place where they were humiliated by Yeon-woo when they caught Galliard. Because of that, Runt's eyes were filled with fire. Lao lightly clicked his tongue. He didn't expect that they would come at this time. And the murderous aura they were all emanating was intense. Lao quickly nodded his chin at his subordinates. All of the Bloodland lifted their swords and blocked the Elohim's way. Of course we'd want to hold hands with the One-Horned tribe. But we weren't able to do that yet, and we grabbed hands with the Hoarder instead. What? At the completely unexpected response, Runt's face hardened. It wasn't a face fitting of a high elf. The Hoarder. Whenever he heard that name, the scar on his face seemed to throb even more. It was the injury that he received from Cain during the attack. Do you not understand what that means? Why do you think I don't understand? Lao laughed coldly. Of course, it's because you were one-sidedly defeated by him. Suddenly, a cold air started to rise around Lao. And the ground froze. An icy wind that felt like it could slice skin started to blow. Runt slammed the spear he was holding into the ground. I'm warning you again. If you don't move from there, the Elohim will hold the Bloodland responsible for this. Runt wanted to lift his spear and attack, but he was careful because it could lead to war between two large clans. So he was repeating himself several times. However, did you know? It only seemed like he was admitting that the Elohim was no match for the Bloodland players. You Elohim are super annoying, babbling on about everything. Boom! Lao hit the ground even harder. As he did, the ice split, and hundreds of icicles popped up like a thorn forest. It was Lao's signature skill. Runt and the rest of the Elohim players scattered to avoid the skill. And the Bloodland players followed right behind them. As they began to sing the military song of victory, magic circles appeared below their feet, and they began to move even faster. The Bloodland players displayed a violent fighting style, as if trying to show them why they were called fierce beasts. Every time they swung their swords, demon trees and icicles exploded. The Elohim players had to react to each attack. Lao also moved. He freely moved between the icy thorn forest like a snake. When he lifted his hand, everything that his eyes touched froze and exploded. If you were touched with that, you would probably lose an arm or a leg. So Runt was pushed back, flinging his spear around. He held his spear with his right hand and drew a circle. The light that exploded from the blade flew at Lao. The broken pieces of ice shattered futilely. Then, Lao clasped his hands together and gathered the pieces of ice to a signal point, and drew a whirlpool. It was a skill that locked your opponent in a storm of sharp ice air. Lao thought that he had caught Runt with this. There had been no one who was able to escape the ice storm safely. And so when the storm settled down, and he was about to check the corpse, Lao's eyes widened. Runt, who he thought would be bloodied, was gone. At the cold feeling that he felt behind his back, Lao instinctively moved back. But it was too late. With a fiery pain, his left arm flew in the air. Runt was there under the fountain of blood. Lao realized that he had been tricked. It was an illusion that used the light. The Runt that he thought was there was actually a fake. Just when? Because he had tricked his 9 snakes' eyes, Lao was confused. And like other players of the Bloodland had experienced the same thing, screams erupted from all over. The connection of the military song of victory was almost cut off. Runt laughed at Lao's crumpled face and immediately ran to the lake. Behind him, through the ice thorn forest, the players of Elohim had appeared. Their goal was Yeon-woo. Since half of the Bloodlands players were injured, there was no need to focus on them anymore. Everyone, move to the lake. Lao quickly pressed down on his injury and moved his subordinates. It didn't matter if Yeon-woo died, but failing a task that he had done in the Bloodlands' name would be humiliating. His subordinates quickly followed right after the Elohim. But Runt and the Elohim were already where the Ceratopsian dinosaur was, and they were already prepared to explode a destructive skill. 1-point attack. They were planning on destroying the Ceratopsian dinosaur as a whole, since Yeon-woo would be destroyed there as well. Suddenly, Kyuung. The Ceratopsian dinosaur that had been moving its body left and right suddenly froze, and screamed horrifically. It caused a wave in the lake, and all of the Elohim's magic power was messed up. The players who had been getting ready for the attack were injured, and coughed up blood. A few of them looked up at the Ceratopsian dinosaur with shocked eyes. And in that moment, they saw it. The flesh of the Ceratopsian dinosaur was cracked, and something hot and red appeared. It was a heat that could boil all of Deroy Lake in an instant. It exploded, bursting the Ceratopsian dinosaur, and swallowed everything around it. The Elohim, Lao, and the rest of the Bloodland players that were following him. Everything. Completely. Chapter 199 Demon's Forest, 14. Kook, Kyuk. Runt couldn't understand what had happened to him. He thought everything was over. He had thought that he would finally be able to end the life of the one who humiliated him. He had run all the way here with that mind. But the explosion from the Ceratopsian dinosaur had swallowed everything up. Deroy Lake, which had seemed so deep, had evaporated, leaving the bottom of the lake open to sea, and everything around him that had been destroyed from the previous attack was destroyed again. His subordinates who had been running with him couldn't be found. It was like even their bodies were melted. The same went for the Bloodland. Also, above the gasping Runt, Yeon-woo was looking down with an indifferent gaze, pressing down on his shoulder with his foot. Under his mask, his eyes were shining like will-o'-the-wisps. Runt did whatever he could do to get up. He was the successor of the great god Freya. He couldn't be lying down in front of a mere human like this. People that were of lower status than him should bow down and look at him with respectful eyes. They shouldn't have those kinds of eyes when looking at him. But Yeon-woo just stepped on him harder. Crunch! Runt's body was planted even deeper in the ground. Keek! Runt shouted at the pain. Though he had barely survived the fire, he still had burns. Since his skin was being ripped on top of that, it felt like his body was being shredded apart. Yeon-woo just put more strength on his foot, not caring about Runt. As his shoulder bones broke, his body became twisted at a weird angle. So why did you follow me? You should have lied low and stayed quiet. Why did you follow me to suffer like this? I'll kill you. You guys are too stupid. That arrogance is gonna be the end of you someday. Runt didn't even hear what Yeon-woo said. All he was thinking about was that he needed to escape from this pain and get the humiliation over with. His last bit of pride left pulled him through it. Hee hee. Hee 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 hee. Fine, kill me. Kill. But don't think that it's over just because you caught me. Even if I die here, ether is probably already. I know. But Yeon-woo coldly cut Runt off. Runt's eyes shot open. Anxiety flashed through his eyes. Didn't you think about that? Yeon-woo's lips curved up looking at the guy. This might all be a trap. What? Runt screamed, wanting to know what Yeon-woo was saying, but Yeon-woo no longer answered his questions. He just swung the grid like he was bored. Runt's head was cut off from his body and rolled on the floor. His face was still filled with shock. As blood poured out, the ground turned red. Then, Yeon-woo's shadow stretched out to swallow the corpse and the soul. Hee hee hee. I feel like we got a big one today. I'll be able to eat to my full this time. A high elf's soul, other souls of superior species, and even the players of the Bloodland. They were all skilled, so Shannon and Han Ryong couldn't help but feel overjoyed. And they were all guys they caught without even working too hard for it. A trap to catch the Elohim. The plan that Yeon-woo suggested to Braum was extremely simple. If Yeon-woo moved as the bait, the Elohim would split up. Then, Yeon-woo and Braum could attack each party. Of course, it was easier said than done. Yeon-woo, Fanti, and Edora would have had to go against an unknown amount of force. But Yeon-woo had been expecting that like the Elohim, other clans would be interested in Braum and Sche, although he hadn't expected it would be the Bloodland. Still, he was right, and he had led them to their demise. Even if a clan like the Bloodland had arrived, he hadn't been too worried because when he exploded the demonic energy inside the Ceratopsian dinosaur, the surroundings would be completely destroyed. Yeon-woo slowly turned around. There was someone who was still alive. It was Lao. Why, even us? Lao looked at Yeon-woo with an unbelieving expression. He was almost at his end, but he wanted to know the answer. He had thought things were going smoothly. Also, he had even helped Yeon-woo. He didn't understand why he was being like this. And to his question. Does this satisfy your curiosity? Yeon-woo slowly lifted his mask. Lao's face was filled with shock when he recognized Yeon-woo's face. The face of the one he thought was dead was there. His stiffened face realized something as he spoke. Is that it? We're just used by you, we'll have a struggle with the Elohim. Lao fell back as the grid cleared through his head and died. There was only one thing he was worried about as he took his final breath. Because of Yeon-woo, the relationship between Elohim and the Bloodland would be ruined. He was hoping his emperor would take care of the situation wisely. But Yeon-woo just scoffed at Lao and activated the skill he had prepared. Extrasensory perception synchronization. And like a lie, he turned into an imitation of Lao. In that condition, Yeon-woo moved rapidly and began to leave his trace around. Next, he copied Runt and the other players. It looked like there had been an intense battle. If someone came, they would probably think that the two sides clashed, and everyone died from the Ceratopsian dinosaur's explosion. Then, the crack between the Elohim and the Bloodland would deepen. While I'm at it, I should increase the scale. So it's bigger. Yeon-woo's eyes on Jeong-woo's face were flashing sharper than ever. So they're here. Brahm clicked his tongue, seeing Ether and the Elohim pass through the barrier through his crystal. Where they passed through was where the arm was. He had made it to grow the purple devil flowers and summon demons, but it was also a defense against the Elohim, who could attack at any time. Why were they doing exactly as he presumed? Were they arrogant, walking in here to his world with their own 2 feet, or were they stupid? It occurred to him that arrogance and stupidity might not be that different. Galliard smirked as he looked at the crystal. Seems like they regathered their forces in that time. But is Hemera here too? They were biting at each other's heads. I guess twins are still twins after all. Since in this world full of fighting and disharmony, you only had your siblings to lean on. Galliard nodded his head in understanding. But Brahm snorted like there was no way. Love between siblings? Don't make me laugh. You think those bastards filled with self-love and arrogance would still have those emotions left? Then, those bastards are people who'll even kill their parents to get what they want. Obviously, Hemera approached Ether knowing his hands were tied. And if she can? Brahm lifted a corner of his mouth. He was laughing at them. She'll probably even try to kill Ether when everything's over. Galliard's eyes widened. She would? I don't think. No. You still don't know. This is a god's society. They're people who could do that and more. They won't share the rewards. Brahm firmly shook his head. He felt like he could see Hemera and Ether's futures already. He could already tell from how they were being wary of each other. Also, Hemera seemed to have the upper hand with their forces. It seemed like she would backstab Ether the moment she could. And although he didn't know what it was, Ether had also prepared for when that happened. That was how a god's society was. Olympus, Asgard, Deva. There were thousands of temples that all had different names, but in the end, they were all the same. This was probably the fundamentals of being a god. Position, rank, holiness, and legends. Only these things would prove them on the 98th floor. And the Elohim, who were split from the gods, were no different. They were filled with people who would backstab each other if needed. The Devil Army, where the members were ready to die for each other, might be better. Galliard shut his mouth looking at his friend. He knew about his friend's pain more than any more. Brahm crossed his arms and continued with what he was saying. The funny thing though, is that although they seem messed up, they'll fight each other after they get what they need. You, take care of Sha well. Sure. Galliard nodded his head and left to put Sha in a safe place. What they wanted was Sha. He was going to place her in a place that wasn't easily noticeable if possible. After Brahm and Galliard confirmed that Sha's presence was gone, they slowly opened the Book of Mercury. Today, those bastards would be used as sacrifices to treat Sha's illness. It was the last thing he could do for her mother, Ananta. And also, it was a repentance for that guy who wasn't here anymore. Whoosh! The Book of Mercury let out its shine. Brahm's consciousness slowly settled down, and the imaginary world inside the barrier started to rotate. Creak, creak. With the sound of a joint that hadn't been greased properly. Everyone stay on guard. At Ether's orders, Hemera and the others' faces all hardened. They could all feel it too, that the air of the forest had suddenly changed. It meant that the magic of the illusionary world had been activated. It meant that this was the official beginning. They were prepared for this, since they had chosen to enter Brahm's territory. But thinking of something and actually experiencing was different. The air was heavy, like it would squeeze your lungs, and the curse that was poking their brains completely drained their magic power. And in front of them, the trees and the black sky, and even the dark god made their sense of direction faint. It was completely different from when Yeon-woo came. It was a large-scale magic circle Brahm had prepared to deal with intruders. This is so annoying here. Hemera frowned and complained like she was unaffected, but her eyes were flashing sharply. She continued to call for the light spirits, will-o'-the-wisps, but every time she did, the spirit melted in the fog. Will-o'-the-wisps didn't just light the dark. They were also effective in resisting and blocking attacks. But the fact that they were disappearing so easily meant one thing. He's revealing his holiness. If the illusionary world that the god Brahma made was this strong, everyone here needed to be careful. Then, Havili? Where did this kid go? Havili. One player suddenly stopped and looked around in confusion. Ether and Hemera paused to look back. What's going on? I haven't seen Havili for some time. What? While Hemera furrowed her eyebrows, other players began to shout. Number Pan also suddenly disappeared. He was just next to me earlier. Same with Ran. The sudden disappearance of their subordinates. Hemera ordered them to move in teams of 3. However, what's this? A player named Noose suddenly pulled his sword out in fear. Everyone turned to look at him. Noose shouted with a pale face. Tanan. Tanan was suddenly snatched away by something. Shit. Everyone gather together. Don't fall apart. The fog wasn't just swallowing the will-o'-the-wisps. It was also swallowing players. Feeling danger, they all followed Ether's orders to gather as one. They prepared for attacks that could strike out any second. But even if they strengthened their defenses, their anxiety was multiplied. Even like this, their comrades disappeared one by one. Thinking that this wouldn't do, Hemera looked back at her subordinates. She was planning on hiding it until they met Brahm, but she felt like she would be in danger if she didn't use it now. And from earlier, she had felt the strength steadily leaving her body. Like water was dripping on from a broken pot. Something was strange. There's something in this fog, no, this ground. Something's eating my holiness. Hemera thought that Brahm was absorbing their holiness to fill his lack. If that wasn't it, something similar to it was definitely happening. If this went on, everyone would be dried up of their power to death. At Hemera's gaze, her subordinates nodded their heads and began to recite a spell. As they did, Hemera's body began to shine. Although it had been a while since the protogenoi species were kicked out from society, they still had a powerful holiness. So families in the protogenoi species tried to gather as many apostles as they could to strengthen their holiness. The apostles were servants bound to their family, and they were ready to give their life for their masters at any moment. Shit. Ether had lost most of those servants in the last battle, so he looked at Hemera enviously. As he did, he felt shivers down his back. Hemera's holiness seemed to have gotten stronger than he knew. Meanwhile, Hemera got everything ready, and spread her hand out. Her holiness, Day, was activated, and it lit up their surroundings. White light. The fog around them began to fade away. As the fog disappeared like it was erased by an eraser, the bright forest was revealed. It wore. Hemera and her subordinates cheer with tired faces. But their faces became stiff again. Where the fog was gone, there were countless will-o'-the-wisps lit up. As if all the demonic species on the 23rd stage had been led here, the high demonic species that were sparkling purple and the tens of ceratopsian dinosaurs were licking their lips. Chapter 200 Demons Forest, 15. Shit. What's all this? Shit. Ether and Hemera couldn't get a grip on themselves at the continued demonic species attack. They were strong enough to easily rip apart the demonic species, but such abilities weren't enough to fight against a number like this. Also, the fire that tens of ceratopsian dinosaurs were spewing out prevented them from moving. Since a while ago, the ground that they were on turned mushy, and their feet continued to sink into it. Because of this, they had to use their energy to pull out their feet while combating the demonic species at the same time. But there was something else that drove them crazy. It was the devil poison that flicked out from the flesh and blood of the demonic species. Devil poison wasn't just dangerous to draconic species. Once you were poisoned, it had the ability to mess up your holiness. It was extremely painful to them. The demonic species kept ejecting devil poison, so they were in danger. The ground continued to sink, and fire covered the sky. Aok. Hemera was really about to go crazy. She hadn't thought something like this would happen when she decided to pass the barrier. She had been anxious since they had passed through the barrier without much trouble, but she was confident that Brahm couldn't do anything to them. She had recently released a new power, and her subordinates could control holiness. But at the continued attack from the demonic species, her holiness was steadily drying up. And on top of that, there was an invisible force that was taking her holiness. As tiredness overcame her, her mentality was at its lowest. You have been exposed to curse, confusion. You are experiencing extreme confusion. You have been exposed to curse, fear. You are experiencing extreme fear. Her holiness and holy power that were taken were used in the magic circle. And the demon trees were influenced by the magic circle, pouring out stronger demonic species and ceratopsian dinosaurs. It was a cycle that would only end when they were dead. And she didn't know what Brahm had been doing, but she could scent a demon's smell inside the magic circle. He might be trying to summon a demon using them as sacrifices. Only then was Hemera able to realize what a futile thing they had done. This was a trap. A trap to dry them up and kill them. You wouldn't be able to break through with brute strength. It was a level that a commanding officer of the clans would be able to do. Not like this. This can't go on. Hemera bit her lip. Her pure white skin was already black, and one of her eyes was melting from the devil poison. She wanted to tell her subordinates to escape. The more they gathered, the less range of movement they would have, and the more they would become exposed to devil poison. If they were all together like this, they would die. It might have been better for everyone to be on their own. But even if they did that, the future wouldn't change. No, they would be mixed into the cycle of demonic species and ceratopsian dinosaurs and be eaten. Just what should they do? Even if she wanted to request for help, their communication with the outside was cut off the moment they entered the barrier. She was at a loss for what to do. But thinking that she needed to open a path somehow, she squeezed out the last of her holiness. The top priority was to escape here and let others know of the danger here. People looking down at her? She was scared of that, but it was still better than losing her life. But she didn't have the opportunity to use her power. She felt something cold behind her back, and a white spear pierced through her chest. Pug. Koog. There, what? Hemera forced her head back with an unbelieving expression. Her twin brother, Ether, was looking at her with a cold smile. Her subordinates tried to get to her, but they were locked in the cycle of the demonic species. White light. That should have been taken by the Senate. How did you get it? Asked Ether. It was the power that was taken from their father before their family was split apart from society. And wouldn't you have tried to stab me in the back with that, in the end? If I didn't do something like this, you would have hurt me. Mean sister. Hemera grit her teeth. It was true she was planning on killing Ether to shut his mouth after the dragon human was caught. It would be better to take all the honor for herself. And she expected Ether was thinking that same thing. But since they landed in this situation, she released her hidden power, and she thought that Ether wouldn't be able to stab her in the back. Ether clearly proved her wrong. His cold eyes were shining with greed. Hemera clenched her teeth. If I die, you die too. No. I'll live. What? Sister, it's all thanks to you. Suddenly, a white image appeared on Ether's forehead, and it split into a strange symbol. It was a symbol of 3 circles with a triangle that had an eye in the middle. Hemera gasped. It was a symbol that she never would have imagined. It was from a long-time enemy of the Elohim. Nov, L, Bi, N, Com. You. Everything in the world belongs to the great God. Ether reached out and tightened his grip on Hemera heads. Those who try to take it, break apart. Before Hemera could scream, her body scattered, starting from her head. It was a death that happened before anyone could stop it. Although Ether had killed his twin sister, he didn't even blink. A yellow portal opened along the sky, and under it, 3 people appeared. It was hard to tell who they were because they all covered their faces with robes. But the moment they saw them, the faces of Hemera's subordinates all filled with shock. The strange energy around them was making the effects of the devil poison worse. Devil army! But like their shock was nothing, Ether got on one knee and bowed. I greet the bishops. A soundless scream spread in the air. The bishops of the devil army. The greatest executives had come. It was impossible for a mere member of the Elohim to call them. But the 3 bishops quietly nodded like they had been expecting this. One of them with a black robe stepped up. It was impossible to tell whether it was a man or a woman. The body. Ether's forehead touched the ground. Sorry. I wasn't able to get it yet. Nothing we can do. The bishop clicked their tongue and nodded at the other 2. Sweep them away. The 2 bishops who received orders started to dash forward. As they did, the demonic species and the ceratopsian monsters were swept away. The devil poison and the fog didn't affect them in the slightest. Then, the bishop with the black robe turned their head. It was a completely empty area, but their cold eyes were looking sharply at it. Brahma. Playtime's over. No. Galliard was escaping to a safe place with Shi. But Shi had suddenly paused, and she grabbed tightly onto Galliard's sleeve. What's wrong, Shi? Shi was shaking. Sweat poured down her pale face. Brahm is in danger. What? Galliard's eyes widened. He knew that everything Shi said was something to pay attention to. Shi had a sensing skill that others didn't have, and it was extremely accurate. It was a skill that she had from birth, a skill that most draconic species and dragon humans didn't have. Brahm said that this might be similar to a foresight trait. But Galliard wasn't able to follow what Shi said right away. What the enemies wanted was Shi, not Brahm. However, Shi shouted urgently in a trembling voice. Please. Brahm's eyes became bigger while he was holding the Book of Mercury in his hand. I miscalculated. The arrival of the devil army was something that was completely unexpected. Especially the bishops. Most of the magic circles set up here were for the Elohim. The arrogant Elohim would refuse to take help from anyone. Even if they fought alone, they would never make alliances. And of course, they wouldn't dare be humiliated. Ether was a member of the Senate in the Elohim. The fact that such a person would switch over to the devil army by his own will was outrageous. But it had already happened. And Ether was extremely respectful towards the 3 bishops. It meant that he was truly loyal to them. There was something else that he couldn't understand. The barrier should have closed after Ether and the others came in. Just how were those guys able to get in? There wasn't any trace of the barrier being broken, or someone intruding. Other than the fact that they had used Hemera as a sacrifice, he didn't understand anything. Oh well. Brahm closed the Book of Mercury and got up. He couldn't handle the bishops while he was sitting down. And since there were 3 of them, he would have to use his full strength. He looked at the hourglass that was next to his crystal. When all the sand on the top fell to the bottom, he was planning on activating the transmutation circle. It looked like it would have to be pushed back. No, this might actually be better. If they were people he would have to deal with sometime, it was better to get it over now. It would be a nuisance if they entered when the activation of the transmutation circle began. The demons would probably like it even better if it was given the soul of a bishop. After organizing his thoughts, Brahm was about to open the portal to where they were. But then... Brahma! The fun is up to here. In the crystal, one of the bishops was looking straight at him with a smirk. When he checked the bishop's face, Brahm's eyes widened. Kindred!